Davis, how you doing? Got enough pencils?
Castro. This is yours, right?
Absolutely.
Recording in progress.
You doing well?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, good morning.
Morning.
I want to welcome everyone to a beautiful morning here, April 14th, here in the City Commission. We have a lot of business at hand, but we have a lot of things to be grateful for and to celebrate for. I'd like to call Rabbi Stolik to come up here. This is one of my most favorite individuals on the planet. So if you haven't met the rabbi yet, and by the way, I'm a Catholic, so I don't have the privilege to be part of his congregation, but I've become very close friends with this gentleman over the last few years, and the work and the efforts that he puts forth, his entire family on behalf of the city of Coral Gables, we are truly blessed to have this gentleman in our community. So I tell you, after the meeting today, or maybe in a break, get to know the rabbi. No matter what denomination you are, he's truly doing God's work for all of us. Rabbi, good morning. Thank you, my friend.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almighty God, I invoke your blessing today upon the legislative leaders gathered here at the City Commission as they prepare to resume their work on behalf of the citizens of this great city of Coral Gables. We ask your divine blessing for all their constituents wherever they may be. As we have recently celebrated the holiday of Passover, gathered here in a chamber of elected leadership, in our prayer, let us recall the preeminent leader, the biblical Moses, who led the Jews out of Egypt to the promised land. As the contemporary spiritual leader, the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson of righteous memory, explained, Moses was not merely a leader who set guidelines and imparted knowledge to his people, but he also had the unique gift of being able to reveal every individual's inherent potential. Almighty God, please bestow the wisdom upon the elected leaders gathered here today to legislate laws that are not only just and compassionate, but ones that enable citizens of all ages, backgrounds, and cultures the ability to achieve their true potentials. Please give them the inspiration and humility to unite across all divides in the pursuit of a just, meaningful, and moral society, as was outlined in your 7 universal laws that you gave Noah and his descendants after the great flood, one of which, the command to govern by just laws, is the purpose of their gathering today. May it be your will, God Almighty, that the tireless efforts of the commissioners in these directions be successful, empowering all the individuals of this great city to be decent human beings, considerate of others, reverent of you, and ready to do their bit toward the ultimate goal of a perfect world in which your presence will be manifest. And let us say, Amen.
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 Rabbi, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and worshipers on behalf of the city of Coral Gables. Thank you for being here. And more importantly, above everything, thank you for your friendship and always being present for the city beautiful. We're really blessed to have the Jewish community and your congregation here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. We look forward to you coming back soon. I'd like to now take a moment here and request Captain Matt Brophy to help us lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Captain Matt Brophy is a longtime Coral Gables resident. and former United States Army officer, commissioned through the University of Arizona ROTC in 1981. He served in Europe during the Cold War and later in Special Forces as a Green Beret, with assignments in Panama and El Salvador, where he earned the Combat Infantry Badge. He continued his service in the Army Reserve, attaining the rank of captain. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the Merrick moment.
Good morning. Good morning. The Merrick House Governing Board brings you the Merrick moment, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. As I moaned about a 4-day iPhone transfer odyssey plagued by technical issues, I reflected on others who have endured much more hardship. Having lost her 4-year-old daughter to diphtheria in the winter of 1899, George's mother, Althea Fink Merrick, soldiered on. Agreeing with her husband Solomon that purchasing a 150-acre homestead in what was then part of Hardscrabble Coconut Grove was worth the risk. Solomon and George traveled here first so as to make their new dwelling ship-shape for the rest of the family. Althea left her comfortable Duxbury, Massachusetts home with 4 children in tow in January 1900. She had promised her father she wouldn't complain for 5 years. The 38 by 20-foot board and batten structure, which you see in this photograph, was a far cry from the home that they had left behind. It had no running water, no stove. Everything had to be cooked and cleaned out in the back over an open fire. It was affectionately and accurately called the shack. Here are her reflections. When at last I saw the shack, just old boards, unpainted, with cracks where we could stick our thumbs, 'twas then I nearly fainted. But there we were, our bridges burned. There was no other way but just to all go to work. We knew that we must stay. So, with shack well cleaned and cracks well closed and screens up to the doors, we hung the paintings on the walls, the rugs upon the floors. Come for more of the story weekends at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock. And this Sunday, that of course is at the Merrick House at 907 Coral Way. And this Sunday, enjoy croquet, poetry, flower arranging demonstrations, and more at our Petals and Pastimes Garden Party event on the lawn from 1 to 4 p.m. The event is free. You heard that right, totally free. I hope to see you all this Sunday on the lawn at the Merrick House. Thank you.
Thank you. Over the past year, as part of the centennial celebration, we've had the privilege of beginning our commission meetings with a Merrick moment, a thoughtful reminder of the vision, history, and people who shaped Coral Gables. What began as a centennial initiative became something more. Joanne and the dedicated volunteers of the Merrick House Board have provided us with many inspiring moments, recognizing that a centennial is not just a date, but a full year of reflection and appreciation, and we're all better for that. As we mark 1 year of these Merrick moments, I want to offer my sincere and heartfelt thanks to Joanne and the entire board. Your commitment has been extraordinary. These moments have been consistently insightful, meaningful, and at times truly inspiring, deepening our understanding of our city's rich history. As we now turn the page, our nation approaches a historic milestone, America's 250th anniversary. Beginning next month, we will carry this tradition forward with a new series of moments that celebrate the story of our great country, the ideals, the people, and the events that have shaped the greatest nation on earth. Just as the Merrick moment enriched our appreciation of Coral Gables, we hope these upcoming moments will expand our understanding of American history and remind us of the values that unite us all. Thank you again, Joanne, and the Merrick House volunteers for leaving a lasting imprint on this commission and our community. We're truly blessed for you. Thank you so much. I made a mistake, so I want to bring back our dear friend, Mr. Brophy. I missed a page in what I was reading, and I think we need to do a little bit more justice to this gentleman's service, not only as a leader in this community, but also as a servant in the armed forces. So if you indulge me, sorry about this, I apologize, I missed a page. And I should be wearing my glasses, but I'm not gonna wear my glasses just yet, I'm still fighting it. So as I mentioned this morning, we're proud to welcome Captain Matt Brophy, a longtime Coral Gables resident of more than 30 years. Local business owner and active member of the American Legion. Thank you for that hard work. Commissioned as a second lieutenant through the University of Arizona ROTC in 1981, he served in Europe during the Cold War in a Hawk missile battery, holding roles as tactical control officer, platoon leader, and executive officer. He later completed the Infantry Officer Advanced Course and the John F. Kennedy Special Forces Qualification Course, earning the Green Beret. His military training includes Airborne, Ranger, Pathfinder, and Combat Diver qualifications. He served as a Combat Diver Detachment Commander in Panama and as an advisor in El Salvador, where he was awarded the Combat Infantry Badge. He continued his service in the Army Reserve, achieving the rank of captain. Captain Brophy, thank you for your service to our country, your continued involvement with our veteran community, and your many years as part of Coral Gables. At this time, I invite you to please come up and just say a few words. Talk a little bit about the amount of work, not only your leadership in the armed forces, but talk so people can understand the amount of work that you do in regards to philanthropy in this community. I think people need to understand a little bit about the Knights of Columbus. People need to understand how you continue to advocate on behalf of our veterans, especially disabled veterans. And more importantly of all, and I know you can't judge more one than the other, but just your advocacy on behalf of Coral Gables is something that you do it very quietly, very elegantly, but you're always a voice of reason and support here in this community. Welcome to your city.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that's kind of interesting on the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm a past Grand Knight at the Knights of Columbus here in Coral Gables. We're the second oldest council in Miami-Dade County, and we have a hall for 76 years in Coral Gables. And in the mid-1950s, the pledge was modified by the Knights of Columbus to add "under God" in the Pledge of Allegiance. That was not part of the Pledge of Allegiance prior to 1954, 1955, a little tidbit. But I'm here really on behalf of the American Legion. We're doing a series of pledges for the 250th anniversary. Our hall is right around the corner here on Salzedo. It's the original city hall and city administrative offices, over 100 years old. And we do a lot for the veterans in our community. There are quite a few older veterans that served in World War II and Korea and even Vietnam, including our past mayor, Mayor Don Slesnick, who I think did the pledge last month as American Legion member. And he was a gun commander in Vietnam. But the Legion, and as well, I'm a lifetime member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. We do a lot for disabled veterans. We've done a lot of fundraisers at the Knights of Columbus for veterans, especially Tunnel for Towers and what they do, the great work that they do. But thank you, Mayor, for your proclamation for 100th anniversary for the American Legion. That was last year. Very appreciative. It's proudly hung in our Legion Hall, and I thank you.
Mr. Brophy, thank you for your service to this community. And by the way, if you're not aware, the Legion, it's been revamped. The exterior has a new skin, new lighting, new windows. Those windows were donated by residents here in the city of Coral Gables. And you're really taking it to the next level, not only on beautification, but also really offering a home to residents and non-residents who have served in this great country in the armed forces and sometimes feel that they've been forgotten. But they're not forgotten here in the city of Coral Gables. We honor them, we're grateful for them, and we're incredibly grateful for you, sir. Thank you for your service to our great country.
I thank the commission and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So moving on to presentations and protocol documents, item A1, Landscape Beautification Award presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. Today, I'm very honored to have the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board President and members with me. Would you like to join me, Ann? We have Ann here, who's currently the chair of the board.
Morning.
And I will let you say a few words about the mission of the board. And then after that, we're going to have an awards presentation where I'd like to invite any of the award winners that got a letter stating that you were one of the award winners. Please make yourself over and stand here, and we'll give you your presentations after. Thank you.
It's very exciting that we have winners with us today. The Landscape Beautification Advisory Board, our mission is to protect and enhance the distinctive landscape of Coral Gables through thoughtful design, sustainability, and preservation of its historic beauty. So we work to honor people in the community who have contributed to the beauty of Coral Gables through their own landscaping, and we also work with Dina on ideas for things that the city can do to improve the beautification of the town. So.
Thank you, Ann. And is there a presentation, Mr. Clerk, that you can pull up? There's a PowerPoint. Okay. So here we have the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board Awards for 2025. This board works very hard throughout the whole year canvassing zones in the city. They're out there looking at residential gardens. They are taking photos from the street. If you ever see them out canvassing, that's what they're doing. Don't call the police. But they're taking pictures of the most lovely, well-kept landscapes in the city, and then they convene at a board meeting during the year. They cast their votes and select one winner from each zone in the city. Since its incorporation in 1925, the city's lush tropical flora has been an integral part of the quality of life shared by Coral Gables residents. Recognizing this, the city's Landscape Beautification Advisory Board has had a long-established tradition of acknowledging the efforts of residential property owners who add to the beauty of their neighborhoods through landscaping. Focusing mainly on botanical improvements, the board bestows awards of appreciation every year to the residential properties that contribute the most to the overall beauty of the area. Submission criteria, which they follow, I won't go through all this, but the property has to be in Coral Gables. It hasn't won an award in the past 5 years, and it utilizes the most beautiful and sustainable practices for gardening and landscaping. The city is divided up into 7 zones because we have 7 board members that want to canvass each zone to put together their nominations. And they may nominate between 3 and 5 homes per zone, and then they convene and vote and pick one. And these are the award winners for this year. Zone 1 is 800 Catalonia Avenue. Zone 2 is a duplex building, 3404 and 3406 Ponce. Zone 3 is 4504 Alhambra Circle. Zone 4 is 4900 Granada Boulevard. And Zone 5 is 6506 Leonardo. Zone 6, 600 and 620 Arvida Parkway. And Zone 7, 11090 Snapper Creek Road. So I want to thank the award winners. We have you here, and we have plaques of appreciation to give out to you each. And then after, we'll, I think, get up and take a photo, right?
This is Catalona Avenue. Can we get them out real quickly?
Yeah, of course. Please.
Thank you very much.
Pass them out.
Congratulations.
So for the Ponce de Leon. Alhambra Circle. It It's 4504 on Arbor. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations. Another 4900 Granada Boulevard. $6506 Leonardo. One of our board members.
I'd just like to say,
You didn't know it was her house.
Carolina
Figured it's 620.
has been a board member for many years, and it was a big surprise to her when her house was nominated. She removed herself from the voting on that zone, and she won. It was just great.
3406 Ponce Leon.
Would any of the homeowners like to say a few words? Please.
I would, Mr. Mayor.
Please, come forward.
Good morning, and thank you for the hard work. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I just want to speak because I'm not the one that should get this award. It's this gentleman. He gets there at 5:30 every single morning, Monday through Friday, sometimes on the weekend, and he manages 3 others that are the ones that maintain this. So I brought it with him and give him the award. Just to give you, his name is Rafael Garcia. Rafael Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, ¿usted quiere decir una palabra, por favor? Desea.
He was shy of just coming and he didn't want to speak, so just imagine.
So anyone else would like to say a few words, please? Well, if you want, we'll say some words very briefly. Thank you for your hard work. The reason why the City Beautiful is the City Beautiful is because of your hard work and your pride and always putting your best foot forward. Thank you for elevating the quality of life here in the city, and we're incredibly thoughtful and we're very grateful to have you here with us as members of the community. Thank you for putting your best foot forward. Thank you. Let's take a photo.
That was nice. Line up for a photo.
No, it's okay, it's fine.
Everyone look over here.
Beautiful. So we're going to skip item A2 for the moment while we wait for a few others to arrive. We'll be moving on to item A3, a presentation or proclamation declaring April 15th as American Airlines Day in Coral Gables. Good morning, and please, our members, our friends from American Airlines, please join us.
I love it. Oh.
How are you, sir?
Wonderful. Thank you.
If
What a special day. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If I may read the proclamation to the record, and the floor is yours.
Okay.
American Airlines proudly celebrates its 100th anniversary on April 15, 2026, marking a century of connecting people, cultures, and economies through air travel and becoming one of the world's leading global airlines. And whereas for more than 3 decades, American Airlines has played a transformative role in the economic and cultural vitality of South Florida through the establishment of its Miami hub in 1989 at Miami International Airport, which today serves as the premier gateway between the United States, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And whereas from its Miami hub, American Airlines now operates at peak schedule 430 flights to nearly 155 destinations in 46 countries, linking South Florida to cities across Latin America and the Caribbean, Europe, Mexico, Canada, and throughout the United States, strengthening Miami's role as a global crossroads for travel, trade tourism, and international business. And whereas the city of Coral Gables, located approximately 10 miles from Miami International Airport, has long embraced its identity as an international city, a vision first conceived by founder George Merrick, and the connectivity provided by American Airlines continues to support that vision by enabling businesses, visitors, and residents to remain closely linked to global markets and cultures. And whereas American Airlines employs more than 15,000 team members across South Florida, many of whom call Coral Gables home, who contributes significantly to the region's economic strength, workforce vitality, and community life. And whereas American Airlines celebrates a century of aviation, leadership, innovation, and service, the city of Coral Gables recognizes the airline's enduring impact on the growth and international stature of South Florida and looks forward to our continued partnership and connectivity for decades ahead. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 15th, 2026 as American Airlines Day in Coral Gables.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and the Commission at large. My name is Kevin Mays, longtime Coral Gables resident, and I'm here with Zuli as well. But I got some comments that I'd like to make. On behalf of American Airlines, thank you to the City of Coral Gables for this recognition as we celebrate our centennial tomorrow. 100 years of connecting the world. Coral Gables was envisioned as an international city, one defined by connection, culture, and commerce. The global reach of American Airlines helps bring that vision to life every day, supporting travel, trade and commerce, and tourism that link the community to the world. Our impact is not only global but local. As the region's largest private employer, with more than 15,000 team members, we know that many of those connections begin right here at home. The city's proximity to Miami International makes Coral Gables a natural home for many of our employees and their families. For nearly 60 years, I'm proud to call Coral Gables home. Alongside many of my colleagues, including our Vice President, J.C. Lizcano, our former Senior Vice President and late Vice President, Peter DeLora, which called it home. We also have retirees who continue to contribute to the fabric of the city, including individuals like Martha Pantine, who now serve the city of Coral Gables. We are proud to be part of this community, proud to support the continued growth and success, especially proud to be recognized here today by a city that reflects the same values of connection, opportunity, and forward thinking. As we celebrate our 100th anniversary, we are honored to be recognized by the City Beautiful and are proud to be Miami's hometown airline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to stand before you on this auspicious day. My name is Zuli Pardo. I have resided with my husband and 4 daughters in our City Beautiful for over 45 years. I have also had the privilege of being a part of the American Airlines family for over 3/4 of that time. Today, I have been given the great honor of representing American Airlines as the City of Coral Gables proclaims April 15th American Airlines Day, commemorating its 100th anniversary. This proclamation is a testament to the long-standing fostered relationship our Miami hub, a cornerstone of the airline, has shared with the city of Coral Gables. American Airlines, I can safely say, looks forward to the next 100 years of mutual positive growth and continued community engagement. As a proud member of the dedicated American Airlines Miami Hub team, past and present, happy centennial. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to get up, have the other American Airlines employees get up. But before we do that, so this gentleman here mentioned Peter DeLora, a lifelong family friend, an amazing person who was truly a trendsetter, a person who always advocated for this community and always set the bar very high, But Zuli doesn't fall too short. Zuli is an amazing Coral Gables resident who always does what's in the best interest of the city. There isn't a week that doesn't go by that I don't speak to Zuli about a city of Coral Gables issue. It may be philanthropy, it may be about beautification. She's never, ever talked to me about American Airlines. But one day, I ran into her at the airport. Early in the morning, I was catching a flight for work, and she was completely startled. And I got to see the love affair that she has for American Airlines and the love affair that she has for this community and the way that she treats people. You know, she's beloved by everyone who works at American Airlines, who works at MIA. She does her job with immense amount of pride, which is the same way that she does everything here in the city of Coral Gables. So Zuli, we love you. We're grateful. American Airlines has an amazing, not employee, but partner in you because you're always doing what's in the best interest, not only of the city, but of your employer. So I want to thank you for being here. Thank you, sir. Let's take a photo together, all of us, with the proclamation. Thank you. I'm going to come right here so you can get it front and center. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to do one more before we come back to A2, and this is a personal favorite of mine. Item A4, presentation on a proclamation declaring April 17th, 2026 as Brigada 2506 Day in Coral Gables. I ask our friends from La Brigada to please join us while I read the proclamation. Mr. Montalvo, thank you for being here with us. It's truly a pleasure. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Whereas on April 17th, 1961, a group of 1,414 Cuban exiles, known as Brigada 2506, the Brigade 2506, landed at the Bay of Pigs in a courageous effort to liberate their homeland from a communist regime. Whereas these brave men, representing all walks of life, answered the call to defend freedom and democracy, fully aware of the risk involved, and demonstrated extraordinary valor in the face of overwhelming odds. And whereas the mission was carried out without the promised air support, contributing to its failure and resulting in the loss of life and the capture of many members of La Brigada 2506, who endured imprisonment under the inhumane conditions and suffered physical and psychological hardship for nearly 2 years. And whereas despite these hardships, the veterans of La Brigada 2506 have remained steadfast in their commitment to the cause of freedom, continuing their advocacy for a free Cuba while building meaningful lives and contributing to their communities, including here in Coral Gables. And whereas today, 65 years later, approximately 200 veterans remain, and their legacy is being carried forward by future generations who are committed to preserving their story and ensuring that the lessons of history are not forgotten. And whereas the establishment of a new state-of-the-art Bay of Pigs Museum in Miami's Little Havana will serve as a lasting tribute to the sacrifice and heroism of La Brigada 2506, preserving artifacts, oral histories, and the Brigade's flag, and educating future generations on the enduring values of freedom and democracy. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 17, 2026 as Veterans of the Bay of Pigs Day in Coral Gables. Mr. Montalvo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am deaf, so I heard some of what you said.
No se preocupe.
I am Rafael Montalvo. I'm the president of the Veterans Association. And on behalf of the Brigade, we are honored by this recognition and this award. 65 years ago, I was an 18-year-old rifleman with the 2nd Battalion. And that is an action that we will never forget and that this country should never forget. And 65 years later, we're now in the 15th round of this fight, which has not ended, and which we hope we end very soon, and we're still active. The new museum that we're doing is going to be an educational vehicle to show the world what happens when you fail fighting communism. And it's a vivid example. On the one hand, you have a country that is destroyed. On the other hand, you have those of us that came here. I came to this fantastic city. I've lived here for 45 years in Coral Gables. And we have formed a life, raised families in a free country, and the difference is amazing. So the recognition here is that at that difference and the significance of the failure, and we thank you.
Mr. Montalvo, you're a patriot, okay, on many fronts. You embody everything that is good with this country. You came to this great country like my father came to this country, alone. My father was Pedro Pan, and dedicated yourself to this country above everything, even above your own family. You have built multi-million-dollar businesses, had hundreds of employees, sold those businesses, been incredibly successful, but you have never forgotten who you are. You're an American at heart. You're a Cuban American. The work that you have done with the museum is to be commended. If you don't know, I highly recommend that you contact us. I think it's on the 22nd, correct?
It will be open in May.
In May, but there's a ribbon
public, right?
There's a ribbon cut.
It's going to be open, but we have a lot of commitments with veterans and families and so on. So on May 1st, and it's worthwhile. It's a new technology. It's audiovisual. And the message. It's even for kids. It's going to be engaging.
So you have raised millions of dollars for this new museum.
Yeah.
The museum is finished. We'll be cutting the ribbon. No, I won't be cutting the ribbon. They will be cutting the ribbon. I will just be there with my father and my brother, who's here today, which is truly a privilege. My brother doesn't come. I don't think he's ever been to a commission meeting in 13 years. It's the first time he comes to a commission meeting, but he's here for another matter. On that point, the reason why I bring up my brother is because my brother did all the pro bono legal work, pro bono, on behalf of La Brigada 2506. Our family has a deep respect for Cuban Americans.
For your family, without your family, we wouldn't have been able to do the museum. Like your brother was instrumental in changing the city of Miami's view about the zoning.
So that effort and the effort of my father and my grandfather is a testament to the work that you've done.
Yeah.
The work that many Cubans have done who donated to this great cause. So we want to honor you. We want to thank you for your hard work. We will be there the day that we cut the ribbon. It is my privilege to be there along with my family and other members of the commission who I imagine will be attending that day. This is a very special moment, not only for the city of Coral Gables, but for the entire community, to honor a group of men who would have given up their life, and some of them did, for democracy, for freedom, to truly protect our way of life. And if it wasn't for individuals like yourself, many of us would not be here today. So on the cusp of a major change, God willing, via the leadership of Marco Rubio, our vice president, our president, God willing, in the near future, we'll have a free Cuba. We'll have a free Cuba, and people like my grandfather who will never see it.
Of the brigade, of the whole brigade, there's still 200 of us alive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If you get a chance, please make sure you go to the museum. Make sure you go to the museum. And I want to thank Leslie Pantin and Martha Pantin who helped us out put this together today. If you get a chance, please go visit the museum. I went to the old museum. I haven't seen the new one yet. I'm looking forward to the ribbon cutting. It's an amazing experience. It will motivate you, and it will showcase and it will remind you, if for some reason you've forgotten, the fragility of our democracy.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and thank Coral Gables, because I've been able to live here all these years, to raise 3 kids, 10 grandkids, and 1.5 great-grandkids, and this city has been amazing.
Yeah. So, and I also want to thank Mayor Suarez, who's no longer the mayor of the city of Miami, but he also played a very integral part in making sure that this museum was a reality. Thank you for your hard work on this. Let's take a photo. Carlos, come on. Come on. Francis, Mayor. All right, now we're going back to item A2. Leslie Pantin gave me a hard time for jumping over item A2 and Carlos Migoya, but I think Mr. Migoya would appreciate the fact that the Brigada went first. Item A2, a presentation or proclamation declaring April 14, 2026 as Carlos Migoya Day in Coral Gables. Mr. Migoya, please join us. So this is a point of personal privilege to me. Please join us. I'd like to read the proclamation on the record. Whereas Carlos A. Migoya has dedicated nearly 15 years of distinguished service as President and Chief Executive Officer of Jackson Health Systems, Miami-Dade County's only public health system and one of the largest safety net hospital networks in the United States. And whereas, upon assuming leadership of Jackson Health Systems in May 2011, Mr. Migoya confronted an institution in severe financial distress, facing the very real prospect of hospital closures and the loss of essential healthcare services for the residents of Miami-Dade County. And through bold and principled stewardship, reversed the trajectory of massive annual losses to deliver the system's first financial surplus since 2006. A standard of fiscal responsibility that has been maintained without interruption throughout his tenure. And whereas Mr. Migoya led a historic and transformative $2 billion capital investment campaign anchored by the Jackson Miracle Building Bond Program, approved in November 2013 by 65% of Miami-Dade County voters, which funded the renovation, modernization, and expansion of Jackson's facilities across the entire county, ensuring that every resident, regardless of zip code or economic circumstances, has access to world-class medical care. And whereas throughout his tenure, Mr. Migoya championed the principle that excellence in patient care and financial sustainability are not competing ideals, but complementary pillars of a thriving public health system, transforming Jackson into a model of operational performance while elevating clinical quality, patient safety, and community trust. And whereas prior to his service at Jackson Health Systems, Mr. Migoya brought more than 4 decades of leadership in the banking industry and served as city manager of Miami during a period of significant fiscal challenge, to say it mildly, demonstrating a lifelong commitment to public service and the communities of South Florida. And whereas Mr. Migoya has generously contributed his time and talent and his own wallet to the broader civic life of our region, serving on the boards of the United Way of Miami-Dade County, the Florida Chamber of Commerce, Miami-Dade College, and the Beacon Council, among others, and has been a steadfast champion of education, economic opportunity, and the quality of life for all who call South Florida home. And whereas on the occasion of his retirement, the City of Coral Gables wishes to honor Carlos A. Migoya's extraordinary legacy, his courage in crisis, his vision for growth, and his abiding compassion for the patient, families, and communities Jackson serves, and to express the enduring gratitude of this community for all that he has given in the service of others. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 14th, 2026 as Carlos Migoya Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As you were talking, I remembered with your leadership and Peter's first round here as city manager, we worked together on building an urgent care center, which is actually the busiest urgent care center we have at Jackson and North Gables on Galliano on 8th Street. And soon we'll have even further expansion in the city of Coral Gables. So we're very, very proud of our relationship with the city at Jackson. I remember also the first time that I was involved with the city was when we bought Coral Gables Federal in January 1st, 1996. So it's been a long time, a lot of partnerships. Thank you very much for this honor. As you just honored the people from the Brigade 2506, it reminded me that shortly after that, my parents came with me from Cuba, and that's how we were able to get out of the country. And we had no reason, we had to leave the country because otherwise my father would have gone to jail during that period of time. So this city, this community has done a lot for us Cuban Americans, and for a lot of foreign residents that have moved here and made Miami their home. And I'm just proud to be able to give back to this community. I think we all owe a lot to the community, and thank you for your service, because I think that's what you're all doing here. So I really appreciate it, and thank you for this recognition.
Thank you. So after reading the proclamation, I was giving it some thought, and I was working with my team and Martha Patin, talking a little bit about my relationship with you, my personal relationship with you. And I put down a few words that I think really encapsulate how much you mean to me and how much you mean to my family. So it's an opportunity that comes around very rarely to celebrate an extraordinary leader, a dedicated public servant, and someone who I'm proud to call a mentor and a friend, Carlos Migoya. Carlos, your impact on Jackson Health and on this community cannot be overstated. You stepped into one of the most challenging roles in public health care and transformed it with vision, discipline, and with your heart. Because of your leadership, you transformed a system that was losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year into a system that generates over $3 billion a year. You made the difficult and at times unpopular decisions necessary, always putting the hospital and patient care first. A lot of the decisions that I make here in the city of Coral Gables are sometimes unpopular. I've learned from you that we have to do the right thing, and we have to always stand by our convictions, no matter the pressure that people are putting on you, the unions, the special interest groups. You led by example. What makes that impact even more remarkable is the experience you brought with you. Before Jackson, you built an impressive career in both public service and the private sector. You have a reputation as someone who can take on complex challenges, restore stability, and deliver immense results. That same steady leadership is exactly what brought you to Jackson when it was needed most. But today I want to speak not just about the CEO, but about the person, who is Carlos Migoya. To me, you've been a mentor in the truest sense of the word. You've led not only with intelligence and experience, but with humility and integrity. You've always made time to share your perspective, to offer guidance, and to remind those around you that leadership is ultimately about service to people, to community, and to something greater than ourselves. You never said no. When I called you and I said I needed to have dinner 2 weeks ago, the only question you asked me is when. When we needed to go to lunch, to bounce ideas, to come up with opportunities, to see how we can work together, or when I needed your advice, whether it's in my personal or my private capacity or my public capacity, you always said yes. You never said no, and you never forgot to return my call. I've learned a great deal from you: resiliency, accountability, and about staying grounded. Those lessons have stayed with me, and I know I'm not alone in that. Your legacy is not one that you've built. It's in the people you've influenced, the leaders you've shaped, and the lives you've made better. Just look around the community leaders who are here today to honor you. I also want to mention my brother who's here. My brother had the privilege of being Assistant Chief of Staff for Mayor Suarez when he finished law school. He worked for him for 2 years. And I think hopefully maybe you'll share that story, how you called the mayor and said, I'm moving on to Jackson from city manager. I want to bring some talented people to help me right the ship. You chose my brother. You gave him an opportunity. He worked with you for 2 years, and then he moved on to work at a major law firm where he's been there for before my tenure as an elected official. You gave him an amazing opportunity to shine. You held his feet to the fire. You pushed him. You made him a better man. You made him a better lawyer. You made him a better leader. This is your legacy. This is what you leave after you retire, even though we know you're not retiring. On behalf of our entire community, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your friendship. Congratulations on a remarkable career that's just getting started, and best wishes in your next chapter. So thanks to your lovely wife and many of your friends, I've asked people to come. Some couldn't make it, some sent videos. So I'd like to invite them just to say a few words on your behalf, if you would indulge me. I know you don't like the limelight, but we're going to do it anyways. Mr. Clerk, can we roll one of the videos?
If cable TV could put up a video.
Mayor, commissioners, members of the Coral Gables community, good morning. Apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I am honored to truly recognize a great leader and a great friend, Carlos Migoya. Carlos' career has been remarkable, not just for its length, but also for its impact and his deep love and commitment to this community. See, I had the privilege of working with Carlos for over 20 years. He was a mentor, a role model, and at times, a very effective source of pressure. Carlos' leadership style had what we affectionately called a tough love component. We always said it was time to worry when Carlos wasn't picking on you. The truth is, many of the people serving in leadership roles across this city today are there because Carlos took the time to push them, to challenge them, and to believe in them. His impact continues through the people he developed. One thing about Carlos is you always knew that once he committed to something, he was all in. Whether it was banking, city management, or running one of the largest public hospitals in the country, and even cycling. When Carlos decided he was going to become a cyclist, it really didn't take long before he was training like Lance Armstrong Jr., minus the scandals, but with the same level of intensity, trust me. And when he transitioned from banking to healthcare, I had absolutely no doubt he would succeed. Not because of his technical knowledge, but because his common sense, his work ethic, his understanding of the key metrics, and his ability to create real followership. And those are qualities that translate anywhere. One of my favorite stories comes from during almost every hurricane season. See, a lot of people don't know that while everybody was watching the forecast, Carlos actually became the weatherman. He predicted landfall, He predicted the cone because success meant, to all of us at that moment in time under his leadership, it meant being the last bank to close and the first bank to reopen because clients depended on us. But truly because Carlos was incredibly competitive and he wanted to beat every other bank in town in every possible way. So that's really Carlos in a nutshell. He's hardworking, smart, aggressive, competitive, but always with a great sense of humor. Carlos, our community is better because of you. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your friendship, and thank you for your unwavering commitment. Now that you're retiring, enjoy the slower pace. Though knowing you, you're probably going to treat retirement the same way you treated cycling. Full speed, no coasting, and leaving the rest of us trying to keep up. Wishing you all the very best, my friend. Good luck.
Mr. Clerk, could we call up some of the guests who are here?
I don't have any more speakers.
Mayor Suarez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought the days of me speaking in these kinds of forums were over. But I can see that there's a
You look very relaxed, by the way. I like the look.
This is the new me, right?
Yeah, of course.
I can see that there's a common theme among Carlos's mentees. They have great hair. So I think maybe there's something, psychological about that, subconscious. But I'll echo some of your sentiments and what George said. He was, actually, he worked for me in a sense because I was a commissioner when he was the city manager. And although he worked for me, he was my mentor as well and remained my mentor throughout my career. He taught me some very valuable lessons. Two of them have stuck with me throughout my career. One of them is to do significant things, you have to have courage. We had to make some very, very difficult decisions the first year that Carlos was our manager. And it took tremendous courage for us to make those decisions, and they ultimately benefited the city for decades. The second thing is the most important currency in public service is credibility. Once you establish credibility, there's a lot of things that you can accomplish because once people believe in you, believe that you're telling them the truth, you can get things done and they'll rely on you to give them good advice. We always had a lot of fun. So that was the third thing that I learned from him, which is you can do good and have an enjoyable time at the same time. He took the job seriously, but he never took himself too seriously, which I think is also an important lesson. And if I can tell a story or two that I think are reflective of who he is and maybe embarrass him a little bit. One of them is we were making some very difficult decisions with our employees. And we had to make some dramatic cuts, which he always understood that debits equal credits, and I think that was one of his superpowers. Sometimes in government, we don't realize that to balance a budget, debits have to equal credits, sort of from his banking days. And, he would come to work every single day, very early. He would leave very, very late. And we were making some tough choices to make some significant cuts. But I told him, Carlos, you don't need to come to work in the Ferrari, when we're doing these things. And so I think after the first or second time that he would come to work in the Ferrari, I think he understood that maybe it wasn't such a good look.
How much are you paying him to be a manager?
Apparently he claims he never got his dollar, so I brought the dollar here.
I'll take your dollar.
For his,
I'll take your dollar.
There you go.
So his salary was $1.
He did the job for free. He had just, I guess, retired again from, I think it was Wachovia at the time. I have a hard time keeping track of all the iterations of First Union, Wachovia, Wells Fargo. I think it was Wachovia, where he was a regional president. He was the president or CEO of First Union before that. But I remember the first conversation I had with the then member of the Public Health Trust about Carlos being the CEO, and it's something that I very much advocated for, given his success as our city manager. He said, well, he doesn't have any hospital experience. I said, well, he didn't have any government experience before he came to City Hall. And in 1 year, balanced our budget and turned around a financial crisis. We're literally on the verge of bankruptcy. And as he did with Jackson, he took an institution that was so critical to the framework of our society, our county, and saved it. And so, again, to your point and to George's point, we've maintained this incredible friendship. He's someone that I can call on for advice, someone who I admire, someone who has demonstrated a deep level of integrity and courage. It's not easy to pass a $2 billion budget. I'm sorry, a $2 billion bond, voter approved. That shows how much credibility he had in this community. But I think it's even harder to execute on that. And I think what he did was not just make a promise to the public that the public believed in, but he delivered on that promise. And this community is better as a result. So I'm honored that you invited me here. I'm honored to be here and share some of these stories about someone who I think the world of. And I thank you all for your indulgence and for the time that you've given.
If you would indulge me, I want to ask you, just because I think just for posterity purposes, can you provide us your first encounter when you worked with Mr. Migoya?
Yes, and I think
when you were in college.
I think this is another testament to who he is. I was applying to be a teller at First Union Bank, which I ultimately became, and I got interviewed by the CEO of the bank, and he hired me. And that was one of my first jobs in college as a teller for First Union Bank. And then later on in life, of course, we hired him to be our city manager. So I think there's a couple of lessons. The first lesson is you never know when your employee becomes your boss, so you better treat them well. And the second lesson in life was clearly he had an eye for talent. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we have Stuart Miller? Will you join us for a moment? Mr. Miller, please come up here. This is a true privilege to have Mr. Miller here. You're not aware who Stuart Miller is. Again, an incredible member of the community, has had an endless thirst for giving back to not only the University of Miami, but to countless amount of charities, and we're blessed to have you here. Thank you for everything you do for our community, my friend. Thank you.
Proud to be here, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know I had a speaking part.
I have to take advantage that you're here, my friend. You don't come to commission meetings. It's like my brother and Francis. You guys never come, so I got to take advantage that you're here.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your service, and thank you for honoring what I think is critical in our community. I was here as you honored the beautification initiative in Coral Gables, and Coral Gables is just truly a magnificent city, but it's because you take the time to honor beautification and what it means to shining a bright light on things that really matter. At the same time, you're here honoring another beautification. And I'm first going to add a little levity and say, unfortunately, I can't credit Carlos with mentoring me on anything except learning how to drink here in the city of Coral Gables. And
fine wine.
And yes. So, but the important thing is the why, and the why is that Carlos felt that bringing our community together was critically important. He knew of my commitment at the University of Miami, another citizen of Coral Gables, and especially the health system. And he felt that the partnership that was in disarray between the University of Miami and Jackson needed to be brought together and strengthened to better our community, to elevate our community. And we spent a tremendous amount of time getting together to think about how we bridge the divide that had taken place. And over years, we spent a lot of time strengthening a partnership as a piece of a puzzle to make Jackson strong, to make Jackson the critical element of our community that we need it to be. And so I think about the beautification of landscape, and I also think about the beautification of an inner core. And an inner core and its beauty is critical to making community come together. So the partnership between the University of Miami, right here in Coral Gables, and Jackson, serving our broader community, brings together community to create a beautification that you honor here today in such an incredible way. And I thank all of you for recognizing the absolutely tremendous work that Carlos has done for our community, and he's done it with that quiet dignity that is a shining beacon for all of us to reflect upon, because he doesn't seek recognition, he doesn't like recognition, but he rejoices in the ability to bring great things to community. So congratulations on today's proclamation to the city, and congratulations to Carlos Migoya, my friend, my compatriot, and I know that you've claimed retirement, but we're not going to let that happen.
If anybody else would like to say a few words on behalf of Mr. Migoya, now's the moment. All right, if not, I'd like to also honor Mr. Migoya with something that I've only done about a dozen times over the last 5 years since I've been mayor, and I'd like to honor him with the key to the city of Coral Gables. This is something that this is an honor that is reserved for individuals who have truly dedicated themselves and have distinguished themselves and have truly done things that have only benefited not only the city of Coral Gables, but this community. You and I worked on for a few years to bring the urgent care center that's on 8th Street, and now it's a great part of the city, beautiful. Thank you for bringing that. A lot of people in this community their lives have been saved. They've also been able to reach great care as a result of your leadership. And thank you that everything that you've done along with Stuart Miller to bring UM and Jackson closer. I know that Mr. Calder was supposed to be here with us today, but he couldn't make it. But thank you for really strengthening that bond, because that bond, people don't really realize what Jackson does for people in this community, except for when there's a disaster, except for when you're in a traumatic situation, except for when a loved one calls you and says, hey, they're on the way to Jackson, to the trauma center. And then you realize what UM surgeons do with Jackson's know-how. That partnership, as a son of a doctor, is something that we're blessed to have, and we truly take for granted, because nobody's thinking about that moment that's a tragic moment in their life until it happens, until they're face-to-face with that. So I want to thank you for both of you. Carlos, thank you, along with the mayor. I know you've worked very hard to really strengthen Jackson. Even though it says University of Miami, it's in the city of Coral Gables. It's in the city of Coral Gables, but we can both take credit for the University of Miami. It's a little bit in downtown is also the city of Miami too. So I understand that, but as a result of the three of you, over the last few years, we've really worked hard together in making Jackson, University of Miami, and our communities a place where everybody wants to live. And that's a result of your hard work. Carlos, thank you. If I may, I'll be honored to give this to you.
Let's do a picture.
Yeah, of course, old Jackson. All right, let's get together. Before we move on, we're going to take a 5-minute break, bathroom break, and we'll move on to item A5. Thank you. And we're back. If I could have everyone please sit down so we can continue with the meeting. Madam Vice Mayor. Everything good?
Thank you.
I could probably move things around. Let's see.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
I just want to try to get through the presentations and protocols, which is a lot. We got some long ones. All right, Mr. Clerk. Item A5. If I could have everyone's attention, please.
Okay, I got it. Yes, ma'am.
If I could have everyone's attention, please. If I could have everyone's attention, please. Thank you very much. We have a very long agenda today, and I want to keep moving. I know we have a lot of people here waiting. Item A5, a presentation or a proclamation declaring April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in Coral Gables. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. It's a wonderful day to celebrate Arbor Day here. We have everybody dressed in flowers and colorful things. I don't have the colorful things on, but I do have a little tree. So I thought it would be appropriate for today. So with the great city that we have that is a Tree City USA, and I will proceed to read the proclamation. Whereas Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska City, Nebraska on April 10th, 1872, an idea that was first proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture by J. Sterling Morton. This event later evolved into a holiday that is celebrated and sponsored annually since 1985 by the City of Coral Gables in conjunction with the city's Landscape Beautification Advisory Board and the Coral Gables Garden Club as a reminder of the significance of our city trees. And whereas trees provide countless benefits to our community, including environmental public health, social, and economic benefits by improving our air quality, providing us with shade, enhancing our parks and public spaces, filtering and reducing stormwater runoff into our waterways, providing a natural habitat to our neighborhood wildlife while simultaneously increasing property values and enhancing the vitality of the city's business areas while beautifying our community and business areas alike. And whereas Coral Gables founder George Merrick recognized and emphasized the importance of the natural beauty of this tropical landscape and consequently hired landscape architect Frank Button, designer of Lincoln Park in Chicago, to design the grand vistas and tree-lined streets that still convey the quality of century-old permanence. And whereas in 2026 marks the 101st anniversary of the founding of the city of Coral Gables, as well as 41st year as Tree City, USA, accentuating the city's commitment and involvement of our citizenry, board members, and employees alike, in furtherance of conserving our city's picturesque landscape. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in Coral Gables. So, before I hand it over to the board members, I just want to thank you all for all the hard work that you do and making our city better and prettier. I know you worked hard on Biltmore Way, and later this year we'll be cutting a ribbon to celebrate the planting of the trees on Biltmore Way, finally. It's taken decades of perseverance to do that. And we have Arbor Day coming up, in which we're going to plant some more pine trees in Fuel Park. So with that, no further ado, I'll hand it over to you to carry forward.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you all of you who want to come to Arbor Day at Fuel Park a week from Friday at 9:30, where we will do the planting and celebrate another wonderful park in Coral Gables. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like we said before, and I will never get tired of saying it, thank you for everything you do for the city. Not only do you make this city beautiful, but you truly, truly, truly personify and really push us to the next level. So I can't thank you enough. You mean a lot to the city, and we're beyond grateful for your hard work. And I know you do it for the love of the city, but if it wasn't for your hard work, I think we would fall a few notches. So thank you so much for your hard work, and especially to our director. She's amazing. I say it all the time, and I will never get tired of saying it. She does an amazing job, along with her team, who's here in the back. Can you please stand to be recognized, please? Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
They make it happen.
When you drive around the city and you see all those beautiful flowers, something that we worked on, Dina, for a few years now. We wanted to have more flowers, flowering. You know, I know it costs more money, it costs more maintenance, it costs more time. But if it wasn't for these three individuals and all the individuals in the back, the city would not look even close. It takes vision and it takes implementation. And if I may, do me a favor. When you're out there in public, I do this all the time. You can ask them. When you go out there and you see these gentlemen out there working hard in the sun, sweating, you know, removing the dead trees, cleaning up, planting, go up and say thank you to them. Say hi to them. These are the individuals, again, that are at the forefront of really beautifying the city and keeping our standards at the level that they are. Everybody plays a role, but if it wasn't for these individuals, you know, they take that extra step. They remove that little weed. They pick up that extra piece of garbage. They move that extra rock. They add that little bit of mulch. You know, they call code enforcement. They call public works. Hey, there's a curb that's broken. They go the extra mile, and that extra mile is what continues to keep our standard the way it is. So I want to thank you. Thank you, and I tell you all the time that I see you, thank you for your hard work in the city. We love you guys. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Briefly, I also echo what the mayor says. Good morning, everybody. We're very proud of all that you do. You make the city, you put the beautiful in the city beautiful, and we really appreciate it, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And to that end, in addition to recognizing these gentlemen and these ladies that work so hard, and you see them out in the streets, because it's not set it and forget it, you know, it's plant it and nurture it, and it's an ongoing operation all the time. I've personally taken it upon myself to walk the city often, and when I see something beautiful, like a bed of flowers or a beautiful tree or landscaping that just looks picture perfect, I'll take a picture and then I'll put it out on my own personal social media.
You did it
And
yesterday.
I did.
On one of the fountains. It
I
looked
do.
beautiful.
You're very good, Mayor. That's true. And you saw it as well. And see, this is my point, right? So we all live here and we're so very proud of being residents and we're honored and privileged to do so. Take a picture, send it out to your social media crew, and you'll see that it'll come back tenfold, how people will feel better because you took the time to reflect and share something beautiful, and it's infectious. And then people will do so as well. And what better marketing and what better pride to show in our city than doing something as simple as that? So make that a suggestion that you can maybe take to heart. I think it's a lot of fun too. So thank you for all that you all do. Thank you.
Take a photo.
That's who I am.
That wasn't it.
Moving on to item A6, presentation or proclamation declaring April 2026 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Parkinson's is something that has touched our family. For those who don't know, my father-in-law died due to consequences from Parkinson's disease. He was a sergeant in the City of Miami Police Department, and unfortunately he had to retire at the age of 52 because of early onset Parkinson's. And he passed away about 8 years ago due to consequences from the disease. So it's touched our family in particular. Let me read this proclamation. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. And whereas Parkinson's disease is estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, and the prevalence will rise to 1.2 million by 2030. And whereas Parkinson's disease is the fastest growing neurodegenerative disease with 90,000 new people diagnosed each year in the United States. Whereas Parkinson's disease is the 13th leading cause of death in the United States according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And whereas it is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is at least $52 billion annually, including direct and indirect costs such as treatment, Social Security payments, and lost income. And whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person and can include tremors, slowness of movement and rigidity, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, and speaking, cognitive impairment and dementia, mood disorders, and a variety of other non-motor symptoms. And whereas the fastest growing subset of Parkinson's disease diagnoses is in people under the age of 50, known as young or early onset Parkinson's disease. And whereas research shows that a combination of genetic and environmental factors such as exposure to pesticides like paraquat and certain metals are tied to Parkinson's disease, but more research is needed to uncover the exact cause and progression of the disease. And whereas there is no objective test or biomarker for Parkinson's disease, and there is no cure or drug to slow or halt the progression of the disease. Whereas volunteers, researchers, care partners, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life of persons living with Parkinson's disease and their families. And whereas increased research, education, and community support services, such as those provided by the Parkinson's Foundation and other organizations, are needed to find more effective treatments, provide access to quality care to those living with the disease today, and advance efforts towards a cure. Now, therefore, we, the City Commission of Coral Gables, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Coral Gables. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Ms. Camila Gadala Maria, I'm here on behalf of the Parkinson's Foundation with my colleague Sophia as well. We want to thank you for this recognition. The Parkinson's Foundation makes life better for people living with Parkinson's disease by improving care and advancing research toward a cure. In everything we do, we build on the energy, experience, and passion of our global Parkinson's community. Since 1957, the Parkinson's Foundation has invested more than $513 million in Parkinson's research and clinical care. We thank you for this recognition for Parkinson's Awareness Month to the City of Coral Gables. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your hard work, for the organization, for really doing a lot of outreach and education. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't very educated in Parkinson's until my own family was afflicted. My mother has Parkinson's, along with she was recently diagnosed last month with dementia. Again, I've also seen with other members in my family that have Parkinson's, a different type of Parkinson's, not exactly Parkinson's. But this is a very tough disease, especially not only with a person who's afflicted, but also with a family. So I want to thank not only for the research and the investment that you're doing, but also I was looking up your organization. You spent a lot of time truly investing in families and awareness and helping families meet the needs of the individual who's afflicted with Parkinson's. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I know it's a labor of love and it's not something easy. And you don't get many accolades, but hopefully today, not only are we bringing awareness, but we're also saying thank you in gratitude for your hard work. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I just want to share as well, we do have a helpline. I think that's something very unique for our foundation where anyone living with Parkinson's, family members can call and get the care that they need in both English and Spanish. So I want to thank you again for your recognition for Parkinson's Awareness Month.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item A7, a presentation or proclamation declaring April 2026 as Landscape Architecture Month in Coral Gables. Welcome back.
I'm back.
See,
Dina
this
Bell.
is the third time? Third time?
And not last.
I know.
I'm Dina Bell, Assistant Public Works Director for the city. I'm also a licensed landscape architect. I'm very proud of this profession. Landscape Architecture Month is the celebration of the founder of landscape architecture, which is Frederick Law Olmsted's birthday. And if you know who he is, he was the landscape architect who designed Central Park in New York, and he's very famous for the Garden City movement in landscape architecture and civic design, which is what Coral Gables is patterned after. I have my colleague here from the American Society of Landscape Architects. She's the local chapter representative, and I'm going to let her introduce herself and where she works and what she does.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, and thank you to the mayor and the city commissioners. My name is Mayrin Suburbi. I'm a landscape architect professional for Mayor Hamil here in Coral Gables, and also the Miami Session Chair for the ASLA, American Society of Landscape Architects. ASLA missions is to advance landscape architecture through advocacy, education, and community engagement, promoting the design of healthy, resilient, and beautiful places. Working here in Coral Gables, I truly appreciate the city's commitment to the public realm, tree canopy, and overall urban design and excellence that we all see throughout the city. So thank you again for supporting the Landscape Architecture Month, and it is an honor to contribute to a community that values thoughtful design.
Should we take a photo?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I think this is the time maybe to read the proclamation.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
there is a proclamation.
Actually, I should just rename it the Dina Bell Proclamation Day. I think that might be more appropriate.
I was confused the third time we come up, you know.
No, you're forgiven. Whereas landscape architecture is a multifaceted profession that encompasses the analysis, design, planning, management, and stewardship of the natural and built environment, playing a crucial role in shaping the spaces where people live, work, and play. And whereas landscape architects design and create community master plans, walkable neighborhoods, multimodal transportation networks, green stormwater systems, and accessible spaces such as public plazas, schools, residential common areas, playgrounds, and trails that lead to active lifestyles and healthy communities. And whereas landscape architects as licensed professionals have a responsibility to protect public health, safety, and welfare through the thoughtful design, analysis, management, and stewardship of the natural and built environments in the city of Coral Gables, contributing to the overall well-being of its residents. And whereas landscape architects have consistently demonstrated their commitment to public health, safety, and welfare by designing accessible and safe public spaces, promoting active lifestyles, and fostering resilient and sustainable outdoor environments. And whereas landscape architects play an integral role in shaping the economic, social, and cultural fabric of the city beautiful, contributing to the creation of vibrant and livable communities that enhance the quality of life for all residents. And whereas landscape architects play a vital role in shaping healthy, equitable, safe, and resilient public and private outdoor spaces, contributing to the overall well-being of citizens, now therefore I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Landscape Architectural Month in Coral Gables.
All right, let's take a photo. Round three.
Oh. Okay, I think it's to you.
Moving on to A8, presentation of proclamation declaring June 21st, 2026 to June 27, 2026 as Ocean Pollution Week in Coral Gables.
Good morning. Whereas the city of Coral Gables is home to a diverse marine ecosystems which provide resources, recreational opportunities, and ecological services to our community. And whereas our oceans and waterways face significant challenges, including pollution, habitat overfishing, and the impacts of climate change, which threaten the health and sustainability of marine ecosystems worldwide. And whereas recognizing the importance of raising awareness and taking action to address these challenges, the community organization Ocean Precious Stop Ocean Pollution, founded by Vaishnavi Rednam in 2020, has organized Ocean Pollution Awareness Week in Coral Gables, Florida. Whereas Ocean Pollution Awareness Week aims to educate our citizens about the importance of ocean conservation, promote sustainability practices to protect marine environments, and inspire collective action to safeguard the health and beauty of our oceans for future generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, along with the members of this commission, do hereby proclaim June 21st, 2026 through June 27, 2026 as Ocean Pollution Awareness Week in Coral Gables.
Good morning.
Good
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Vaishnavi Vednam, and I'm the founder of Ocean Precious, an environmental nonprofit organization I started in 2020. Over the past 6 years, I've worked towards recycling over 500,000 pounds of plastic waste and educating more than 500 students across the nation. Now, as a freshman at the University of Miami, it's truly an honor to expand Ocean Precious here in Coral Gables, which I'm proud to call my new home. Through Ocean Pollution Awareness Week, I hope to bring our community together to take action and address the growing challenges of ocean pollution. Thank you again to the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and Commission for this opportunity, and thank you so much for approving this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. We're very grateful for your hard work and for a city that has an immense coastline that depends on that coastline not only for, the amount of, it's over 100 million people that visit the state of Florida every single year in regards to tourism, and a lot of them come here obviously for our beautiful oceans and our beaches, but also the tax base is critically important because they're some of the most expensive, most incredibly costly, highest property values are on the water. And why is that? Because the water's clean, the water's beautiful, everybody wants to live on the water. Everybody aspires to live on the water. So if you're not protecting your oceans and you're not, protecting your bodies of water, property values are going to go down at the end of the day. So it's a win-win, not only for the environment, but also for us financially. So I want to thank you for your advocacy and your hard work on behalf of the oceans and for the environment. Thank you.
To the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So at 3 o'clock today, we're going to have our presentation on some of the recycling efforts and some of the green projects that the city works on. So watch it later on. And I think the synergy between what the city's doing and some other organizations are doing is very, very powerful. University of Miami is a great leader in our community with many of the things that we can do together. So I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, and keep coming back to the mayor's office, the commissioner's office. We look forward to continued collaboration. Let's take a photo. Thank you. Moving on to item A9, congratulations to Lieutenant Christian Garcia, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of March 2026. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's always a great honor to celebrate the great work that the men and women do in the Coral Gables Fire Department. Today, I want to highlight an individual that is a Firefighter of the Month. This individual I would consider a go-to guy. If you need joy, you go to him. If you need a remedy for a situation, you go to him. If you need a SWAT paramedic, you go to him. If you need someone to climb up and do a technical rescue scenario, you go to him. And that is Lieutenant Christian Garcia. Today, I want to specifically highlight his efforts that he has played in mentoring new firefighters, as well as ensuring that all of our technical rescue members are trained to the highest degree. So today we congratulate Lieutenant Christian Garcia for Firefighter of the Month.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Just wanted to say I'm extremely humbled and honored to be up here today and grateful. We take a lot of pride in the technical rescue team for this department and the city. It's been a long time coming for a lot of us. It's been many years waiting for this moment, and it's a dream come true. It really is. But it wouldn't be possible without the support from you and the city. We thank you very much, and our command staff in the fire department. So from everybody on TRT, we're very thankful for that and your support and your continued support for the future. But like any real leader in the world, it's not about me. It's not about me being up here talking. It's about the guys that I serve along with each and every day. I get to the station every morning. I have a cup of coffee. I sit down at the kitchen table. I look left, I look right, I look in front of me, and I see some of the most hungriest, most motivated firefighters I've ever been around. And because of them, they inspire me to want to be the best leader, motivator, instructor for them. So I do that by going outside the fire department, being an instructor outside of here. I go take classes. I always stay up to speed on the current practices, and I bring it back to the firehouse. Because in order to maintain that, you always have to be a student of the craft, a student of the profession for your whole career. I've been on almost 18 years now, and I'll never stop learning. And I wear this student uniform, this patch on my shirt, this badge on my chest. I wear it with a lot of pride every single day when I get up to work. I love it very much. I love the people I work with. Again, this is our life. This is not just a 9-to-5 or a check-in, check-out kind of career. It's just, this job this is our life. This is what we do, what we dedicate ourselves to every day. And extremely blessed, especially when it comes to technical rescue. The smallest details matter. Whether it's, checking a rope system that you're going down over or making sure a car is stabilized correctly, everything matters. And the repetitions matter a lot. So all that, makes us have to work hard to ultimately not only be one of the best fire departments in this country, but to ultimately serve the citizens at the highest standard. And I think the future looks really bright in this fire department and for Coral Gables TRT. And I'm just happy to be a part of it. Thank you all very much, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Chief, let's do 810 also. Congratulations to driver engineer Ryan Verdesia, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of April 2026. Thank you.
I wanted to celebrate and recognize Ryan Verdesia as our Firefighter of the Month. This individual is one that took part in our recent SWAT paramedic training. This training was conducted in conjunction with Broward Sheriff's Office. He not only completed the program, but he completed as #1 and the class leader. So today, we want to celebrate the amazing work that he did in not just completing, but leading the way and showing that Coral Gables Fire Department continues to thrive throughout our region.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I have a little speech.
Nice. I like that you're prepared. I like it.
Good morning. I want to start saying thank you to the department, to the leadership, and to this community. Wait, scroll down. For this recognition. Being named Firefighter of the Month is something I'm truly honored to receive, and it's not something I take lightly. I really appreciate the commanding staff for giving me the opportunity to represent Coral Gables Fire Department. This recognition comes from completing BSO SWAT school, which was one of the most physically and mentally demanding challenges I've ever faced. It pushed me past my limits, tested my discipline, and forced me to stay focused under pressure. There are moments where quitting would have been the easier option, but that's not what we do this job. Everything we do in this profession comes down to one thing: showing up when people need us on their worst days, whether it's fire suppression, rescue, or supporting law enforcement in high-risk situations. The standard has to stay high. There's no room for shortcuts. I didn't get through this training alone. This recognition may have my name on it, but it reflects the people behind me, my crew, my department, and those who continue to push me to improve every day. And most importantly, my wife. To my wife, thank you for your patience, your strength, and your constant support. While I was focused on training, you were at home holding everything together and taking care of our 2 boys who are 6 and 3. You cared more than your share without hesitation. You believed in me on the days when I came home exhausted, stressed, and you pushed me to my limit. I wouldn't be standing here without you. At the end of the day, this is about responsibility. I'm committed to continue training, to improve, and to serve this community at the highest level possible. Not for recognition, but because that's what the badge demands. Thank you again for this honor. I truly appreciate it.
Let's take a photo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving on to item A11, congratulations to Officer Alexandra Vega, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month Award for the month of February 2026. Chief, good morning.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, Mr. Clerk. Today is my honor to present the Officer of the Month for February 2026. On January 31st, 2026, on her first week on patrol, Officer Alexandra Vega made her first arrest at the 7-Eleven here in Coral Gables, along with her training partner, Officer Trujillo. On February 16th, she then recognized an individual in a video that was stealing packages from one Alhambra. She saw the individual and followed up with the detectives that stole the package and put it in the person's backpack. On February 20th, Officer Detective Taha put the bolo out for the individual that she had previously arrested and observed in the videotape from the second theft. And then on February 26th, at approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, while Officer Vega was off duty, traveling to work, westbound on Southwest 8th Street, and we know how busy Southwest 8th Street is, she recognized the individual walking down the street with another backpack. She had immediately contacted the on-duty personnel as well as the detective, kept visual sight of the individual. I think this is what, your third week on the job at this point, or third week on the job at this point, and the subject that was later identified to be the person who committed all three crimes. It's because of her diligence and her enthusiasm that she has brought to the police department and her attempt to constantly do what's right for the citizens that she took this three-time loser here that comes and preys on our people in the city of Coral Gables and had that person held accountable for that arrest for all of those crimes. Because of this brand new officer, we've been able to take, within the first 3 weeks of her job, one of our repeat offenders off the street. And because of that, she was awarded Officer of the Month for February.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking God, Chief Hudak, Assistant Chief, the command staff, the commission, and the award selection committee for this recognition. I also want to extend my gratitude to my FTOs, sergeants, and fellow officers. Your guidance, support, and teamwork are what makes moments like this possible. To my family and friends, thank you for your constant support. This recognition is not just about me, it reflects the teamwork and dedication we all bring to this job every day. It is truly an honor to receive this award. I am grateful to be part of this department and proud to work alongside each of you. Thank you.
Let's take a photo. Sure.
And he just hit 2 years. Just hit his anniversary.
Ms. Bell, back again. A fourth time.
Yes. Dina's getting her money's worth today.
DCM, it's gonna cost us. This is gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us.
It's gonna cost.
I'm not gonna say you do a good job again. You do a good job, by the way. What's going on, sir? How are you? Good to see you.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. So yes, Dina's back up. We're recognizing Charles Carr from her team. Charles is the urban forester for the city, so his job is maintaining the tree canopy, a very important tree canopy. So he was actually nominated by Dina. So Dina's back up on the mic. So Dina, tell us about Mr. Carr. Congratulations.
Okay, I'm so happy about this. Arbor Day, Earth Day, Landscape Architecture, Urban Foresters, Employee of the Month. It's perfect. So Mr. Carr came to us about 2 years ago, and he has a lot of experience as a certified arborist. He's currently working to get his master arborist certification, which is the highest certification you can get in the field. What he does in our department in green space management and public works specifically is tree maintenance. He works with code enforcement and all the code enforcement issues with tree pruning. He reviews tree pruning and removal permits. He manages all the black olive treatment for staining. He is on a 24/7 text message with the police and fire department. Every time a branch falls after hours, he's on the 24/7 response call. He manages the city's contract for tree pruning citywide of more than 30,000 trees in the right-of-way. What else? Oh, the reason I nominated him. He disappeared from the office for a while one day. Couldn't figure out where he was. He was helping a child get a balloon down from high up in a tree. So, because the mother had asked for it and the child was crying. So he's our Employee of the Month. You want to say something?
Yeah, I forgot about the balloon incident. Well, she made a point. She was worried about the environment and getting into the ocean and stuff, so made an effort to go get it out of the tree and save money for the city from sending a vendor to go get it. I just want to thank Dina and Hermes for making my job easy, my staff and my fellow coworkers who you all have already acknowledged the work they do. Those commissioners, elected officials, Gomez, people that I have worked with in the field, collaborating to solve issues for residents. I thank you all as well, making the job easy. And that's about it.
Mr. Carr, thank you for your hard work and going above and beyond the call of duty. Also, you have a very hard job. You said you make it look easy, but you have a very hard job, and we have faced it on emails. You have a resident who's unhappy about one issue or another, a tree is staining a car, or a limb falls, or you have to sometimes cut a tree and the resident doesn't want it. Because obviously, we're all attached to our trees, and you have a beautiful tree-lined canopy street that someone has lived there for 20, 30, 40 years, and you have to cut a tree down because it was hit by lightning, or a portion of it is rotting as a result of one issue or another, and you have to make that very, very tough call and replace that tree. I've seen, staff, all of you have to deal with that in one form or another, and it's not easy. It's not easy at all. So I want to commend you on your hard work. I always see you out there on the field, going above and beyond. So just want you to know that the commission, the city is incredibly grateful for your hard work and for your commitment to the city beautiful. Thank you for the canopy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
I remember getting up this many times before.
Before we move on to the approval of minutes, do we have any deferrals from the commission on the agenda? Any? All right, moving items, B1.
I do. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you.
Did we move it? I'll second.
Excuse me? F5, you're deferring F5? Okay. Yes, I need a motion for B1, please.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
B2,
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
B3, regular city commission meeting of February 24th.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Public comment.
First speaker this morning, Mr. Mayor, is Ted Diffenbacher, I believe.
So if I may, I just want to make sure that everyone is aware when you come up for public comment, we give you 3 minutes to speak about a city-related issue. And if you speak now, we ask you to not speak about the same issue when that item may come up again. But if you have to leave, for example, now and you can't make the item because it may be later on in the morning or in the afternoon, please use the opportunity for this reasonable opportunity to speak on the issue. Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for being here with us.
I'll be very brief.
No,
Then I have to
you
go.
have 3 minutes. Please.
Granada Golf Course is 101 years old, the oldest 9-hole course in Florida. It is beautiful, not just for golfers, but also for runners, dog walkers, bikers, and community in general. Located in the heart of the city, it is visible to all who drive, walk, or run by. Importantly, it is a community course whose proceeds go into the city and for whom all benefit. It is a place for great golfers, hackers, women's group, kids learning the game, and even 80-year-olds like me. The Gables already has 2 18-hole country clubs, very unusual for a town of 60,000, but affordable only to those who can afford it. But Granada is unique, a community course. Adjustments in all organizations are necessary from time to time, and they are taking place right now. But please don't try or inadvertently make it into a mini country club. Burger Bob's was popular for a reason. It served the community. Don't lose that vibe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Connor Pemaville.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commission. I'll be pretty brief. Here this morning as a lifelong South Florida resident. I've lived in Coral Gables for most of my life, all that I can remember of it. And I'm here today to speak against the city police's cooperation with ICE through the 287G agreement. Since this agreement, many like it have taken effect in Florida. South Florida has become one of the nation's leading hotspots for immigration arrests under the Trump administration. It bothers me very greatly that this is taking place in the city that I call home, and that the taxes I pay are going to support programs like this. Perhaps it's a naive request, but I would just like for this partnership to end and for the Commission to do whatever they can to restore this trust in our law enforcement, because I feel that this doesn't make our community safer and erodes trust in law enforcement. So thank you for your time, and yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment section. We have time certain at 11 a.m., items E3 and E7. Would the commission like to roll right into that or take a 2-minute break? Just, if you got to do anything?
Consent? Should we just do consent?
Okay, we'll do consent.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we move on to items E3 or E7, or you just anybody need a break? All right, we move on. Perfect. Time certain, items E3 and E7.
E3 and E7 are related. E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public alleyway pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by private owners in the city. Application process, providing for the vacation of the 45-foot wide alley, which is approximately 125 feet in length, lying between Tract A and lots 27 through 31, Block 156, Riviera Section Part 8, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E7 is a resolution of the City Commission approving site plan review pursuant to Zoning Code Article 2, Zoning District, Section 2-408, University Station Rapid Transit District Overlay for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as The Mark on the property legally described as a portion of Tract 8, together with lots 27 through 31, and together with that portion of the 45-foot platted alley, Block 156, Riviera Section Part 8, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item. Mr. Clerk, please swear in those individuals who will be providing testimony today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Laura Russo with offices at 2334 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I am here this morning representing LCD Acquisitions, LLC, who is currently in the process of trying to develop the property we know as 1250 South Dixie Highway, also known as the University Shopping Center. Our first request, E3, is for vacation of an alley that exists on that property. Most people don't recognize it as an alley. It's actually a portion of the northernmost access driveway into the property. It runs about 125 feet deep and it's about 40 feet wide. And we are making that request. It has been the driveway for the University Shopping Center since this shopping center was built back in 1952 or 53. We are making this request in anticipation of developing the property under the recently passed RTZ overlay in the city of Coral Gables, and LCD is very happy to be back in the city, and we want to thank staff for working with us and making sure that this project can be something the city can be proud of. And what I'd like to do now is ask Javier Font, who is the architect of the project, to come up and take you through the site plan.
Thank you, Ms. Russo. Mr. Font, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Commission, Manager. Javier Font, Behar Font and Partners, 4533 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. Happy to be back with this project before the city. I will have a brief presentation. As Laura mentioned, we've been working with staff for a while on this, trying to design it under the new overlay that you have approved recently. So we're all very familiar with this site, great location directly across the street from the University of Miami, right at the bridge, and just a wonderful corner in the city. If you look at the upper right-hand corner of the drawing there, that is the hard corner where the bridge comes down. So what we've done is chamfer the corner, cut it back to create a plaza to receive all the pedestrians that could be coming over the corner or from the bridge, and also to create a nice visual at that point. The top of the drawing is along US 1, which is all retail and our main leasing office. So we've activated that street as much as possible. And then on the upper left-hand side of the drawing is our vehicular ingress and egress, which is basically in the same location as the current shopping center has today. On Mariposa, which is the street on the right-hand side of the drawing, we turn the retail on the corner, and then we've got a lobby into our residential component right off the bridge there, and then the rest of that street is ground floor units to try and activate the street as well. The lower right-hand side of the drawing is another plaza area that we've cut back to give a little relief from the existing residential components across the street. And then most of Madruga along the back is also lined with residential units. And then on the left-hand side, lower left-hand side of the drawing, you see our service areas, which we've tried to minimize and tried and put most of our services sort of along the left-hand side of the drawing, if you will, internally, so they're not facing the street. Our typical floor, which runs from the second floor through the eighth, you can see it's all lined with units. We have an internalized parking garage, so there is absolutely no parking visible from any of the streets or even from our neighbors. We create 2 courtyards that you see in the middle of the building there. And then our rooftop, all of our amenities are on our rooftop. We have 2 amazing pool areas. We've got a gym, some study areas, some additional club rooms, if you will, and they all face the US 1 side of the property. These are the elevations. The project is designed in the Mediterranean format as per the new ordinance. And this is the view along US 1 with the retail on the ground floor, activation of the street, the large sidewalks. And this is the elevation along Madruga on the backside of the property. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Madam Zoning Director, good morning.
Good morning. Got a PowerPoint, please? Thank you. So we're at the location. That rectangular space in that yellow box is where the alley location is. And you can see it here in the aerial as well. It's in the parking lot. It's kind of hard to see as far as a built parking lot, but there is that end to the site. As you're aware, they did apply for this back in 2024. It was deferred by the Planning and Zoning Board. Afterward, the City Commission adopted an overlay district, which included this property, which changes zoning and land use for this area. So they are requesting now just a vacation of the alley and a mixed-use site plan. So this is an image of the alley. It's 125 feet long and 45 feet deep. This is the site plan, as I just went over. The garage entrance from US 1, 20-foot setback along US 1, retail facing US 1, turning the corner there on Mariposa, as well as living units on the ground floor along Mariposa and on the back along Madruga. 15-foot rear yard and sidewalk along Madruga with another entrance into the garage off of Madruga, and the loading and backup house there would be also on Madruga with the crosswalk, I should say, along Mariposa to connect Mariposa south. The property is 132 square feet. The alley, 5,600 square feet for a total of 137,000 square feet for total building site area. The FAR as proposed is a little under the maximum, which is 3.5. They're proposing it to be 3.46 FAR. The building height would be 105 feet to the roof deck. There would be a proposal of 393 units, which is just under the maximum density, which would allow 396 units. The commercial area would be 17,000 square feet, again along US 1, and turn the corner on Mariposa. The parking would be provided would be 670 spaces. The open area would be exceeding the requirement of 10% at 15% of the property area, which is mostly along the setbacks on US 1, interior setback along the south side of the property, as well as the setbacks on Mariposa and Madruga. And as you can see, setbacks there, 20 feet along US 1, interior setback of 20 feet, and then 15 feet on Madruga and Mariposa. Has had a lengthy timeline. DRC reviewed this back in 2023. Again, neighborhood meetings back in 2024. Moving forward, it was deferred the Planning and Zoning Board in 2024 and came back with just the alley vacation of February of this year. City Commission, of course, is right now for the alley vacation. Letters were sent to the property owners 7 times throughout this entire extent of the project. 4 times property was posted, 6 times a website posting, and advertised 3 times. This is a map that shows the 1,000 feet that includes the properties that were that were mailed notice to. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are outlined in both of your Exhibit B and Exhibit C. The alley condition of approval requires that they have to withdraw their pending application with Miami County before moving forward with the city. If they do not, then the alley vacation will be null and void. The proposed site would have to conform to the site plan as presented today. And then they have within 2 years to build the city permitted site plan. For the site plan condition approval, the standard condition of approval are outlined in Exhibit C, but you can hear the highlights of that. So again, the vacation of the alley would have to be completed before applying for a building permit. Signal retiming would be requested by the applicant at that intersection Mariposa and US 1. Speed cushion on Hardy and Madruga. Signage for vehicular delivery and parking, again along Madruga, but mostly on Mariposa. And then to update their loading operations plan. And as far as their proffered public realm improvements, they're proffering to have a multi-use path to connect the neighborhood to the bridge across US 1. They're also proposing to extend a new sidewalk along Mariposa, again, to encourage that walkability to access the bridge across US 1. And then they're also proposing to improve the conditions of sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure along Madruga, which is their neighboring property to the southwest. And they're also proposing to have bike boulevard Cheryl markings beyond the property along Mainada, Mariposa, and over to Caballero. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will close the public comment. What is the will of the commission?
Through the mayor, I just haven't had a chance to sit down with the developers since the prior plan, okay? And some of the things that we had discussed were the sidewalk improvements and walkability to be able to get people across US 1, and also the residents that I had spoken to wanted trees on both sides of the streets. Is that something that's been included on this as well?
If you could have your attorney. Thank you. Ms. Russo?
Yes, Vice Mayor. As you could see, the sidewalk connectability was what was just illustrated by Jennifer Garcia. The sidewalk will be coming down from the bridge and going across Madruga and continuing south.
All the way to the intersection of US 1? Because it's got a big, huge gap.
It goes from the bridge, which comes down, and it goes along Mariposa Court, and then crosses Madruga and continues down Mariposa Court for the block that is for the east side of the Villa Capri condominium.
All right. Thank you.
Any other further comments from the commission? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second. And this would be on E3.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item E7. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect, we'll close the public comment. Do we have any comments from the commission?
Yes, I just have some brief comments. While I wish I could turn back time and go back to 2024 when this project was a much smaller and compatible development, a time I cannot reverse. It is a beautiful project nonetheless and is respectful of the community. So a no vote on this item is a yes vote for Live Local, is a yes vote for larger development through the county RTZ. We have no choice because we don't have the ability to turn back time and go back to 2024 when this could have been a very different project. So I'll move it.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I want to echo the Vice Mayor's comments and also add that this is a result of tremendous hard work, tremendous commitment to adhering to the City Beautiful standards, and really taking a situation that was unfortunate, delayed, frustrating, and through diligence, able to bring it back to something approximating what it could have been, but decidedly better than where it otherwise would be, given the tortured history of this project and development. I think it's going to be, as was shown in the renderings, a beautiful environment for people to live and to work. And I think it represents a rather remarkable compromise that in the end falls, in my view, squarely to the benefit of the residents, and it's an enhancement to the City Beautiful. So I commend all those that work so very hard, developers as well, attorneys, right, and the architects, and the commission, at least those of us who are going to vote for this. I thank you for your support on this. I hope they join me on a yes vote. So I guess I'll second.
To the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I agree with the comments that have been voiced by the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara. It's not the perfect situation that the neighbors would have wanted, but it has been a labor to get to where we are today, where we have a project that's not necessarily what we are being preempted by the county on, that would be totally out of scale with this community. But it is something that we have been able to bring back, and we're having this vote today because of the hard work that has been put into it. That we're able to make decisions, and we've been able to make recommendations on the sidewalks and on connectivity that otherwise we would not have been able to do had this gone through the county process. So I appreciate staff's work on this to get us back here. Ms. Russo for your work, and the developer for working with us to get this back to the city and making some concessions on that needed to be made in order to make this a project that was more manageable for the neighborhood and more consistent with what the city of Coral Gables is.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes, for the reasons stated.
Mayor Lago?
Before I vote, I have a few points. So what you will witness after this vote is taken is a political onslaught of misinformation. It will come from the blogs, and it will come from a select few in this community. It's political season in full swing. The effort will be to mislead, but I hope that people watch what I'm about to say. The developer has been working for 3 years, since 6/23. In 2 months will be 6 years, 3 years. They have gone to every board. They have addressed multiple boards. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this project. It was a 5-0 vote, including Commissioner Castro's appointment. I want to explain again why we're here today, and I'll be brief. There are 4 items on the table. Number 1, the city code. Madam Director, will you please join me? I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, please. I may step out of line. I want to make sure that I'm correct, that I don't speak out of line, even though it won't make the blogs, because this is the truth, and it's the facts. But I actually want to make sure that it's factually 100% correct, so please jump in when I make a mistake. I'm pretty sure I'll make one, okay? We have 4 options on this site, correct? Number 1, the city zoning code. If the developer would like, they can move forward with the city zoning code, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that's what they're doing today.
Yeah. Okay. Number 2, we have RTZ from the county. They could immediately go to the RTZ county if they wanted to, correct?
Correct. This property is already incorporated into the RTZ, the subzone. Yes.
So this was out of our hands. This was done by the county. This was not done by us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If it goes to the RTZ, the city of Coral Gables will lose millions of dollars in impact fees, correct?
Yes, right.
Okay. It will not come to us. It will go to the county. We would also lose the ability to manage setbacks, correct?
Right,
We would also lose the ability to manage usages, correct?
correct, yes.
Like, for example, gun stores, pet stores, certain things that we in the city do not allow, but the county allows. Is that correct?
Yes, bars and et cetera, yes.
Okay. Anything else would you like to add? for that?
Bars,
What?
bars, for example,
Bars?
for use
How
that we
about-
don't allow
How about gentlemen's clubs?
as well, yes.
Gentlemen's clubs. I want to repeat that again. Gentlemen's clubs. Okay? We would also lose our ability to control signage. You know how we love in the city of Coral Gables, how sometimes people don't realize it, but we have a very understated signage code. Our signage code outside of a building says the building, it's required to fall within a certain fixed size, and it has to be approved by the city. Would it be excessively larger by the county, the signage code?
Most likely, and it could probably be pole signs attached from the building, for example, or box signs that we wouldn't allow in the city, right?
Setbacks, usages, signage, millions of dollars of impact fees. And if it went the RTZ, what would the height of the building potentially be?
So the RTZ is written in a way that a quarter of a mile within the property, they can have that height, so it'd be 150 feet, because the property next to them is 150 feet.
So 150 feet.
Correct.
What is it going to be right now?
105.
105. The reason why is because they're going what we call the RTZ Light or RTZ Coral Gables. I do not want to pass the RTZ Coral Gables. But like I've told certain residents, the nice lady who's here, who I visited her when I visited some residents in their home on the waterway, our back is against the wall. The developer can choose to go the city route, which is significantly less in scale, or we'll go the RTZ, which holds the city powerless. And the fourth and final one, which the commissioner to my right, Castro, advocated for, which is live local. You can go live local at the end of the day. So my point is this. Am I 100% happy about this? Under no circumstances. But like I've told you, we had to negotiate to get where we're at today. By negotiating, we lowered the building by 45 feet. By negotiating, we controlled setbacks. By negotiating, we controlled usages, gentlemen's clubs, gun stores, a litany of other usages that are not allowed in the city, like pet stores. We also controlled signage. I heard certain other individuals, and we're going to cover this bridge later when we get there, when we talk about the RTZ for the waterway project. It was said, why don't we just go to the county? Why don't we just go to the county? Let's go to the county and take our chances. This is already law. The RTZ already exists. It's passed. The train is out of the station. You can go and advocate all you want. By the way, Commissioner Regalado has been here 4 or 5 times to talk about the RTZ. Nobody except myself and I think 1 or 2 other commissioners on the commission made statements about the RTZ and asked questions and opposed the RTZ. The train is out of the station. We're moving forward. We have no other choice. Our hands are tied behind our backs. I wish, I know the Herald will publish this, but I wish, instead of using this as a political tool in an effort to get reelected, join the commission in banding together and saying, we tried the best that we could, and I'd rather have a 105-foot building than have the developer go to the county and get a 150-foot building. That, to me, is intrusive even further than where we're at right now. So this is where elected officials have to decide whether we're for the city or we're for politics. And this is a very tough decision for me. I have to vote yes, because I'm left with no other choice. But this is a much better outcome than what could have possibly happened if they would have gone the RTZ route. In closing, I want to thank the developer. I want to thank the architect. I want to thank the lawyer. And most importantly, I want to thank staff, okay? I want to thank you, Madam Director. I want to thank our manager, our DCM, our ACM. This commission selected me in an effort to try to negotiate as much as we could with the mark. How many meetings did we have, Mr. Manager? About a dozen meetings. We negotiated hard, and the developer negotiated hard. You could have turned your back on us and said, I'm going to go the county route, and you could have gotten a significantly larger building, more units, more height, less setbacks. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for that. We worked on something together that I think is going to be, it's not perfect, it's far from perfect, but it's much better than 150 feet that could be allowed by the RTZ. And the city would have lost $6 or $7 million in impact fees, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Where does those impact fees go? I want to put it on the record. It's not going to make the blogs anyways at the end of the day. But where do those impact fees go?
Impact fees go to parks, mobility, police and fire, and also building permit fees.
I want you to understand that the RTZ, which is a county ordinance, takes all those impact fees away from the city of Coral Gables. Now they're staying here with the RTZ Coral Gables iteration. So my vote is a yes. Thank you very much. Moving forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may, before you move forward, I had a couple of speakers that.
Yeah,
did not
I'm
have
gonna
the
get back to that right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention, by the way, I appreciate it. We have a few speakers on the item, on the public comment section that didn't make it, so I'm just gonna go back, open the public comment section. It's 2 speakers, and we'll hear them out.
Thank you, sir. First speaker, Joan Valdez.
Ms. Valdez, please join us. You can either speak now or you can speak in. Okay. Okay, perfect.
Hello, good morning. Mayor, commissioners, and now.
Hi, I'm the second speaker, Dawn Fine, which
Dawn
is on the
Fine.
card.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you first.
I'm here on
Could please,
behalf of,
I apologize. If you could please state your name and address for the record before speaking.
yes, Dawn
so much.
Fine, 5300 Fairchild Way, Coral Gables, Florida, 33156.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm speaking on behalf about supporting Commissioner Castro's proposed F12 through F15 resolutions. Excuse me. Where these resolutions pertain to the Granada Golf Course. I'm one of the officers on the Granada Women's Golf Association. There are 2 ladies golf associations, just to educate everyone, that currently have been, we just celebrated our 60th anniversary being at Granada. We were established in 1966, and we just celebrated our 60th anniversary last year with our special guest, former Mayor Don Selznick, who spoke about his mother, Ann Selznick Lydell, along with Kay Veringer, who started both the Granada and the Biltmore's Women's League, as well as the Coral Gables Ladies Association, Golf Association. We're here today, all of a few members of, mostly are senior citizens, but we're here to protect our tee times, which the ladies play for the last 60 years on Mondays from 8 to 9. We're talking about 6 tee times with slots for 4 players. And on Friday, I believe there's 4 tee times for the Coral Gables Golf Association Women's for 4 slots for 4 players, 16. We pay green fees. We've paid the increased green fees that they just implemented of April 1st. And there were majority are senior citizens and retirees. And I believe one of the core values in the mission statement for the City Beautiful is to promote the health and well-being of seniors. And these women, there's like 80-year-olds walking the course. And we are requesting that these tee times be protected. We don't have to call, can't afford to join the Coral Gables Country Club at 2100 to have request a tee time a week in advance. That's not going to happen. That would be an undue burden placed on approximately 85 members. So we want to protect the limited tee times. It's at 8 to 9 in the morning on Monday morning. So the city's getting the revenue and everyone shows up. There's never been a case, maybe one woman, so they're not losing any money. I just want to read that that the discount for senior, we want to be on par with the Biltmore has a women's ladies league. So we would they get a discount on the fees. So we would, what I want to say is that we understand that Granada has been on the low side of charging green fees. However, a discount to show the members whether they're a Coral Gable resident, which a majority are or not, would be warranted to show how much the city values its senior citizens as it does its veterans by offering them a 50% discount. So currently, the Biltmore offers the Women's League a 20% discount on 9 holes and 30% on 18 holes. Those are the facts. I don't know why, we don't understand why, after 60 years of tradition and supporting this gem of a golf course for the community and for the Coral Gables residents and the seniors, why they would want to take away this great community building legacy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, if, Joan, do you have anything, or Susan?
Oh, the only thing, I want to put, speaking to you on behalf of the seniors affected by the changes in fees and scheduling. It is tradition, I've been living in the city of Coral Gables since 1987, and I've probably been playing at Granada since well before that. It's tradition for the city of Coral Gables to give senior discounts. And at the movies, at restaurants, at the theaters, and entertainment and golf. And seniors are the backbone of this community. Many seniors are on fixed incomes, budgets, and we know that good health is the highest priority. Golf is an excellent way to stay healthy. Why? It's impact-free for the most part. Hard to get hurt on a golf course. Golf is an excellent way to, because it involves walking, fresh air. We were able to use the course during COVID. Socialization, most important. See this group? It's a handful of women. We've become really friendly over the years. We support ourselves, we support each other during times of trouble. And it's no isolation. We go to the golf course on Monday mornings and Friday mornings, and we have someone to talk to. So I think you've been seeing articles about loneliness and isolation. It's a real thing. So the city of Coral Gables has recognized seniors by building the AAC, the Adult Activity Center on Andalusia across from the Palace. And it has free parking, trolleys go there, freebies go there, people walk there. And in that facility, there's all kinds of activities as well. Many seniors are not technically able to use iPhones, to use computers, to use anything really that's techy. How do I know? I used to teach iPhone skills at Ollie at the University of Miami. And many seniors got their iPhones as presents from their kids. And the kids said, oh, stop using that flip phone. It's ridiculous. Use this. And of course, they didn't know how. And I taught several, probably more than 100 seniors at Ollie to use the iPhone. Why am I telling you this? Because you want to have people scheduling. The new rule, there's a scheduling problem that they have to schedule maybe 1 week before. You can't do it without a computer or an iPhone. And that's about it. I mean, I think, really, please consider our requests. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Yes.
Just one more, just a little history on our.
What is your address? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My name is Susan Bloom, and I'm the treasurer of the Greenway Women's Golf Association.
What is your address? Your address, your home address?
2645 South Bayshore Drive.
Sorry, what?
2645 South Bayshore Drive.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So we just celebrated our 60th anniversary last year with our special guest, former Mayor Don Slesnick. It's interesting to know that his mother in the 30s, 1936 to be exact, started this golf association, both at the Granada Women's League and at the Biltmore. He came to speak and spoke about, in memory of his mother, Anne Slesnick-Liddell, who was also a part of the Coral Gables Women's Golf Association and Bridge Club. So together with both of these associations, we're celebrating 60 and 90 years of history of women's golf. Thank you very much for listening to us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I just say something quickly? My name is Jean Connolly, 100 Andalusia Avenue, Coral
thank you.
Gables. I played, since I retired from teaching, I played for 11 years, and I was astounded when I first got there that there were women who were in their 80s and their early 90s who are still playing golf. It's a very, very valuable asset to the adult community. I myself am 80 years old. I walk the course, and I am still in touch with one of my dear friends, Shirley Adams, whom I played golf with, 97 years old. She is unable to play golf and regrets it deeply, but always remembers dearly the way she was able to make friends and community and be of value to the community at the Granada Golf Course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll close the public comment. We're gonna have a 12 o'clock time certain, but we'll see if we can tackle a few issues before that. Items E1, is it E1 and items E1 and E2?
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving amendments to the text and maps of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures and zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14-213 Comprehensive Plan text and map amendments to, one, modify the required multifamily densities and height to allow higher intensity within the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay and to allow multifamily high density within the mixed-use overlay districts located within the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay. Two, include additional properties 6100 Caballero Boulevard within the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay on the mixed-use overlay districts map. And three, amend the future land use map from commercial low-rise intensity to multifamily high density for lots 1 and 2, block 5, lots 1 through 3, block 6, Riviera Waterway section, track K, addition to Riviera Waterway section and lot 8, block 208, Riviera section 14 for multifamily low density to multifamily high density for lots 3 and 4, block 5, Riviera Waterway section for multifamily duplex density to multifamily low density for Lot 5, Block 5, and the southern portion of Lot 5, Block 6, single subdivision from commercial low-rise intensity to multifamily medium density for Lot 4, Block 6, Riviera Waterway section, and for multifamily duplex density to multifamily medium density for Lot 5A, and the northern portion of Lot 5, Block 6, single subdivision, providing for repeated provision, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for map and text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code pursuant to zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14-212 zoning code map amendments by one, amending Article 2 zoning district, Section 2-408 University Station Rapid Transit District overlay to A, include requirements for multifamily development and provide additional property 6100 Caballero Boulevard to the boundary of the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay. 2, amending Appendix A site-specific zoning regulations to remove inconsistent site specifics. 3, amending Article 14 process, Section 14-204 transfer of development rights to expand transfer of development rights receiving sites within the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay. And 4, amend the zoning map from mixed use 1 to multifamily 4 for lots 1 and 2, block 5, and lots 1 through 3, block 6, Riviera Waterway section, track K, addition to Riviera Waterway section and lot 8, block 208, Riviera section 14 for multifamily 3 to multifamily 4 for lots 3 and 4, block 5, Riviera Waterway section for multifamily 1 to multifamily 3 for lot 5, block 5 in the southern portion of lot 5, block 6, single subdivision for mixed use 1 to multifamily 2 for Lot 4, Block 6, Riviera Waterway section, and for multifamily 1 to multifamily 2 for Lot 5A, and the northern portion of Lot 5, Block 6, single subdivision, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so Mr. Clerk, please swear in those who will be testifying today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Director,
Yes,
you
good
have a
morning.
presentation for us?
Yes, just a very brief overview of what you're considering today, and then also some comparison slides. So as you know, you adopted the overlay district next to the University Station. We are now proposing to expand that to include a project known as the Gables Waterway. Again, you are only looking today at legislation, the rules in place, map changes, but not a site plan. So you can see that in the aerial right here where the expansion would occur. What's proposed to you today is to change the land use, mostly to be multifamily high density for most of the property, and then to scale down to multifamily medium density and multifamily low density as you go south into the single family and duplex neighborhood. The mixed-use overlay district map would be amended to include this property in the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay. The comprehensive plan would be amended to allow the maximum density of 125 units an acre, and this would be to mimic and mirror what the county's current RTZ subzone allows. The map would be amended for the zoning code to be MF4 for most of the property, and then scale down to MF2 and MF3, abutting and adjacent to single-family and duplex neighborhoods. And then the zoning code would be amended to allow for multifamily development in the RTZ, city's RTZ, version of RTZ for the overlay, to limit the height to be 120 feet for MF4, but to also allow 150 if the MF4 property would provide 10% additional open space. 125 units an acre would be the density for MF4 and MF2. Would be a setback along the waterway of 10 feet, an upper story step back of 25 feet when you're adjacent to or across the waterway from single family, a 50-foot setback when you're budding single family or duplex, and that would be a setback with landscape. A 50-foot setback is more or less the size of a property, a single family lot. And also some general development agreement would be reviewed by staff and then approved by the City Commission. And then a change from first reading would allow the green building certification requirements. They would have to be green certified, but the requirements would be determined by the city manager. And then the University Overlay District would be designated as TDR receiving site, and then they're retaining some site specifics to be consistent with what's proposed today. Now, as you are aware, the county did pass an RTZ subzone in our city in September of last year. This is a comparison of the RTZ on the left side, the existing mixed-use zoning in the center column, and on the right side is the proposed multifamily zoning that we're amending in our overlay district. So the review, of course, would be by the county if it would be an RTZ, and the mixed-use and the multifamily would be reviewed by city staff and also by the city commission. The height would be similar, of 150 feet for the RTZ for the county, but 120 feet with the city, and allow for 150 if they provide 10% additional open space. The density would be the same, 125 units an acre. We would have a maximum 3.5 FAR, where the county has no limitation of the square footage that would allow for that property, or any property for that matter in the RTZ subzone. We would allow TDRs to have a maximum FAR of 4.375. The open space would be required 10% for the county. On the ground floor, we would require 25% for multifamily, as consistent with the rest of our multifamily zoning in our city. And then the setbacks would be 20 feet on US 1, 10 feet again on the waterway, and 50 feet when you're adjacent or abutting single family. The uses, we talked about the last item. The county, of course, would be in charge of approving any uses. It would include bars, parking lots, and parking garages, and those uses that we don't usually have in our multifamily zoning. Of course, we don't allow any commercial uses, which is what this property is proposed to be zoned as. The design would be Mediterranean style. The impact fees, again, would be collected by the county instead of the police, fire, municipal parks, and mobility would be collected by the city if it would be built in the city itself, as well as our unplugged places. So the top image in red is showing the RTZ zoning. As you may know, RTZ is one zoning district with one height. So the entire property has one height of 150 feet. The city is proposing that the height would be 120, and then there would be scaling down built in with the zoning. So the MF2 and the MF3 would be scaling down to the neighborhood to the south. There's a bigger image of the RTZ that the county has already adopted, and as you know, they are, the property owner of this property is communicating with the county to be incorporated into the RTZ subzone. This is what the city's proposing as far as extruding that zoning, showing the height and showing those setbacks. So I toggle between the two of these. You can see the setbacks disappear with RTZ subzone with the county. With the city, we have those setbacks on US 1, on those side streets, also along the waterway. Again, 50 feet setback when you're abutting single family, 25-foot upper story setback, 97 feet for that MF2 zoning, that light brown area. The dark brown would be 120 feet with a 20-foot setback again on US 1 and on the side streets. So you can see the difference between the two of these. And then the images on the left are showing the existing county's RTZ at the Cascade at the Douglas Station. And on the right, of course, is your typical Coral Gables development with architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment? All right, perfect.
So it's going to be on Zoom. I have Cecilia Maltonaga.
Madam Judge, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm not sure, I can't turn on the video. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard.
No, we hear you. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. My address is 400 North Miami Avenue. I don't give my home address for obvious reasons. I was at the meeting last week when this item was discussed. I appreciate.
Madam Judge, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have a major echo, and I want to give you the respect that you deserve. Can we have the IT team just look for 1 second if we can address it? Okay. Just give us a second, Madam Judge.
Sure.
Can you try right now? No, still.
Is she on 2 devices?
I'm here.
She might be on 2 devices.
She would hear it on her end if she was on 2 devices. If the problem is on her end, she would hear it.
Hear some of the individuals here.
There's no one here. She's the only one.
Okay.
Yeah, but only because the microphone's in the room.
Your Honor, bear with us.
Thank you.
Do you want, hello? Are we good? Okay, give me 1 second. He's asking for a minute. Let me make sure.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take Lisa, the attorney. She's actually here in person and would like to
Okay.
speak. Thank you.
Perfect. I thought we didn't have anyone else. No worries. Please.
Hi, Lisa DeTournay, 10 Aragon, Suite 1405, Coral Gables. I also own a property that's close to the Mahi Canal, and I used to live in the Mahi Canal, one of the 4 homes that's being affected by this development. I just want to say I have been involved in fighting development on this property since 2004. The last time we were fighting a different developer, we ended up losing in both Miami court and in the third
Yeah, but when I started speaking.
Third District Appeals. I moved then to California, kept coming back and forth for work, moved back here, and here we are again. Same property, different developer, but much, much larger. I think one of the pictures that Jennifer was showing of even the RTZ light, the Mahi Canal will be completely in the shade by the height of those buildings. That's a pretty big manatee area, one of the few in Florida. In Coral Gables, for the manatees to come at the end of the canal. I used to live there, and I know how many would come down, especially with the calves. So I don't know why the RTZ is even being discussed in this, because it's a new thing, right? So that's why this property is now looking into RTZ. But this property has special attributes, being the canal and the low density of the homes right up to the size of these large buildings. I just want to say that I am against allowing any development of this height. The restrictions, the current zoning codes are much, much lower. And as I've mentioned at a lot of our meetings, even though we have our codes, everybody that seems to buy a property wants to develop it asks for far greater height limits and things like that. Changing the codes is like the codes don't even matter anymore. And if you do want to buy a house in an area that you think will be safe from large development based on existing codes, you're in for a surprise as things go on and the codes keep getting changed to upsize. So anyway, thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Madam Judge, Your Honor.
Mute. Let me see. Can you hear me now, Mayor? I'm not sure if I'm being heard with an echo or not. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, for allowing me to be heard on this item. I was at the meeting last week. I understand that our hands are tied. We can all relate to that. We understand that. The one question I asked at last week's meeting, and I continue to ask, is what, if anything more, can be done than has been done? Is there any ability for the city to negotiate anything to scale this down just a little bit? This is not just any project. This is not just high density. Buildings are bigger and taller and there's more density. We all know that. This is also a waterway with marine life. You all spoke hours ago about our oceans, about our city beautiful. And my concern is the scale of this development on a waterway. And one of the comments you made, Mayor, in the Coral Gables magazine with the Hail Mary you made a few moments ago on the other item on the agenda with the RTZ zone, is that we're talking about millions and millions of dollars that would have been lost if the developers had gone the county route instead of the city route. I ask you, would we be willing, for example, to give up those millions and millions of dollars in exchange for some concession on scaling this down? Has that been explored at all? And the last thing that I would add is that we need to have some guarantees that we're going to limit the number of users on this waterway in this massive development unless we lose the waterway completely. I thank you all. I know you've given this serious consideration. You know that we're very unhappy with what's happening. We know that your hands are tied, but is there any room to do anything other than this? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize for the issues that we're having. We have reviewed this, as I mentioned before, in the MARC. We had over 12 meetings, myself, our city attorneys, our manager, his team, our zoning director, in hopes of finding an appropriate project. That project is 105 feet when it could be 150 feet in the RTZ. All a developer has to do is just go to the county and circumvent the city altogether. Our hands are tied, and we're trying to find the best deal for the city. Would I give up the money to find a better project? 110%. But we also have to understand, and we tried that already, we discussed reducing fees. But the project, again, they have the development rights that they can go to the RTZ and just circumvent us anyways. So they're gonna pay it to the county, or they're gonna pay it to the city in one form or another. I'd rather have those monies go to the city and benefit the residents of the city of Coral Gables.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think this is something that has been completely taken out of the hands of the city. We hear, you know, why are we talking about RTZ? This is something that's new. It is new. It was created by the county. And it is a way that the county has the ability to preempt our city zoning codes. We have Live Local, which also has the ability to preempt the city's zoning code when the project meets those parameters. And it's really taken this commission's ability to control what these development projects are scaling to and what is coming in these projects completely out of our hands. And proposals like these are the ones that give us the opportunity to kind of bring it back to the city and for us to sort of find a way to work with the developer. Your Honor, you were asking about, you know, is there any way to scale it back? Now is when that negotiation can possibly begin with the developer on the project that they actually present, because this will be the change to the zoning. That happened with the MARC. We were able to reduce the scalability of that project. We were able to incorporate some of the connectivity issues that were necessary through a lengthy negotiation process. So I do believe that there may be a possibility. At the end of the day, it's at the hands of the developer, and unfortunately, our hands as a city have been completely tied and, you know, completely cut off at this point. We no longer have an ability to control our own zoning code, something that, as a city, we have always been proud about protecting our zoning code and has been a priority that has been set by our residents for us for years. And now we don't have an ability to do that because the county and the state have decided, well, we're going to do something different to ensure the developers can do what they want in these properties. And it's really unfortunate because levels where we have to figure out, they approve a Live Local project, all of a sudden, we're not getting the funding that we need, and we have to provide the security, we have to provide the services that are required. But in order to alleviate issues that they have in other parts of the state where their Live Locals may work, doesn't work for us here, and they're trying to impose that legislation here on us. It's really unfortunate. It puts us in a very tough bind. The one thing, and I share with my colleagues now that we can have this conversation that I had shared with staff, was I would like to see if we have the possibility of having an extra conversation with our residents. I know we had one last week, but have a second meeting. I think people still don't understand. And, you know, I think our staff did a great job of trying to show what the two differences are, the difference between the RTZ and the city's RTZ Lite. I think we need to do a better job of visualizing it, because until you started explaining it, I didn't even realize the differences in the two features, even though there's different colors. I think if we can make it a little better for people to understand, visualize, and also explain what has brought about that RTZ and how we no longer have the ability to do it. I know we did, I think Martha and her team did a PSA that was put out on Live Local and the RTZ. But I still think that we need to do a better job to get that information out to our residents, because they're still not understanding where we are today, how we've gotten to where we are today, and the actions that have been taken by other governments which are now dictating what we're able to do. What I had asked is if we could push this off to the next commission meeting so that we can have at least one more community meeting to go over things, explain it to them, maybe create a better presentation that can be more visual for people to understand, and then move forward with it. That was the conversation I had with the manager and our city attorney during my pre-agenda.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So with regard to notice, I know that our staff, in our e-news, we notified folks about the April 7th meeting. I did it in my social media, I did it in my letter. We only had a small group of folks. I had an individual that wrote me, and I suggested to them that they need to sign up for the e-news so that they can get notice of these types of meetings. The cost to send out notices is tremendous, and residents need to participate. Plus, we had individuals that participated via Zoom. So the history is there. I took time, I made efforts to meet with our county commissioner to try to scale back what the county RTZ was, to move the building, to move the parking lot more than just an arm's length away from the neighboring property. The steps that were going into an underground garage that was dubbed as being a park space, okay? There was not willingness or flexibility there. The message was clear. When the county commissioner came here, she made it clear that if we didn't do our own version of RTZ, which is now dubbed the RTZ Light, that project would be coming forth under the county control with the height and density, intensity, and underground parking garage a few feet away from the next door neighbor. So it is our job to make the hard decisions, because the longer you drag things out, the more likely it is the developers will choose to take the county route. We almost lost it before on the Mark. We now have a more intense project, a little taller, but it's far better than what the county project would have been. So we sometimes are going to have to make these hard decisions. The outcome is going to be the same, and we still have the opportunity to go through the actual project itself. This is just the zoning issue. So I sat down with the developer, and I showed them why a 5-foot sidewalk is insufficient, and that's the county's requirement on US 1. If you take Google Maps and you pan it across to where the thesis is, you'll see a nice wide sidewalk, something that you're not cringing at walking along US 1 about. The proposal by the county was 5 feet. I'm taller than 5 feet, okay? That is how close people would have to shimmy their way down US 1 trying to get somewhere. You'll be splashed by the mud, you'll be breathing the fumes, you'll be subject to all that. So we can either make the choice to allow it to go the county route by taking an action at this time, or move forward and seize the moment and prevent this from going through the county.
Okay, anyone else? Any further comments? Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, the RTZ plan would provide a building that's 150 feet high, unlimited FAR, no setbacks, no parking. Building that would be a county building in Coral Gables. We would not have uses, we would not have signage, and we would certainly not get any building or impact fees. If we want to consider what that is, that's a box. That's a box from property line to property line, 150 foot high. That's what you can do, because there's unlimited area, a height of 150 feet, and no setbacks. And by the way, no parking for residential. Complain about cars, there's no parking. It's assumed that the folks will be using the rapid transit. So if we want to imagine what RTC is, it's a box. It's just a box from property line to property line. And I think some of the pictures that our director showed are quite nice compared to what it can be, as bad as that was. So I just want to reiterate that what we're dealing with from the RTC perspective is a 150-foot box from property line to property line with no parking. And that's the RTC concept.
Thank you. Anything else before I give a few comments?
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So, to not beat the dead horse, but I do think it's important for the residents to know. And by the way, I thank very much Judge Cecilia Altanaga for for providing her comments. Today, I've had the pleasure of trying cases before her, and she's an extremely educated, reasonable, and dedicated public servant. And her suggestion, her request that we do what we can to try to negotiate some further concessions on that project are taken to heart, right? But like the Vice Mayor said, you know, what we're discussing today is a zoning change. I find that we're in this unique position right now to not commit the same mistake twice. The delays occasioned by the previous project, the Mark, were an infirmity that it put us on the brink of what the city manager is referring to as having a box sitting right there on US 1, because the delays and the delays and the delays caused the project to nearly slip completely out of our hands, millions of dollars lost in impact fees, signage, usage, and everything else that we hold so dear with respect to the city's zoning is giving way to what's coming out of Tallahassee, and which is in fact law today. So I'm a huge supporter of working and being strategic and working within the parameters that we're dealt. The problem is never solved by putting your head in the sand. The problem is not solved by walking away from it, but rather meeting it head on, being professional and being civil and being strategic and negotiating with the players. So while I'm always in favor of providing notice to the residents, and I take to heart, Commissioner Fernandez, your suggestion as well, that there be more conversation had with the residents, I do feel in this instant it's been met, and met probably, and then some, right? This is one of the more public and hot topic matters that the city has seen in a while. And, you know, from the mayor and the vice mayor, having met with the residents so many times, it's not a new item, right? It's something that's been going on for some time. I think we need to learn from the past, take the bull by the horns, move this thing with appropriate notice, appropriate speed, and focus on where the efforts should be best put. And that's in negotiating directly with the developers to ensure that we take as much as we can for the city. I'm not ashamed in saying I am, as a representative, an elected representative of the city, in the business of taking from those who want to take from me. I want to negotiate and take more for us. And I think that you've done an amazing job, Mayor, in doing that with respect to the Mark. Let's work with respect to this project. Always mindful of the unique nature of where it's situated, always mindful of the natural habitat and the environment that it provides for the manatees. But where we are right now, it's a far better place than if it was ceded to the county under the RTZ, and through delay, I fear that that's where it would end up.
Thank you. Without any further ado, if my colleagues are done, I'd like to put my comments on the record. Madam Finance Director, will you please join us? Excuse me, Madam Zoning Director, I apologize. Finance Director started sweating there all of a sudden. I have a presentation. Can we please present it? There's a presentation in regards to E1, RTZ overlay. Okay, so I want to be clear, and I want to mention this for the record again. I know it's not going to make it on the Gazette or on the other blogs. It will not make it because this is politically expedient to make sure that we avoid this. This is pure politics, again. But I got to put it on the record. I have to put it on the record at the end of the day because it's critically important. It's critically important to put things on the record that make sense. I've lived in this community for over 30 years. I didn't show up here 4 years ago, okay? I've served on the Planning and Zoning Board. I've served on every major philanthropic organization. My grandparents, when they came from Cuba, they moved to the city. They died in this city, 2 blocks away. So I care about this city, so I take it very close to heart when people tell me that I don't care about this city. I want to vote no today, but you know why I'm voting yes? I'm going to explain it to you. It is reckless what is happening here in this city with certain people on this commission. I don't care if you're running for public office. You cannot mislead residents. If the developer leaves and goes the county route, he goes the RTZ route. What is the height of the project if he goes the RTZ route?
Oh, 150.
150. Let's go over these items. Number one, the Planning and Zoning Board of the City of Coral Gables voted 5-0 in favor of this project. Both Commissioner Castro's appointee, Ignacio Alvarez, and Commissioner Fernandez's appointee, Felix Pardo, voted in favor of this project. And I quote, so basically the decision for the board is, take this or else we're going to look at the picture on the left. What do they mean? It's the picture below. Look at the difference in the design standards between Coral Gables on the top and what you could get with RTZ in the county below. It's right a stone's throw away. That's 37th Avenue in the Metro Rail. We can play this game about politics and run for office, and I voted no on the RTZ, fine. But thank God that we have people on this board who have been living in this community for dozens of years and are willing to take the tough stand and take the beating politically when you have to go in front of the residents and tell them, hey, I had to vote in favor of this because if not, we would have had a much more significantly larger project. Now, the city, to give you an idea, there's a very stark difference between the county RTZ versus what the city allows, as I pointed out to you. A vote against the city RTZ is a vote in favor of the county RTZ. Very clear. If you vote against this today, you're voting in favor of the county RTZ. You're voting in favor of a bigger project. You're asking the developer to go to the county. You're asking to lose control of signage. You're asking to lose control of usages. You're asking to lose control of millions of dollars of impact fees. You're asking to lose control of the zoning, additional height, and by the way, additional density. Am I correct, Madam Director?
The density stay the same at 125 units an acre, but I think you mean intensity, the
Yes.
size of the property.
Yes. Okay? To say that this is an upzoning is incorrect, is disingenuous. There's no change to density. It's very clear right there. Planning and Zoning Board recommended it 5-0. I know that this is not going to make it on the blogs. I understand that. And it's going to be pumped through text messages. Commission votes in favor of the RTZ upzoning. It is what it is. But I feel fine. I feel comfortable. As a person that's lived in the city for decades, I feel comfortable with making this decision today. It's a tough decision. It's not one that I want to make, but I have no other choice. Next slide. Here we have some design elements. This is what happens with the county RTZ versus the Coral Gables RTZ. We lose setbacks. No site residential parking requirements. Minimum landscaping. County requires permit and impact fees. Multifamily and commercial uses, which are not allowed in the city now. Here are the design elements in regards to the Coral Gables RTZ, pedestrian arcades and connections, just like what the Vice Mayor mentioned in regards to sidewalks. Priority on landscaping, Mediterranean architecture, very different from what would happen in the county. Design review by the city architect, setbacks, minimal signage, on-site residential parking required, as the manager mentioned. City receives permit and impact fees, which goes into the neighborhoods. Public art. By the way, that public art comes from developers and permit fees. It does not come from the general fund. Another ton of misinformation that is being spewed out there that's incorrect. Multifamily use only, and the residents receive notification. Let me also make something aware, which again will not be published. The city of Miami has not bonded their lawsuit against Miami-Dade County. Why have they not bonded their lawsuit? Why? Mr. Manager, would you like to explain why the city of Miami has not bonded their lawsuit in regards to the RTZ?
Because of the potential liability of stopping a project of this size. It could be certain profits, and it could be substantial. We've already had that happen one time in Edgewater when we stopped the project and it cost the city $5.5 million, and that was 25 years ago.
So in closing, this is very simple. As you can see, there's a stark difference between the county RTZ and the city RTZ. This is something where you have to hold your nose and just vote in favor, because if not, what's being proposed is significantly massive in comparison. So, in closing, this is being done to protect the city beautiful. We have no other choice. If we go the RTZ route, we lose control of our own zoning code. So, we have no further public comment. If there's anyone here that would like to make a motion, I'll accept the motion.
I'll make the motion. And Madam Director, I do have one question for you. Our landscape buffer on this zoning from the single-family homes is
50
what's-
feet,
50 feet.
correct.
And in the RTZ,
I believe
and
it's
I'm
30.
looking at the floor minute,
Uh-huh.
was 10 feet. So I made the motion.
Mr. Clerk?
And this would be the motion on E1.
Yes. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes, because I don't want to vote for the county RTZ to proceed in this area.
Commissioner Castro,
I think it's very clear that I don't agree with the city's stance and that I share a very different perspective from my colleagues. And I think that's okay. I don't think we need to go ahead and here display that this is political or whatever the case is. My strong opinion is that the city should have taken a stronger stance, shown some resistance, and at very least sued the county, showed the residents that we're here for them before continuing this route, like City of Miami did. I know the city manager is going to come up saying they haven't bonded, but you know what? They're at least showing they care, that they're trying to do something. So no, my vote's going to be no once again, because I do feel that our hands are not tied 100%. We could still do more.
Mayor Lago.
I would love nothing more than to agree with Commissioner Castro, but then we would both be wrong. Let me also make you aware of the simple fact. The reason why it's not bonded is because the city of Miami knows they're going to lose this lawsuit. Okay? Why not just bond it? Pay for it. It's a fee, but if you're going to do something, put your money behind it. So at the end of the day, it's a waste of city resources, just a waste of city resources, and it jeopardizes the city. This is about protecting the city, not about trying to win a re-election. These are the tough decisions that have to be made by people who have lived in the city for decades and take a great pride in the city, not Johnny-come-latelys. Yes. Moving on to item E2.
I'll move it for the same reasons I moved the last one.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara,
Well, I just want to say that with respect to any comments that more could have been done, more should have been done, it would be futile. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. You would be spending money, wasting resources on an end game that you can't win under these circumstances. The win, as difficult as it is, the win for the cities is this vote of a yes today. That's the win, because that's the effort that we're putting into to try and take back for us a remnant of home rule, some control over our destiny. This decision is a difficult one, but it's the right one for decades to come. We're on the right path. Anything other than a yes vote today is, well, it's been said before. It is nothing more than just a show of defiance without any real intention to make a meaningful difference. And it is unfortunate, I'll say this as well, that we won't have a 5-0 unanimous vote, which would show not only the residents, but also the county of how we think and we stand together on behalf of the residents. But c'est la vie. My vote is yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
For those who don't litigate and stuff, it's hard to understand why the city simply just doesn't sue. But for those of us who have had done litigation in our lifetime, we understand this is a pure legal issue, and it's a losing one. It's a dead loser. The only thing we'll do is lose for the city. We'll lose for the residents. We'll cost the residents lots of money and expedite the route that the developer will take going to the county. Now's the time to seize the moment and make sure that this goes in the right direction so the residents do have a voice up here. The residents do have an opportunity to affect how this building is designed, to be able to protect the manatee zones, to be able to make sure that the water quality is improved, and to have the neighborhood amenities put in that we can. And I'm glad to report that my meeting yesterday with Senator Garcia, along with the individual with the underline on the FDOT, is moving in a good direction. We've made the request for Caballero Boulevard to have a light, and hopefully we'll have some fruit on the end of that tree. Those are the types of things you can do if you want to make a positive impact on this community. My vote is yes.
Commissioner Castro?
I will continue to vote no on upzoning on a corridor on a parcel that is on US 1 is highly congested. The traffic there is, I mean, it's terrible. The quality of life next to the homes that live in this parcel that we're upzoning to the residents is going to be really bad. And I will continue to vote no because I believe there's another route, but this administration and this commission is not willing to go ahead and enforce it or even take a chance. No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
As I stated earlier, I think we are really left with no options. We have an opportunity here to now try to sit down with the developer and reduce the scale. Every property owner has the right to develop their property. We as a city cannot say, you don't have the right to develop your property. They have the rights based on the zoning code. What we need to go back to is our zoning code is no longer valid because the county has implemented its RTZ on this property. So the only way that we can bring it back to the city and scale it back is by creating this RTZ zone, which would allow us to bring it back. You want to know how you can change it? Start appealing to your county commissioners and, find ways to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen, that there aren't new changes or new openings on the RTZ zone. Your state legislature to make sure that they don't continue to expand on the Live Local Act. Those are active ways that we can prevent it. As for this project, the wheels are already in motion. If we vote against this project today, tomorrow they'll file their application for the RTZ, and we will have a project there that will be completely out of scale with what the city of Coral Gables is. And all you need to do is drive on US 1 towards downtown Miami, and you see the size and scale of some of the buildings that are being put into those locations. I just wouldn't want to see that in our city. That's the reason that I'm voting yes on this item today. And whoever's going to be sitting down over the next few weeks with the developer, if it's you, Mr. Mayor, I hope we're able to get them to make some concessions and reduce the scale a bit as the residents have been asking for. If the developer's watching, I would ask that you sit down with the residents, the neighbors in that area, as other developers have, the developers of the Almeria project, the developers of the project up in the Flagler section. And they worked on a project that worked not just for their ends, but also for the community that you're coming into. When you're developing a project, it's not about developing a project and then moving away. It's about developing a project that's going to stay with this community. And you need to ensure that when you're building these projects, they're in scale with the community that you're building into. You bought a property in Coral Gables. Try to live up to those Coral Gables standards and respect the residents who live in Coral Gables and who have owned their properties around this project for 40 and 50 years. That's my request today. As I said, I don't think we have an option. I have to vote yes on this item today.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, I reluctantly vote yes as a result of the simple fact that this is common sense, not politics. I would love nothing more than to vote no and then send out an email tomorrow saying I voted against this upzoning. But the moment that we vote no is the moment that they go the county route and they go the RTZ and they build a monstrous building here. Think about it. You just witnessed the mark. It's coming in at 105 feet. I'm still not satisfied with that. But it could have been 150. Could have lost millions of dollars in impact fees. Could have had a gentleman's club there. If it would have had the usages from the county, a gun store. They could have had massive signage in comparison to what's permissible here in the city of Coral Gables. They could have had the buildings like I showed you there that are not in Mediterranean in flavor. So the idea of going to, I heard this over and over again, let's go to war against the county. You have two incredibly competent litigators that are bookending this commission, that have litigated at some of the highest courts to the Supreme Court, and they're telling you that this is a dog and we're gonna lose. But we're gonna listen to people who have no formal legal training. If the city of Miami was so certain in their lawsuit, and I've called and I've inquired with attorneys, and the manager and I have talked about this, they would have bonded that lawsuit. They didn't. It's very easy to be the hero and say, I voted no. I vote no. I'm the hero. And then come to you as I walk door to door and say, vote for me. But at the end of the day, that behavior is risky and jeopardizes the city in the long term. Because if that developer goes and takes those impact fees or builds a larger building and you lose that lawsuit, what happens then? What do you do? Oh, well, I tried. I lost a lawsuit. It is what it is. But I was a hero and I looked good and I got reelected. So my vote is yes. It pains me to do that, but at the end of the day, we have to move forward and we have to think about not ourselves, but the residents here in the city of Coral Gables. And what the blogs will write tomorrow and the insanity that will be sent out by all these text messages that should have a disclaimer, by the way. Start putting disclaimers on your text messages. I put them on mine. It's illegal. Just so you know, there was one sent out today that didn't have a disclaimer on it. We need to be more responsible and thoughtful. That's against the elections code here in Miami-Dade County, just so you know. Vote is yes. We're gonna take a 2-minute break. Hold on one second. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll take F11, which was time certain for 12 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
It's insane. Like when you look at that site and you really
Check,
look at
check,
it, like,
check, 2, check, 2. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Okay.
Or north, or west, and then if you gotta go east, it's that little.
Check, 1, 2. check, check.
And I know people, someone from Zoom developers get all that.
Testing audio on Zoom, 1, 2, 3.
Check, check.
Testing Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3.
That's county traffic there.
Testing Zoom audio.
So, who, do we know if
I
it's?
don't know who put that out. I don't know.
Oh,
Are they?
Who's the lobbyist? Is it a Mario? Oh, he'll be here later.
Check, check, check two, check two.
There was a proposal.
Live local. I'm sure you read about it, right?
Testing Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3.
I don't know whatever happened. Our commissioner Rosado lives on our street. So he did a couple neighborhood meetings.
Zoom audio, 1, 2.
Neighborhood had a fit, and then I haven't heard anything.
Zoom audio, 1, 2. Okay.
The thing is, we bought another Sears, but the one in Westland. And we're in the process of that one now. That's in a mall. So it's, and it's Hialeah though, so it's still crazy. But that's a whole, but yeah, Colgate, it's been there forever, but Colgate, it would never go.
Check two, check, check, check. Getting feedback on that.
That's why you guys protect it as much as you should.
There's a de facto home.
Check, check, check.
It's a voluntary homeowners association, and I stay away.
Oh, there actually is.
Testing Zoom audio, 2, 3.
I think
Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3. Zoom audio.
Mayor Miami used to live there.
Zoom audio.
Wall, closure of the streets and all that could ever be done. I mean, we would like that opened up.
Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3.
The thing is, I'll tell you what, though, I am 100% against the no right turns. Like, you buy a cut-through neighborhood house, and then you try to close it, and all you do is make it. 57th Avenue on the south side was never that way. It was that way on the north of Bird Road, but never on the south. When I was growing up, it was all
Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3.
Right now, it's trying to completely wall it off and put guardhouses.
Still have no audio.
Yeah, special taxing district, that's what they're trying to do.
Zoom audio, 1, 2, 3.
like a little neighborhood. They keep. You guys go through it just as much, because people who live. I don't hear anything. If you live off of 57th Avenue and you're stuck, and you can just turn to go home.
Audio, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Check, check.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and no echo whatsoever, right?
Audio is good.
Perfect. All right, I'm talking on Zoom. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing audio on Zoom. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Over, so I'm taking my kids to school, and I'm like, these are public streets. This is it.
Testing audio on Zoom. 1, 2, 3. Testing audio on Zoom. 1, 2, 3.
But I want to see it.
5 by 5.
Good with everybody? Good. How are you? Everybody's good with the parks?
Hey, we can put flowers, hey.
That's all I
Flowers and trees.
Are you serious? I'll get mine. But he comes the same day.
I told you the.
Okay, I'll call you up when I'm ready.
No, I
Hey, can you come over here too while you're at it?
The thing is, the guy's amazing. Look, my wife is sitting
What
there.
about
She'll,
Miracle Mile?
she'll
You wanna see-
absolutely tell you.
Yeah, Miracle Mile.
It's a 10,000 square foot lot. She wants a couple flowers right away.
And I forwarded you the divider.
I already did. I already did. But there's that. There's the organic nature of the path instead of the geometric.
I don't know if that's been discussed at that level.
What a beautiful park you go.
Which one? This one?
You just beautify yourself. Everybody knows that I had nothing to do with it.
It's all about the flowers.
He cannot design a park if his
All
life
about the
depends on
flowers.
it.
Don't even think about
Because
building
life
programs
depends on it.
without flowers.
I can design it. No, like I can. It was the ugliest thing I ever saw. Thank you, Dina, for helping me out. Doing this and
Recording in progress.
F11 is a resolution of the City Commission supporting the Matheson Hammock Market and supporting their efforts to employ individuals on the autism spectrum and those within the special needs community.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is.
Really? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so this resolution is about Matheson Hammocks. They have a farmer's market. I invited a vendor, William, Michael, and Armando. If they can come up to the podium just to say a little more about this organization before I go ahead and tell you guys a little bit more myself.
Hi, it is our privilege to speak to you guys today. We run a farmer's market on Saturday and Sundays with the expressed intent of hiring from the neurodivergent community and providing employment opportunities, as well as acting as a small business incubator and a family-friendly event for the weekends. We have really worked hard to get to this point, and we are really looking for the community support because this is something that we want to grow. We want the community to be involved with, and the neurodivergent community deserves it. They're deserving of employment opportunities. They're deserving of opportunities. And, as of April,
So let's take a 5-minute break.
Except for mine.
We'll just take yours and pass it around.
How we doing?
thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we're really seeking the community support. We understand the park is in unincorporated Miami-Dade, but the community we serve is the municipality of Coral Gables. So we would like to be able to partner and to reflect some of the community values at the market and just create an atmosphere in which these individuals can have gainful employment. And the way that we do that is bringing in more people and advertising such. And I'd like to introduce Armando. He's been with us for a couple months, and he can kind of talk a little bit about his experience.
My name's Armando. I belong to the Domoya Foundation, where they hired from, and hopefully we can get your support for the farmers market.
Thank you. Welcome to the Gables.
Armando, do you want to say a little more about what you do in the market?
Well, I helped to unload the truck and load up the truck, and I also work with Mike.
And some of the management skills that
I also learned management skills.
Armando's been with us for about 3 months, and he has grown so much. He's learned a number of different skills. More recently, he's taken on more of a management role where he has a few individuals working under him, and we can't be more proud. Armando, you want to tell a little more about your story and how you came around to talk about your KRE malformations.
I also have KRE malformation, and I'm also on the spectrum.
Yeah, again, Armando, when we first started, he was very shy. And here we are today talking in front of the council, and this is amazing. We would never have imagined how far we could have come together. And again, we're just so proud of the impact we're making in the community, and we just want to expand that. And really, you guys are very crucial to making that happen. So
how can we help you?
Well, again, we want to reflect the city's values. So if maybe you guys can, advertise in some of the city calendars, put us on the city calendars, maybe some of your printed materials, because we are serving this municipality despite it having a border of unincorporated. And I've reached out to a few of your offices. I'm happy to meet with each and every one of you and kind of see how we can expand on some of the things that are most important to you. Again, we want to reflect the values of this city.
So if I may, why don't you do me a favor and do the commission a favor?
Sure.
So why don't you put together a proposal we don't have the money to be investing in advertisement, plus the commissioners can't do that on their own. We have very limited budgets and they have to be spent for the offices. Why don't you put together a proposal of how you would like for us to be included in the calendar, what you would like to be involved in, how we can work synergies together and provide it to the manager, and the manager can assess it to see if that's feasible.
Through the mayor?
Let me just get an answer from the gentleman.
Sure. So, I think that, we're not asking technically for funds or anything like that, but, programs that you're already running, whether it's printed materials in the city, just maybe add something that would include us.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, but let's run it. We run it through the manager and his team, Martha Panting, and we ask them to see if maybe we can figure out a way to add you to. We have a calendar online. We have other things that we do that deal with autism, with children on the spectrum. There's a lot of different organizations that are involved here.
Right. And given that this is Autism Acceptance Month, I think it's very important for all of us to kind of support this community. This goes beyond anything that we do, and I'm happy to meet with again, with everybody in the city. But if there is something you guys are already doing that wouldn't cost you anything, I think that would give us a lot of support. Just, adding on an extra, maybe an image or a blurb about what we're doing, or the ability, even you, Mayor Lagos, if you could, Instagram post would go a very far way for us. And that
come by and see me in my office.
Yes, I've reached out to your office and we'd be happy to do that.
Through the mayor.
If you'd like, you reach out on Fridays. I have open office hours starting at 2:00. You come by, and I'd be more than willing to meet with you, and we could put something together. Okay? Commissioner.
Yes. So I've already partnered with this organization. I was in the farmer's market last weekend to go ahead and see how this was, and I was astonished and really amazed with the quality of work that they are doing with the inclusive community. Now, I'm already going to be there once a month, and my office is already working on like flyers, PR, marketing, because this is like where I'm co-hosting. So all this material is already being done. My office is advertising it. I'm doing it through my newsletters as well. So all we would really have to do is get the permission of this commission to go ahead and piggyback on that material through the city calendar and through the city newsletter. There's no cost burden at all. I mean, if my colleagues would like to take the extra step to go ahead and advertise this or market it in their own newsletters or social media, wow, that would be amazing, amazing.
So
the foot traffic to get into Matheson Hammocks is not a road that you drive by and you see this market happening. So they really do need a little more help with entering the park and actually going down. It is a beautiful farmer's market with a backdrop of the water, basically. And I mean, you can go get a blanket, buy some food, mingle with the people in the market, have a picnic, family picnic. It's a great, great, great cause. Last commission meeting, we supported a resolution of inclusivity. So I think this is the perfect timing now in April to go ahead and support this. This is just very simple. It's a 6-month effect. We're not overlapping with the prior farmers market. let's have them just get started and support our residents to support this farmer's market. There's no cost burden, no financial burden as well.
Sir, are you a non-for-profit?
No, we're.
So you're for profit. So
Correct.
first and foremost, I can't vote on anything today that benefits an organization. If you told me you were like for Crystal Academy or you were involved in not-for-profit, and we also have our own farmer's market here for 3 months. I don't need.
The majority of the residents that do come by, they're so surprised that the city isn't already advertising it because they say that this is one of the most needed things in a park, which is, historic, 1930s. It's the oldest park. It is in Coral Gables. Many of the residents dock their boats there, and they find it to be a pleasant surprise when they actually come across the market. So,
Vote no, it's okay if you're going to go ahead and vote no on this. Everything's already been established. All the PR is already there. The flyers are already there. There's nothing that they need to put together to present to you. Everything's already ready to go. It's very simple just to vote yes on this resolution. It is only to direct the city manager to advertise on their platform, not advertise, but to just notice it on their newsletter and put it on the calendar. There's nothing hard about this. This is happening every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we're not going to overlap with our farmers market. This is only for a period of 6 months.
Okay.
And to speak
Excuse
to
me 1 second.
Sure.
First and foremost, I've asked for more information. It's a common courtesy you give to your colleagues on the commission. I want to make sure that, again, you're a for-profit organization.
May I
So
comment on that?
you want us to advertise, which will draw more people to your organization. I understand and I appreciate what you're doing with our neurodiverse community, but I need to see more information before I allow the city to start advertising. I want to see your insurances. I want to speak to Miami-Dade County. I want to make sure that we're on the same page. I want to understand. It's a simple thing. I don't just shoot from the hip. So I've asked you, the third time I ask you, just to have a little common courtesy and come back and we can send the information, put together a memo. I do memos on a weekly basis and I send them to my colleagues to educate them about things that I'm bringing before the commission. It's just common courtesy. It takes a lot of work. Send me a memo with all your information, what you're doing, what your plans are, where the money's gonna go, what you're doing, what are the benefits, how can we advertise together, how can we collaborate? So I'm all for it, but I just want information. And I don't like to vote on things without having information.
That's fair.
think
And,
it's pretty fair.
I'll say that we ran through the Parks Pros department, so all appropriate insurances and all the processes that have been, we have accommodated and done all those things. And to speak to the nonprofit, those typically take a couple months and we're working on it. But in the interim, we are offering free, spaces to different organizations like the Rising Start, the Demoya Foundation, WOW Centers. We do not charge non-for-profits. In fact, we have another organization that creates bags from battered women, and we have another tent for foster youth. So again, the profits are minimal, and the profits do go to hiring more, members from the neurodivergent community. At this point, with the amount of traffic we have, we're limited on how many in that community we could hire. So that is why, we're hoping that you guys will allow us to grow with you, represent your community, and really, this is more about them than anything else. At the end of the day, I run a number of successful businesses, and this is more about doing something positive in the community and purpose.
I agree with you. Great. So I look forward to your memo and you can send me the information and we look forward to engaging in one form or another, but I need background information.
Through the mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, so there is a video that I want to go ahead and put, but before the video goes on, I want to go ahead and move this item.
I'll second.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion and a second.
So I
I want the video before. Yes, I want the video so that my colleagues can actually see what's behind this beautiful cause.
So through the mayor, before
Yes.
we vote, I'd like to ask a few questions. Okay. So for the folks that don't know where to go into Matheson, can you describe which parking lot, how far down? Is it near the Redfin Grill? If I was going to bike in there, how would you find, where it is?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. We're located on the rim of the atoll. You would go to the very end of the park by Noah Beach. I know it was Redfin Grill for a while. They changed the name, and it's a beautiful restaurant, and they actually gave us a waiver to allow us to sell food because they also understand what we're doing is, about purpose and moving the community forward and helping a community that's typically underserved. So if you actually go out to the end parking lot and you come in, the opposite side of where the restaurant is, you'll see us lined up along the sidewalk. So it's ADA compliant, and we allow for, people with disabilities to access the market as well. It's a beautiful location. I really hope that each and every one of you gets a chance to come out and bring your family and see what we're providing to the community.
So for the city attorney, I have some questions about, what are our requirements if we are going to vote in favor of this resolution, insurance-wise? What is the normal protocol?
So we don't have a protocol for just the resolution. What it does is spreads the word about Matheson Hammock on city platforms and communications. So we don't have any established protocol for something like this.
Okay. And city manager, if this goes through your office, what are you going to be looking for?
Well, it's a for-profit corporation, so we would handle it through that means. We would look at what they're proposing, what our costs are, and what advertising this organization is looking for. My only concern is it's not a 401c3; it's a for-profit, so we would have to handle it as a regular corporation.
So my concern is a simple one, and that is same situation as what we do with when we give grants out to corporations, to entities. We hope that they would do the event within the city confines in the city of Coral Gables. And not only that, it's got to be something that, again, benefits the city. And all those are 501c3s. They're 501c3s where the money goes back into the charity. So the request is a very simple one. We're going to vote on it. It's perfectly fine. I just don't vote on things like this. I don't have information. I don't have a video. The video doesn't give me. I haven't looked up your company. I haven't seen anything. I thought we were going to learn about what it was today that we were going to potentially do. That's why, like I said before, in the last 3 weeks, my colleagues, who they can't deny it, they've received 4 or 5 memos from me on issues that I'm bringing before the commission. It's just being considerate. That's the way that you do things in a body like this. You're going to bring something. You're going to ask. I don't know you. I've never done business with you. I don't know your background. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you've been. I don't know if you've ever done this before. Have you ever had a bankruptcy? These are things, normal things. You're a business owner. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to get into a partnership with the city of Coral Gables name that we have to respect and we have to protect, I don't know who you are. So at the end of the day, I'm going to vote no because but I want to vote in favor of it. But I'm just asking for you to send me a memo with the information so that we can do a background check. We can look at your insurance. These are simple things that we do with everybody that wants to do an event here in the city of Coral Gables that we're going to tie our name to it. Just simple things.
So speaking
but
to
if you want to push it, do it and ram it down through today, then it's your choice.
Well,
hold on one second, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, I just wanted to say that, first of all, I think that from what I've heard so far, having just met you both today, and it sounds like a very noble cause.
Thank you.
The spectrum, the individuals on the spectrum, autism in general, to raise awareness for it, especially in this particular month, is something that I hold very near and dear. My niece is autistic, and for over a decade, I've served on the board and currently serve as the chair of development services for Easter Seals, which is a not-for-profit, providing services in the community across the country, actually, both for Alzheimer's as well as autism individuals, right? Especially for the program and those that are out there that help provide opportunities for individuals who are autistic over the age of 21. It's a very difficult thing. A lot of government support for that dries up when you're no longer considered a minor, right? So I'm supportive of that, absolutely. But what I've been hearing from the dais, and of course I haven't heard anything from you all denying it, right? Is it just a request for a little more information, you know? And I'm sure you're not saying no to providing more information before this vote is taken. I don't know if it's appropriate perhaps to table it until we get it. So I don't know, Mr. Clerk, if this is something that is appropriate now, if I, you know, is it a motion that I can raise to defer until we all have an opportunity to see the information that's being requested? I know it's in the middle of another motion that's been seconded. I don't know.
Through the mayor.
It has been seconded.
Right. So I can't entertain a motion to defer.
Not a motion to defer, no.
Very good. Okay. So, which I think would have been appropriate, just to give us a little more time, you know, to follow up on what it is that we're being asked to the vote on a resolution to support.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We are very diligent in who we support. And we have a corporation, and in this case is for profit, and even if it was for nonprofit, that we do research and make sure that before we put our name on a corporation, that on any entity, that it makes sure that this entity has, and I'm sure it's a great cause, but we want to make sure that entity has all the values that we have in Coral Gables and that we cherish. And so we would look into the corporation, look to see what it's doing, and also dig a little deeper to make sure that those values that we propose are part of that corporate structure. And at this moment, I don't know.
Oh, we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
Through the mayor, I asked for a video, which is going to give you guys a lot more information, and I'm sorry some of my colleagues really didn't get a chance to read through the whole resolution, because the resolution actually tells you the corporation and the information some of you are questioning. I know that sometimes the agenda can get a little full, and that might be difficult for some of us. But if we can please have the video.
Hello, my name is Janine. I work with Liquid Gold Honey, and today I have the privilege of working with Alejandro.
Hello.
He's been my helper today. I'm also teaching him about honey and how things work. And can you tell everyone a little bit about what you learned? Do you remember what the darkest honey has? I know it's a big word.
Antioxidants.
Yes, the buckwheat is the darkest honey, and it's the strongest with antioxidants. Also, the wildflower. Do you remember what the wildflower has?
Another anti-inflammations.
Yes, also comes from the Everglades. Very important. And I really appreciate today, and I appreciate working with Michael, which is the owner of this market, because he allows people on the spectrum to, he trains them, gives them the opportunity to work. And I really appreciate that, because my son is also on the spectrum and nonverbal. And it gives me hope and much gratitude that people are going to treat my son with the same respect and give him opportunity as well. So I really appreciate being a part of this community and this market and giving someone like Alejandro an opportunity and just loving the full experience. And we hope you come and see us here at Matheson Hammock every Saturday and Sunday. Thank you.
Hi, we are here in Matheson Hammock's Farmers Market, and today we have the pleasure to work with Melissa. Melissa, how was today?
Well, I made lemonade to the people. I did peel lemon out, and then I did a squeeze the lemon, I put ice, water, and a different flavors, and including I saw the people serving on their lemonade because they're selling a coconut water and fresh lemonade.
We think it's very important that we hire people from the unique abilities community because to just give them an experience to play on an equal playing field with all of us.
Hey, today we're at the Matheson Hammock Farmer Market fruit stand with David.
Yes.
David, you had an opportunity today to work with the fruit stand. What's your main takeaway?
Doing the mangoes and the kiwi and the orange and guayaba.
And guayaba, that's awesome. What kind of skills did you learn today, or did you learn mostly classifications of fruit?
Picking up the stickers.
Okay.
For the mango.
Okay, awesome. And, this is very important for us to give opportunities to those in the neurodivergent community to get gainful employment, also to learn different life skills, like working with fruit, peeling fruit, and preparing them for consumption.
Papaya.
And papaya as well.
Yeah.
So is this something that you would find beneficial and want to do again, maybe?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, David. We appreciate it.
You too.
Well, I was making candles in Rising Star, the school, and we make with wax, fragrance, and all things for buy.
So thank you, Salzedo. Nico, do you prefer making candles or going out and selling? What do you prefer?
Going out and selling.
Take Nico around with us and go out and sell with the community. And I got to tell you, they are great salespeople. And so this is really, really important to the community, the ability to get our kids out. This is our classroom. We don't lock our kids up inside classrooms. This is our classroom. They get out in the community, they engage, they learn how to sell, how to engage with the community, and then they can take those skills later on in life and be very productive, accepted members of our community. So what we need is the support of our community. We need people to come to these fairs, buy our products, support our kids, and get very, very actively involved with the autistic and neurodivergent community.
I belong to an organization called the Demoya Foundation, and they help people with unique abilities find jobs. That's awesome. How long have you been with the market? 3 months or 4 months. And how do you like it? All right. Yeah. What kind of skills have you been working on here? Management, unloading. Do you greet people when you come in? Greet people as well. Yeah. And then what's your favorite part about the job, Armando? That you make me feel like family. We do consider you family.
So in response to Commissioner Castro's comments, I did read your resolution. It was very short and brief, but it lacked the substance of actual documents. Your license is not here. Your insurance is not here. Just because you say you have insurance doesn't prove that you have insurance. So that's what I meant when you actually lack documentation. So if you'd like, we're going to take a vote now. Whatever happens at the other end, I still highly recommend that you provide that information, one form or another.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify with Commissioner Lara's question about a motion to defer. A motion to postpone is one of the motions that can be made while there is another pending motion, so I just want to clarify that.
So we have a motion. Commissioner Lara has a motion to postpone. Do we need a second? Is that the way it works?
A second is required, yes.
I will second that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
It is really disappointing to watch that adding your event to the calendar in an area that has very few events in the city has become political. And we see events from for-profit corporations on the city calendar all the time. So I would ask for a full list of every event that has been listed on the city calendar over the last 3 years since I've been in this commission. This should be a no-brainer. Armando, I want to congratulate you for the work that you're doing. I want to thank you both for the work that you're doing for the neurodivergent community. It's disappointing that it's come to this. I'm not going to vote to defer. This item should have been voted on today. It's a no-brainer for me.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
The profit items that do get advertised in our city do go through the rigorous process. Deferral doesn't mean no, okay? You're being here today and describing where your market is itself is advertising, but we do have to follow a normal procedure when you're dealing with a for-profit company. In the meantime, I was looking up organizations that you have under the Florida Corporations Sunbiz area. I see a number of them. I don't know if they're all you or there is a mixture between where you use your middle initial and you don't use your middle initial. I know that our city can do a beautiful job of clearing all that so the residents know that we're doing things the same way for your organization that we do for everybody else. And I'll enjoy going down there and seeing all the fine work that you're doing, helping the autistic community and disabled community enjoy a productive life. So thank you. So yes, on the deferral for now.
Mayor Lago.
So before I say yes on the deferral, this is simple. Send me all the information through the manager's office, copy all the commission, put together a comprehensive package explaining what you're asking for. You're a for-profit organization. You're gonna benefit financially from the city, which has the best brand in South Florida, attaching themselves to you. I understand why you're doing it, and I also understand why you're helping the neurodivergent community. By the way, before the record, and you know this, everybody follows the city of Coral Gables in regards to the neurodivergent community. I've been here 13 years. We started with the Card Center. We have Crystal Academy. We have the University of Miami. So we've been doing this for a long time, a long time. In this building alone and in City Hall, we have Project Victory. We have a litany of different organizations that are already engaged with the city. You're not in the city of Coral Gables. You're a for-profit organization, and I have to protect the brand of the city of Coral Gables. 2 points really quickly in regards to Commissioner Fernandez. I second his comments 110%. Not 3, give him the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, I'd like to know all the for-profits. And I also want to make sure that, again, remember, we had a cowboy here at one point for a year. His name was Amos Rojas. And we did insane things as saying that this building was going to fall and rush people out, which I never moved out of City Hall. We embarrassed ourselves over and over and over again as a city when we allowed a non-elected official to walk in the middle of a commission meeting and be the manager at a $365,000 a year salary. I asked for a vet. Let's vet and let's find the best manager. What I hope that you do and you would have done is when I asked you for something as simple as, hey, just get me some background information before I tie the city's hitch to you and we give you free publicity and we start pushing people towards your way, let me at least know what I'm getting involved in, what I'm engaging in. It's a simple ask. It's a simple ask. I didn't say no. I'm in favor of it, 110%. But I'm just asking you, you don't have to come here and try to ram it down my throat. That's what they did for 2 years on everything, on every single thing. I couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom here. What I'm asking here is protect the city of Coral Gables and make sure that our brand is not tarnished. I'm not saying you're gonna tarnish our brand, but you do understand that, right? If I give you free publicity and something happens at your market that is not up to our standard, they're gonna come back and they're gonna blame it on us. And we're gonna be in a position where, hey, well, you recommended me to go there. So I just wanna be careful, that's all I'm asking. Put it together in the next week and we'll have it on the next commission agenda and I look forward to presenting it. Commissioner Castro can present it and I look forward to voting in favor of it. As long as the manager and the team and our procurement department and our staff and our legal department vets it and seems it as appropriate. It's a simple request. We do it in the private sector. We should do it in the public sector at the end of the day.
Through the mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Through the mayor. Armando did such an amazing job. Thank you so much, Armando. Mayor, I'm going to ask if maybe we could take lunch sometime soon because I did buy Armando some lunch. I said that he would have the privilege of having lunch with me in my office. That's why I asked for a time certain at 12. So, if, we can rush lunch.
We sure. I'm gonna just take 2 other items and I will now.
Absolutely.
Armando, it's a blessing to have you here and you have the greatest privilege to have lunch with Commissioner Castro. So I hope that you have a wonderful lunch and you enjoy it. And I look forward to you coming back in 2 weeks, presenting here before the commission again and getting it approved once all the documentation is provided because I really enjoyed your presentation. And I love your shirt, by the way. Thank you, sir. All right? All right, so next item. Next item here is item E5, Regency Park.
Thank you, Mayor. E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2022-32 as amended, which approved the planned area development for the property known as Regency Park and legally described as lots 1 through 12 and lots 35 to 46, including the public alleyway lying in between Block 10 and lots 1 to 4, Block 15, Coral Gables Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy prior to completion and conveyance of the public park to the city, subject to the terms and conditions of a performance bond. E8 is related, but it's a resolution that will not be voted on today because it will be considered and voted on if this is approved today on first reading when the ordinance comes back on second reading. I know that the applicant is here, Mayor.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
You think we
Thank you very much for
You think we
having
can
me.
present in 2 minutes?
I'm sorry?
You think we can present in 2 minutes?
I can present it much faster than that if there's a motion. Well, first of all, Joe Jimenez, JMZ Group, offices at 2020 Salzedo Street, representing Regency Park. I know you're all very familiar with this project, and it has been a labor of love for a lot of the people in this room and a lot of the people across the street. One of the requirements for TCO and CO is the construction and deeding of a public park located on the corner of Almeria and Salzedo. The park has been contemplated since the beginning. Mr. Mayor, I know how hard you especially, it was not in our original plan to give that park. And it was asked for. I didn't control that property at the time. It wasn't ours to give away, but it soon became very clear that the mayor would not allow it any other way, so we did acquire it. And we've planned on building that park this whole time. There have been design issues as we've gone from different philosophies in the city on what would go there, what wouldn't go there, so we finally got around to a design. I think you'll be seeing it today. But we've also used it as a construction parking site. So we put 40, 50, 60 cars on there in the middle of downtown without affecting the neighborhood. And quite frankly, I'm glad we hadn't built it yet, because as we were talking earlier today, it's probably not a good idea to have an active park next to an 18-story construction site. So we've used it as a construction trailer, but we have not built it. The design is up there. We would like your blessing on it so I can release the architects. This design has comments and approval of, and I'll let the manager speak for his staff, but this reflects comments that we've received from staff, from Public Works, from Green Space, from Planning and Zoning, from the manager, and hopefully it meets your satisfaction. But we're never going to get this done, obviously, before TCO, which we would need in the next probably 2 weeks. I mean, and county permitting alone for this park, I'm afraid, is probably going to take a few months. So we would like to amend the authorizing legislation of this to take that requirement away as to TCO and even CO. We have agreed on a price that has been reviewed by the Public Works Department, approved by the manager. It's $622,000 to build this park, on top of the $1.2 million that we paid for it. So you are getting close to a $2 million park. There's the sidewalks, there's obviously the landscaping, trees remain, trees will be added, the green space. And we would also put the deed in escrow. So if you have to call the bond, you already have the deed. We do not anticipate that being a problem. We are builders, we want to build this. It's hard to build a park in an 18-story tower at the same time. And like I said before, I'm personally glad to be asking for this, because I think it would have lessened the park to have the construction. My dad goes to that post office all the time, and as much as my dad loves me and supports me, I think he's still mad at me that we've made it harder to get to the post office. So we would have made it a little harder to get to this too. But this will be a jewel, and Mr. Mayor, the jewel that I think you wanted for one of the urban parks. It is not an insignificant amount of money. It is, like I said, it's a $2 million project at our costs. I can only imagine if you had tried to do it with I know what public procurement requires sometimes. So I ask for your support on this legislation. I'm here to answer any questions, but it is not for lack of trying. It has been, we have been moving forward all the time, but we have used it as a benefit to the neighborhood by keeping, because I know how much that's a complaint of construction sites. When people park all over the place and they affect the neighborhood and they take parking away from other businesses there. We are jam-packed in that lot 24/7, you can see it. So I know it's an ask, I know it's an amendment to what we agreed to do, but it is in good faith. And we will deliver what you fought so hard for. I mean, I know, and I smile about it now, but you fought me tooth and nail on that one. You put it in there as a requirement. I had to do it, so did you. And we do look forward to the complete project being completed soon.
So Joe, first and foremost, thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing this in for fruition. You know, it's been a labor of love for the last 3 years. When I got elected mayor, we had one park in the downtown, Pond Circle Park. When you include Pond Circle Park now with the additional ones, we're gonna have 6 parks in the downtown, all negotiated at zero cost with the developers. Publix has a 20,000 square foot park. John Marquez has a 15,000 square foot park. Jose Boschetti in front of Nordstrom's has like a 6,000 or 7,000 square foot park. And then we have obviously the site adjacent to your home, Madam Vice Mayor, which is a beautiful little site there with a nice park there. And we're working on 2 other ones that I'm not gonna discuss right now, but that are potential 7 and 8 for our downtown. We talked about this for a long time. For me, this is a legacy item. This is real legislation. This is years of hard work that you see here before you. By the way, Joe, you and I both know, and the manager can attest to it, and so can the DCM, that property is no longer $1.2 million. A corner on Sevilla is more like $4 million now, okay? $3.5 million or so. I'm just telling you, that's a city asset. And now to build it, another $600,000-$700,000, which is gonna be enjoyed in perpetuity for everybody in this community. After we're all long gone and not serving here on this commission anymore, this is what truly it takes to effectuate change in our community. To come to work every single day and negotiate and really deliver excellence for the city. So to me, I want to thank you. You worked your tail off. Armando, Manny, it was a tough negotiation. As the manager can attest, this was a sticking point in regards to the 17 additional feet on the building. And I think the trade-off was an amazing windfall for the city of Coral Gables. I have a few asks that I want to make sure from staff, not from you. Mr. DCM, I want to make sure that we have decent mature trees, that we have shade trees, that while I respect and I follow the lead by Ms. Bell, I want to make sure that we have oak trees, we have beautiful shade trees that 15 years from now, they're beautiful in nature and they're welcoming in our downtown, especially as we continue to grow. That's the mark of a world-class city, a town with plazas, a town with open spaces in the middle of your downtown. And that's what we're gonna have in the next 2 years once we're done with these 6 or 7 parks, God willing, along with the underline, which is being completed, a piece of legislation that I wrote 10 years ago, and now you see it coming to fruition. So I'd like to make sure there's shade trees, real shade trees. I also wanna make sure that sidewalks, it's part of their contract anyways, the sidewalks are replaced on both sides. You have, especially around the fire hydrant, they tapped into the fire hydrant, there's been some issues there. They're gonna replace it anyways, but I just wanna make sure that gets taken care of. And I also wanna consider for here, I know we're working on it right now, here comes Ms. Bell to talk about trees, is to talk about the issue of, I would like one day to put a work of art in this park. I know that the developer is bringing a world-class piece of art that they're putting in front of their building, which is amazing. It's already there. It's encased. It's protected, and you'll see it. But I would like in the future, using our Art and Public Places Fund, to take advantage of this incredible park and put something there. And what I'd like to see there potentially to be considered is a work by Carmen Herrera, a Cuban-American artist who was discovered in New York when she was 90 years old, and she recently passed away I think it was 2 years ago, at an age of almost 104, 105 years old in New York. So I would love to see that one day. Maybe we get some funds from other projects and we can put it into this park. So I like the design of the park. I like to see it, the greener the better. I know the less hardscape, the cheaper it will be. I'd like to see some shade trees, and I have no issues with granting the extension because I understand building this park with 300 workers on a job site, the disaster that it would have been. This is what I do for a living. You need a place to park. And I'm okay with that because this is a massive investment that the city is getting in regards to a park, just like the one for Publix, just like the 15,000 square feet on Sevilla. I think it's Sevilla, correct? The corner? Sevilla. And also the one where Jose Boschetti in front of the Norsops. These are massive investments in the future. So if we have to make some accommodations, as long as we have a bond, we're perfectly fine on the job. I have no issues. Mr. Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is a 10,000 square foot park. It was used very effectively for parking vehicles, which is always a problem. And through a construction of this size, the title is in escrow. We have a bonded job, And we have a park which is being reviewed, and our Assistant Director of Greenscape, Dina Bell, has done a wonderful job in creating a beautiful park there. So
Get us some shade trees, Dina. Make sure, Ms. Bell, make sure that they're shade. Because we have some oaks in the back, but I want to make sure we get some oaks on the property. And by the way, I forgot a project. Tremel Crow project, corner lot. That's another park that we negotiated that was deeded to the city. And by the way, just so my colleagues understand, these properties are all deeded to the city. When we started doing this, the Tremel Crow property was not deeded. Now they're all deeded to the city. These are assets that belong to the city. Assets that belong to the city. So that's another one that I forgot. So that's a sixth one that we have right now. And we're looking at two other ones.
So, through the mayor?
Yes.
So, Mayor, because of all these issues, I think we have no problem in having the title in escrow, a bond for $622,000, and the TCO and CO extended in providing a TCO as long as of course as it's in escrow, and we have a bond for the full amount.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just to clarify, with discussions with Mr. Jimenez, it would be a letter of credit in lieu of a performance bond is what we had discussed. And we will work out between now and second reading, Mr. Jimenez and I will work out the mechanics of the timing and when the letter of credit could be called, if for whatever reason, and all that, to make sure that the city is protected.
Through the mayor?
Mr. Manager, can you do me a favor if the commission will give me this latitude? Will you work with your team, maybe Chelsea at your office, and have her be the point person with the county so we can shepherd this through and push this through as quickly as possible and address the issues of getting the approvals either through DERM, WASA, because I want to see them get the TCO and I want the project started. I want to deliver. This is the first one. This is the first one of 6. No, Tremel Crow is going to be first. Tremel Crow will be delivered probably in the next few months, but this could be the second one. I want to see these parks in our downtown come to life.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think this is just very simple. We're going to go ahead and have a letter, and we could just wait for CO. We're not going to give you a CO if the park's not done, and if the park's not done, the city would probably do it for $700,000, which will have the money. So I'll go ahead and I'll move this item.
I do want to clarify though, Commissioner, and like I said, we're going to be working on the details of that, but if they are ready for CO, they will, what we've discussed is that they would be able to get the CO, because my understanding is that the CO will be months after their TCO is when they'll be ready. So they would be able to get the CO, but we would be able to, if the park is not completed within the time frame that's agreed upon, which is they've asked for a year, then the city would be able to call on the letter of credit, and the deed would be released from escrow to the city.
So at the end of the day, we're going to get a park no matter what.
Correct.
That's why I'm in agreement
the mayor?
with this legislation.
Yes, Mr.
I
Manager.
think it would be easier just to clarify everything. I think we are coming to second reading. I think we've been asked if we can modify it on second reading to bring a letter of credit and the title and the title kept in escrow. The reason we are keeping it in escrow is so that all the permitting can be through the Codina property, through Codina instead of through us. And then at that time we can issue the CO. As long as the title is in escrow, we have a revocable letter of credit, and we will work all those details out and then bring it back on second reading so that the TCO and CO can be issued based on that.
Okay, all right.
So-
Madam Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor. Just a couple things, and I appreciate Mr. Codina's working with the community, the number of things that he's done to try to make sure that it didn't impact the area any more than necessary, including not just the parking, but using the cement trucks that made less noise to make sure that the neighborhood was not impacted. I met with some of the condo owners that were nearby, and they were very appreciative of that. They're also very appreciative that this is going to be a park with green space, no artificial turf. I've asked staff to look at maybe some more flowers in some areas, because not everything's going to be able to grow underneath an oak tree and in the shaded areas, but some of those sunny areas we might be able to showcase some of the flowers that's going to bring in some more nature, some more butterflies, some more birds, and things of that nature. And I appreciated the fact that when I asked you all if you'd have any heartburn making it 75% green space, you didn't push back.
I think it's more.
I think it's a little more.
I think it's a
So-
little more, and because that's what this community needed. They were walking across Lejeune, you imagine, to come into the neighborhoods because there's no green in that area at all. So we've really transformed the community, and I appreciate the efforts that the Codina group has done to make this come in for a landing for this area. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Fernandez, seconded.
I think Fernandez seconded, and if he didn't, I'll
No,
second
I
it.
had seconded, yeah.
Do you have any public comment, anything?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro? Yes. Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you for your hard work, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. We'll
and
see you
I
on the
really-
second round.
I really do want to call out the manager, his staff, and the attorney, because we've been at this, and I really do appreciate the attention that they've given to this matter.
Thank you, sir. We're almost there. All right, I think we have a 2 o'clock time certain. Is that what we have?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Let me check that.
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
E6.
E6.
All right, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch. We'll be back here by 2:15, and we will take that time certain. We need to talk Publix, correct? Yes.
Yes, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. See you here at 2:15.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Ready?
Yes, sir. No, Peter's right there. Right there.
Ready?
No, they're right there.
We need to. Can you turn them on, please?
No, yeah, there we go. Yours is not though.
Okay, we're back.
Mr. Manager.
Check yours.
Thank you. All right, and welcome back from lunch. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. Time certain items E6 and E9.
One second, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we're gonna defer those items for a little bit. We're still negotiating on that point. Excuse me. Let's move on to item E4. Trying to iron out the last details. I was meeting with
Ready to E4?
our friends from Publix, our city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and my staff, along with the attorney, and we're just ironing out a final few details for E6 and E9. Hopefully that the commission will support these final changes.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles, to create Article 10, Personal Delivery Devices and Mobile Carriers, to impose certain safety and operational requirements for personal delivery devices and mobile carriers consistent with state law, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney, along with Matt Anderson from Sustainability, and I'm going to get the title wrong.
Mobility.
Mobility, thank you. This item is sponsored by the Vice Mayor. As you know, we've seen a recent influx in those, I'm going to call them delivery robots. They're actually called personal delivery devices and mobile carriers under state law. So this ordinance acts within the ability we have under state law to regulate the safe operation of those devices. We are generally preempted as to the personal delivery devices, but we do have a narrow area about safe operation in which we can legislate. So this ordinance today, sponsored by the Vice Mayor, is very similar to one adopted in Miami Beach a few months ago. And what it does is it incorporates those definitions into our code and also has a few requirements for the safe operation of the devices. The main ones are that the devices themselves have to have lights and pennants. They cannot have commercial advertising on them. They have to evidence insurance to the city annually to make sure that we're covered for any accidents that may occur. There are also speed limits for the operation on sidewalks and crosswalks. And most importantly, they require that they cannot be stationary on city sidewalks or swales for more than 30 minutes, and they must leave accessible paths of travel. The city wants to work closely with the vendors that we have operating in the city to make sure that they avoid those narrow sidewalks that we know we may have in the downtown area, so that we ensure that there's proper ADA accessible access on all of our city rights-of-way, and that pedestrians have safe access to all of our downtown. So happy to answer any questions and turn it over to the Vice Mayor or Matt if you have any questions.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, as you all have been observing, there's more and more of these personal delivery devices around. I've seen a number of instances where pedestrians are shoved out of the way by the devices themselves. The sidewalk is blocked. A stroller can't make it down, or they're sitting for an entire day and into the night in front of or beside someone's home, blocking the sidewalk and forcing people to take another route. So that is why, I brought these things forward so that in compliance with the ADA, that these devices themselves are not creating barriers to access for individuals with disabilities, and that they don't create a hazard where also vehicles are hitting them. It's less likely as well. So I appreciate staff's work on this, and hopefully the vendors will embrace it totally and we'll be able to move forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. One thing to note, enforcement wouldn't begin for 6 months after adoption. That's similar to other neighboring municipalities, and we think it will give time for us to meet with those vendors and make sure that everybody's able to be in compliance.
So, any questions from you all? If not, I'll move it.
I'll second it, but I do have a question.
Yes.
Do these devices, and this may just be not specifically about the legislation, but do they have an identification number on them that's visible? For example, let's say that there's an issue with a unit so that it can be reported?
State law requires that they have a name and the company name on them, and they are required to be under state statute to be actively monitored when moving. They don't have to be a human being, it doesn't have to be right there, but they are supposed to be actively monitored. And we've already been in contact with some of the companies, so we do have contact information as well. I don't know that there is an explicit requirement under state law for like a phone number or complaints, how am I driving, et cetera, but
No,
we can look into
maybe
that.
I didn't explain. I mean an identification number for the actual unit.
Yes, they all have names.
They have a name.
So they have human names.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's a number on the top. There's of that little device on there. And just for clarification, in the definitions, part of my editing was incorporating the ADA as well, so that our code incorporates the federal code.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion, a second.
Commissioner Lara?
Through the mayor, just a question. So, Vice Mayor or to City Attorney, when I'm looking at the proposed ordinance, it says the devices in section, I guess it's CD, under operational restrictions, says devices shall not obstruct pedestrian movement or impede accessible routes or access to buildings, ADA ramps, fire hydrants, transit stops, or public infrastructure. So just walking the streets, some of them are narrow sidewalks, right? And I don't know what we do when it's like a showdown between me and like Wally when
Yes.
you're walking down the street. And if I was in a wheelchair, I don't know. So I understand the intent, but like, have we thought through like what the enforcement of that looks like?
Sure. So it's as always an operational challenge to enforce some of these restrictions. That is the very issue that the Vice Mayor brought up. They are supposed to yield to pedestrians, but they are also treated as pedestrians legally under the state statute. So it's an interesting case there. Our intention is to work closely with our public works staff and with Matt's team to identify those roads in which we would hope that they would avoid passageway. We do have some narrow sidewalks in the city along Lejeune or some other busier roads where you may not be able to step out of the way, robot or human. And so we would like to work to identify those roads that we would sort of like to be off limits to the extent that we later want to completely restrict them from those sidewalks. We may be able to do that. We can look at that. But at this point in time, we really wanted to identify those roads and work collaboratively with the vendors to sort of restrict their usage there. If that's the only path to a location where they're going, that may be the only path. They just need to back up, be it a block or two if somebody's in the way. And or if we can sort of map out roads that we don't think they're appropriate on. If we can work with the vendors like we've done with the scooters, et cetera, we would like to do that and work collaboratively. But at the moment, it doesn't ban them from any specific sidewalks.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So I brought up specifically to staff, particular roads, and staff can identify those roads. Like, for instance, Lejeune Road, there's no place to go. There's absolutely no place for a human being to go that is disabled other than the sidewalk. I did take a picture and I sent it to staff where the human being was forced into the grass that was able-bodied, but a person in a wheelchair cannot. So we don't want to stand down like that. That is an extremely busy highway. It's a very dangerous highway. And to have a stubborn machine that's not going to move, force an individual with disabilities to go in reverse on a sidewalk like that is utterly dangerous. So there will be streets in which our staff is going to have to say, that is too dangerous. Because you can't imagine going backwards in a wheelchair down some of these streets. There's another route that these robots can take. It's going to be longer, okay? But it's exactly why on every single one of these developments that come forward, we need to press for wider sidewalks so that there is space for both all these gadgets and devices and people to be able to walk and stroll and strollers and wheelchairs and be able to pass each other. So that's why under operational restrictions, paragraph C, there's a subparagraph E that says all efforts shall be made to operate these devices only on those sidewalks providing more than 5 feet of clearance and free of any infrastructure obstructions which may inhibit the use of the sidewalks by pedestrians. Okay?
Is there a staging area for these vehicles? Like, are they picked up every night? I know in some areas they pick up the scooters at night. Is that the same way that they operate, or is there a place where they park these on a regular basis?
I'll defer to Mr. Anderson, but my understanding is that there are some arrangements with private property owners in the downtown where some of them are being staged.
I believe they're also staging over on where the fountain is on Alhambra, right over here in the business district. I've seen them staging there where they're dropping them off and staging them surrounding that fountain area right there.
Right, so they're picking them up and dropping them off, I guess.
Yeah.
They're not there overnight. Because if we have a 30-minute limit.
No, it's not my understanding that they're overnight, but if they are, that would be prohibited if this ordinance is adopted and enforced.
And I would suggest is if there's a possibility that we can maybe rent them space to store these on an overnight basis as a revenue generating way of doing things as well, maybe within the downtown. We can find maybe space that we can rent out to them for them to store them.
I think they need to take them back for charging access to probably recharge them overnight, similar to how we do
Just
it.
food for thought, I
Yeah,
guess,
but something to think
going
about.
forward, if that need does arise. I know the technology on these things is changing just as quickly as everything else is. So, I'm sure that the solar ability for some of them may become just their regular longevity anyway. So just food for thought going forward.
Our intention is between first and second reading to reach out to those vendors that have already been in contact with the city to make sure they're aware of these new restrictions should they be adopted on second reading.
Okay. Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So just a comment, and I'm not the guy that thinks that we should ever allow perfect to be the enemy of good, right? But one thing that comes to my mind in looking again at the visibility enhancement requirement under, I guess it's B, that all such devices must emit a period audible sound.
Periodic, that's a typo, but yes, a periodic audible
Yes, it's
sound.
period, but okay, periodic,
Yes.
got it. That was for a period, it'll be
No,
on,
no.
but okay, periodic, audible sound, swishing or occasional beeping when in motion sufficient to alert nearby pedestrians of their presence. I mean, we treat these as individuals, right? But we don't require individuals to walk around with swishing or occasional beeping when we walk. And already you've got a flag that's 3 feet high off the top of the device. I'm just thinking out loud, maybe in practice, we'll see, if adopted, this is what we're going to be experiencing. But if I'm sitting having a coffee at Morton's, or, I'm somewhere outside enjoying the city outdoor cafe cityscape.
Might not want the beeping.
I have a sense, because I've seen quite a few of these PDDs, right, that they're just, is it going to be a constant R2D2 kind of motif going on, beep, 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 beep at all times?
My understanding is that City of Miami Beach has also adopted this, and the reason is for pedestrian safety. If you are visually impaired or if you have your back turned, you may not see one, but sort of like an electric vehicle has that sort of low swishing hum noise when backing up or moving, that it would alert you to their presence. But we can certainly think about modifying that agreement if the sponsor wants to, but it is similar to what Miami Beach has adopted. But I do understand, of course, the concern, and we're happy to address it however you would like in the ordinance.
Well, I'm not asking for it to be amended. I was just kind of thinking out loud, and maybe there's no good answer until we see what it's like in practice. But I'm envisioning something like where the amount of operational usage, right, during a given evening might even diminish the effectiveness when all you hear is just beeping going on or swishing going on at all times, and whether that's really going to achieve the goal or diminish the experience for people who want to enjoy, but I don't know, because I don't know how loud the beeping is. I don't know how
Audible within 100 feet, I believe, is the.
Well, the 100 feet for rear facing.
Oh, the lights
forward
are the lights are 100 feet,
And
yeah.
there the option too is reflectors.
Sufficient to alert.
Yeah, right. So there's a lot of, I don't know. But I understand the intent behind it, which is more than laudable, right? But like, we don't require that of people. We don't require that of people on a bicycle. We don't require that of dogs that are also being walked. Any one of those could present an issue for people who are visually impaired as well. You know, but I was just throwing it out there just for further conversation, you know, regarding.
Through the
So-
mayor?
Yes.
I think the biggest difference is a person who's walking a dog or a person walking can say, excuse me, if they find somebody who's standing in the way. Otherwise, this device is just going to stop there and stand on the sidewalk. If it's not notifying, that person may just turn around and fall right over it because they're not paying attention or they're not seeing it. So that may be the difference. Maybe it's not a beeping sound that we want. Maybe it's something similar to what the electric vehicles have, which is just that humming sound, which may be emitted at if it comes to a stop, or I don't know. We could try to, between first and second reading, maybe we can find a solution.
Yeah, and you say a solution, but I don't know if we have a problem either, you know, like, I'm just kind of musing out loud, and really in practice is when we'll really know. But yeah, good suggestion there.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So I had brought up the swishing sound. The Miami Beach ordinance only had beeping. And, you know, when you're riding a bike, the thing you do is you ring your bell or something and say, you know, and you tell people that you're coming. You're to the left or you're to the right. You give them a heads up. Okay, I'm out walking my dogs at night. I try to avoid people. Problem is, these things aren't avoiding people. They're blocking the road. And for an individual that's sight impaired, this is a huge problem. Now, whether or not it's swishing or beeping sometimes will depend on the context. So I left staff some discretion here, because if you're on Lejeune Road, swishing is not going to do. So I think, you know, staff will need to make an assessment of that. I prefer the swishing over beeping because we're beeped enough as it is. But I did leave that flexibility in there for staff so we can make sure the people that are sight impaired do know that these devices are on the street and that they look around, turn around. Here it is. It's behind me. Oh my God, I can't go backwards.
Perhaps this is something we can address between first and second reading to the extent we are able to schedule a meeting with the vendors in between. I think that would be helpful to learn the capabilities. I don't think they can talk yet, but we can speak to them about the.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor, as far as OSHA is concerned, white noise and beeping are considered both safe. So a swishing type sound that's white noise is used in equipment where you have a lot of residential area around. And so both actually comply with OSHA from a construction perspective, so I'm assuming they'll comply with this kind of issue also.
So, and if that's the case, then I just amend it on the floor here, and let's scratch beeping and just make it swishing.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second with an amendment, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well,
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro? Yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
yes. I'd like to run through H1, H2, and H3 quickly, if possible.
Thank you.
H1,
Mayor, H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the bridges repairs and rehabilitation contract in the estimated amount of $800,378 to P&P Contracting, Inc., the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to IFB 2025-046 and Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award.
do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
I see
Vice
the
Mayor.
Procurement Director rushing in. I don't know if.
Go ahead. We have a motion and a second?
She wants to hear the vote.
Okay.
All right. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, great work. Item H2,
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the renewal of the property and casualty insurance program, which includes but is not limited to property, general liability, automobile liability, public officials, errors and omissions, excess workers' compensation, crime liability, special risk, terrorism, property and liability, pollution liability, deadly weapon protection coverage, flood, as well as other ancillary lines of insurance coverage and insurance broker fees through Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services, Inc., in the amount of $2,877,099 for the period of May 1st, 2026 to May 1st, 2027.
Yes, sir.
Microphone.
Thank you, Commissioner. We had a good hurricane year last year, so insurance rates are down this year, which is a good thing. And I will let our HR director and the risk director handle this, but we've had a good hurricane season last year. Hopefully we'll have another good one this year. And actually we needed it because our rates are down compared to the prior 2 years that we have multiple hurricanes.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Cliff Friedman, HR and Risk Management Director. As the City Manager stated, this item is for the annual insurance renewal for the city's property and casualty insurance program. The property insurance portion of this has actually reduced 21.6% year over year, bringing the total premium down 11% year over year, while keeping the same or better coverage.
Let me ask you a question. I haven't gone over this with the manager, and I'm sorry that I'm bringing it up here, not usually when we have our meetings, but I just was thinking about it right now. In an effort to be a little more redundant, what was the difference between our payment last year and this year?
The difference is about $350,000.
Can we take those $350,000 and put it in an account?
And I believe this was something we had discussed last year, so it is a policy decision if that is something we can do. I don't know if Diana is here.
I'll tell you why. Okay, look. When things are good, we got to prepare for the tough times. I know that some of my colleagues don't like to hear it, but when I got here, we had $15 million in the coffers. Now we have over $60 million in cash in restricted reserves. When I got here, we had 52% funded in regards to our pensions. Now we're in the mid-70s and climbing. Just because you have extra money now, we got to prepare ourselves for what could be potentially coming from Tallahassee. And everybody knows the insurance game, with all due respect to our brokers, thank you for your hard work, it's up and down. You know, it's like gambling sometimes. It all depends. And we've been in positions where our back has been against the wall, and we get coverage that a lot of other cities don't. And I'd rather know that when I walk away from here, I left the city in the best financial position for the employees and for the residents, and that people weren't scrambling. That $350, yes, could I use it for more sidewalks? Could I use it for more trees? I know staff is kind of, at the end of the year when budget season comes, everybody scrambles for $100,000 here, $200,000 there. As a matter of fact, I know it has nothing to do with this, but I'm negotiating now with the manager in regards to our cinema, and I'm going to be presenting something with the manager in the next commission meeting potentially.
Through the mayor. I'll move it.
Okay.
I'll second.
Just want to be as financially prudent as possible. Thank you for that.
Through the mayor. Are those funds restricted?
The funds for
Or
the
left over 350? And I think that's more
no, I don't believe so. I think last year what was discussed was that money should not be redirected to other recurring costs, that it should stay for one-time costs. But I would defer to finance on the particulars of that.
The only items, and this is very simple math, okay? The only items that are restricted are, for example, are the fees that we collect from permitting, that are restricted funds that have to be used in that department. These are funds that come from the general fund, that come like everything else, and we have to pay our insurance, we have to pay our health insurance. This goes up, thank God it's going down. Thank God it's going down. And that we have a team of people, our staff and our outside consultants, along with yourself and the manager, that are, and the DCM and the ACM, that are working very diligently to try to find solutions that are the most cost-effective without compromising coverage. Mr. Manager.
So, Mayor, thank you, Mayor. And we're also negotiating on health insurance now, so we're not sure how that's going to go, and more than likely it's going to go up somewhat.
So my point is this: health insurance goes up. If you have an extra $350,000, maybe we can use a little bit of that money to offset that cost. I hope it doesn't. I pray it doesn't, so that money can stay in that bank account and continue to maybe earn a little interest. Not much, but earn something, and we could just build upon that. We have a motion and a second with an amendment as per the Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Great work on your new position. Congratulations. Thank you for your hard work. Item H3.
Thank you, Mayor. H3 is a resolution of the City Commission ratifying the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Coral Gables and the Fraternal Order of Police, Coral Gables Lodge Number 7, for the period of October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Cliff Friedman, again, HR and Risk Management Director. I'm pleased to announce that we have reached a one-year agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police. As the Deputy City Attorney stated, this agreement would run from October 1, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. It has already been ratified by the FOP and is before you today for final approval and ratification. The highlight is that it provides for a 3.5% salary increase, which will be retroactive to October 5th, 2025, as well as other financial incentives for training officers for the new class that we have incoming. We believe that this is a financially sound contract and is a prudent contract for the city and is beneficial to its employees as well. I'm available to answer any.
Chief, you have anything you'd like to add?
No, sir. I think it's a fiscally prudent decision on our part as far as the city's concerned, and it opens up the ability for the manager to negotiate with the FOP on a longer-term deal when the financial stability of the city is more intact, which was the manager's direction.
So if I may add just a few points, I want to congratulate both of you along with the manager. I know that we were teetering on not having an agreement. You stood firm. The officers understand that this is a partnership. Right now, I think we have 1 or 2 open positions. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We have 5 as of this morning.
As of this morning. But we have how many people in the?
We have 6 in the pipeline, 9 in the or 21 in the academy.
Okay, so we're in good shape. That's a testament to your hard work, the manager, the entire team, procurement, our background investigators. Thank you for your hard work. I would like to see, and I hope my colleagues agree with me, a 3-year deal. Hopefully next time with the police officers. I hope that we commence negotiating that. And I'd like to ask you a question that it runs through the manager. Mr. Manager, have we already contacted the fire union in regards to negotiations?
Yes, Mayor, we've contacted them twice.
Okay, I want to make sure that I would like to send a 3rd letter. If they don't respond within a week, I would like to send a 3rd letter that we're ready to come to the table and that we expect to negotiate in regards to that we want a 3-year contract. I want to make sure that we put ourselves in the best position for the next few years with both of our unions. Let me make it very clear. I wrote a letter that went to all homes, business owners. I'm personally paying to have it published in the Coral Gables magazine. I just sent it out yesterday in the magazine via email. Do not risk having the state of Florida make a decision in regards to our tax revenue. I'm not going to raise taxes. I'm not going to be in a position where I'm going to hurt the city. Those days that happened 2 years ago with the COLAs for $20 million, you know what we did with that money? I'm going to put it on the record. Instead of giving $9.5 million that we gave 2 years ago, we slashed our 13th check by $2 million to pay for that COLA. So we only gave $7.5 million. While we gave the COLA to past employees, we hurt our current employees, paying down their pensions. That was never the unfunded. That was never my intent of why the chief, the manager, and all the employees here decided to start overfunding the pension 13 years ago with the 13th check. So I would like to see, and I hope my colleagues agree with me, that I'd like to see the fire union come to the table and start negotiating a 3-year deal along with our police officers. We need to be partners. They're going to slash property taxes. It's coming any moment now. They're not going to slash it. They're going to put forth a proposal, and that proposal is going to go to the voters. We need to be proactive here. We need to protect the city and protect the voters. Okay? I want to thank you for your hard work on this. Both of you, all 3 of you, the whole staff. Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Can I have a motion?
A second.
Perfect.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
This went for a vote, right? Do you know
Amongst the
what
union?
the vote was?
I believe it was 58 to 46%. So it was
52 to 48.
52 to 48. 52 to 48.
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Before I vote yes, this obviously has to go to a vote. This cannot come to the commission without being ratified by the members of the union, correct?
Correct.
So this is obvious that this went to a vote. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the police officers. Thank you for using reasonable judgment and being our partners moving forward. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we had a time certain for 3 o'clock, correct? Thank you, Chief. F9.
F9 is updates regarding basically our recycling program. Is Matt here? Yes, there he is.
We'll do it after this.
And I also invited some individuals that have been working with Mommy Blue on recycling plastic. In the back of the room, you'll see a piece of artwork, and invite that person to come up and speak as well at the appropriate moment. So, Matt, I know you can talk about this in your sleep. So that is why you're the lead one speaking on this. But we had a wonderful presentation that we did at the farmers market and brought a lot of people up to date on what is and isn't recyclable in our city regular recycling bin. And it really gets down to what is marketable. You know, can it be made into clothing? Can it be made into furniture? Can it be made into a piece of artwork, such as the piece that you see in the back of the room? So, Matt, I'm going to hand the floor over to you, and I know that that piece of artwork, although it looks heavy, only weighs about 20 pounds. Perhaps it can be brought forward to where it can be seen in a camera for the public as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioners. If we can bring up the PowerPoint presentation. And again, Matt Anderson, Assistant Director, Mobility and Sustainability. So briefly, we want to go through just to remind everyone what is accepted in our single stream recycling. So I wanted to start off by we talk about the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle. Recycle is really the last R there. The most environmentally thing we can do is reduce our consumption or reuse, right? So I just wanted to start off by emphasizing that. So waste management, who we take our recycling materials to, just opened a brand new facility up in Pembroke Pines. I know that the Deputy City Manager and the Assistant City Manager and I were able to tour the facility on its grand opening. It's very impressive, all the new technology that they are incorporating and how they're sorting materials, how they're processing it, the volume now that they're able to take. Again, it was really, really impressive. You could see some photos that we took on the right, basically what the recycling looks like at the end of the process before it goes to the distributors. So what's new from Waste Management? Well, recently Waste Management actually added cups into their accepted, like their program. So we have hot and cold beverage paper cups and plastic cups made from polypropylene. So those are now being accepted widely throughout the recycling process because they have, again, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, you know, obviously recycling is great for the environment, but recycling is a commodity-driven market. It's if there are markets for these materials to be able to be processed. And you can see they're listed with the types of cups that are not accepted, which obviously styrofoam is not accepted in any form within the recycling process, and you have all the others. And then something that we have that you'll see in our messaging is always reminding individuals, empty all the liquids, remove straws, and any food debris from any of these materials. So waste management, we've really aligned over the years our recycling message with Waste Management's, right? That's where we're taking our materials. We wanted to make sure that our messages are always aligned, and we make it as simple as possible for.
Matt, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Matt.
I would like to ask you a
you
question.
before you move to the next slides,
I'm
right?
sorry.
I was a little confused about what's accepted. You said, okay, fine, you've got styrofoam.
Yes, the
No,
foam
it's
cups.
not accepted.
It's not accepted, yes.
So a plastic cup that's made from polypropylene, is that like a solo cup? Like
Yeah.
a red solo?
Yeah, what
that
you
kind
would
of
see.
thing?
Yeah, either clear or the red.
As opposed to what's not accepted is rigid polystyrene. I'm sorry, but what?
Polystyrene is
Yeah,
the
what's
same,
that?
it's another term for styrofoam. So it's, yeah, you see it in both forms. So like your coffee cup, like your styrofoam coffee cups wouldn't be something you would be able to put in your recycling.
Yeah, okay, great. So styrofoam, foam, no.
Yeah.
and then everything else that's plastic.
Yes,
Okay,
could go
thank
in.
you. Sorry to
And
interrupt
that's,
you.
sorry.
Through the
Yeah.
mayor?
Yes.
A
But through the
follow-up on
mayor.
that, though. Oh,
Go ahead.
Starbucks cup, is that recyclable or not?
If depending on the material, I don't go to Starbucks that often.
Right, but the clear cups that they give you.
Yeah, so
Sorry, not for hot coffee, for cold,
Plastic.
for iced coffee.
yes, if it's the plastic polypropylene, if you see on the bottom, you'd have to look on the bottom, turn it upside down and see, then it would be accepted.
Is there a
Yes.
chart that we can maybe have available so you can see which codes are and which ones are not?
So the thing is with the codes is that's
So
how.
Matt, can we do something right now?
Yes.
Can we print out 51,000 charts and we'll send it to every single person so they can walk around with this? You see how difficult this is? This
No,
is
no,
the
no.
point. This is insane.
I agree.
So then you start returning. Now you start trying to do the good thing,
Yeah.
and you're actually contaminating the waste stream.
Exactly.
Yes.
So,
And you'll see something that we have on our
by the way,
marketing.
we have the lowest contamination rate
Yes,
of any
I was
city
gonna
in
cover
Miami-Dade
that.
County. So I want to say we're doing our best.
Yes.
So I'm going to make it easy for you.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
They take narrow neck bottles.
Yes.
On the bottom of that is your number that you're looking for. There's your chart. If it matches, it's recyclable. If it doesn't match, it's not recyclable. Not at this point, okay? But the styrofoam, remember, you can rinse it out, clean it, take it to Publix.
Yeah.
The food grade styrofoam containers.
But I guess my question on the codes was, do we have that available online?
Yeah, so you can't always go by the number because the number was developed by the plastic industry. This is something that Waste Management has been clear with us. So they tend to market it where you have by shape. So you have the narrow neck plastic bottles and that description versus the number because you can't always say the number. We used to have our materials when I first started with the city 10 years ago. A lot of our marketing materials went by number like 1 through 5 and 7. And number 6 is your styrofoam, which has never been accepted. And we've gone away from that because, again, it's aligning with what Waste Management and their marketing materials are going out to try to simplify the process on the shape, right?
So I'll interrupt one more time because we know that they also take butter containers and things of that
Yeah.
nature. So these are some of the guidelines you can use. If the number matches at the bottom, great. But some people can't see the numbers. So that's why they use shapes.
Yeah.
Okay, no charts.
Okay.
So again, here is Waste Management's Simple 5. So your plastic bottles, cups, and containers, paper and paper cups, glass bottles and containers, flattened cardboard and paperboard, and food and beverage cans. Do not include batteries, foam cups, containers, foods, liquids, clothing, furniture, loose plastic bags. We'll talk about the different alternative recycling programs we have in the city that not all cities have, and then obviously green waste, which I'll talk about a little bit as well. So this is our updated recycling flyer, again, keeping it simple, similar to how Waste Management has theirs. So we have plastic cups, bottles, and containers, and paper cups. We just updated that based on the new information from Waste Management. Flattened cardboard boxes and paper, glass bottles and containers, and food and beverage cans. And then the items that definitely you do not want in the recycling bin, plastic bags, and obviously your expanded polystyrene, your styrofoam. And then the additional tips we have there. We want to also remind our residents, keep the recyclables clean, dry. Do not bag them. I know that sometimes, we have folks that do bag the recycling. Keep food waste and liquids out of the recycling bin. And this is the key one we added a number of years ago. When in doubt, leave it out. Don't even contaminate the recycling stream. If you're undecided about it, leave it out.
So I'm going to clarify your don't bag it. If you have paper and you put it in a paper bag, it's the plastic bags that are the
Yes, the
problem.
plastic bags are the problematic ones.
And if I may, can we add, the Vice Mayor was mentioning Publix as a place to recycle certain items. Can we add a list or include in there, these items can be recycled at Publix?
So we do have information for alternatives on the website, which I'll talk how we get that information.
Because what I would ask is if we can create this graphic as a social media graphic so that we can share it on our socials as well. But it would be good to have that information on there that you can recycle the plastic bags at Publix because a lot of people don't know. And they just sit around, they end up in our garbage anyway. If we don't have to throw those away, if we don't have to go through that process, that also removes extra costs for the city.
Absolutely. So I also want to mention when Public Works and the city went to the blue recycling bins, one thing that we added that I want to definitely emphasize to our residents is there is a QR code on the side of your recycling bin, on every residential recycling bin. If you scan it, it takes you to the city's recycling education page that gives you all the information, what's accepted, what's not, alternatives, and that has that information readily available for our residents. So this is our city website. What's accepted and what's not. So you see the list there. It again mimics what we have, and it goes into a little more detail there on what's accepted and what can be recycled. And then obviously what can't be recycled. And we have information there on the alternatives. A lot of the programs that our team manages, like the plastic bag recycling that we have at the Adult Activity Center, the War Memorial Center, and our Parking Mobility Services Office, along with our Next Rex program. So these are some of the programs I know we've showed in the past, but we have our cigarette litter program. We also have the plastic bag. The rectangular box there is for the specialized plastic bag program that we have, that we've collected over 2,000 pounds since we started. We also have the battery recycling available to the residents. These programs are extremely popular. My team is always going out and collecting with the assistance of IT on the battery side. Going out and collecting these as they fill up within our city facilities. We also have the other programs like the Christmas tree drop-off and the holiday cardboard, which was our most popular year this past year with all the cardboard being generated with online shopping. We also have our events. We have our recycling drive-through event happening next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, the following Saturday, April 25th from 9 to 12 in the City Hall parking lot. And all the items that we take are the items that are the alternatives that aren't accepted in your regular single stream recycling. So your electronics, your household hazardous waste, your sensitive documents, we'll take plastic bag and film at that, and then clothing. So the city has a lot of alternative programs in place for those items that aren't accepted in your single stream recycling. So we want to give the residents the opportunity to be able to properly either recycle or dispose of these products. And that's something that really sets our city apart, because there are not a lot of cities that have this amount of alternative programs for our residents. And again, anytime we have these programs, they are incredibly popular with our community. Speaking of, which I'll talk about a little bit later on the other item, but we have our composting program starting on April 20th, next Monday. You all should have the invite in your calendar. We're looking forward to it. We're finalizing our contract right now with Renewable, and I'll speak a little bit more about that in the next item. You'll see here what we'll be accepting. Again, I'll cover that in another item. And then just overall how we're marketing recycling and sharing this information with the community. We have our city website. We have the waste bills every year that go out. We insert that information into the waste bills and working with communications and the finance team. We also, at our community events, through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, we alone have done over 300 events since 2020. We're out in the community all the time and promoting not only the programs that we have, but also helping educate the residents, businesses on recycling practices. City facilities, we have information posted in the city facilities, social media, obviously, e-news. We have our green business program where we're going out and actively working with local businesses on what they can do to be more sustainable. Included in that is a big category on waste diversion. We work with waste management. They go out and do education. And then obviously too, probably the key to all of this, our solid waste team, who does an excellent job out at collecting and really helping educate our residents as well on the items that should and shouldn't be going into the bins. And all of that kind of comes together to the mayor's point on really maintaining that below 10% contamination rate, which is the lowest in the region. And it's one thing that, again, our city really does well. And it's something that, yes, we can constantly look for ways to improve, but overall, our contamination rate on our single-family residential side remains below 10% when we're audited by Waste Management. And that's something to be really, really proud of.
So next to you is an item that's made from plastic. And I asked these young men to bring it in to show people what can happen to plastic bottles and so forth when they are collected, instead of allowing your gardeners to throw them into the trash pits and so forth. I get pictures from people questioning why they're in trash pits. So if you just give us a brief description of this piece of artwork and how it was made and the purpose behind the organization creating it, And maybe it'll inspire more people to pick those bottles up out of the trash pits instead of leaving them there and getting their gardeners to put them in a recycle bin.
Good afternoon to everybody. Major Lara and Major Lago, Commissioner Lara, Vice Mayor Anderson, and the rest of the panel. This is a perfect example of plastic that's being collected from the ocean. And we have different programs, one of them being Blue Ocean program. Marco Olivier, the artist, he's the official artist for the Mandela family in Cape Town, South Africa. Also one of the winners of Art Basil's awards. Created this piece of work, and he's created many of them, but his purpose wasn't really art only or making money, like most of them are. It was basically helping the environment. We love the city of Coral Gables, basically because of what they're working towards. And this is a perfect example of what those pieces of plastic, like Vice Mayor Anderson mentioned, you throw it on the floor or the garbage, hopefully. This is what comes out of it. And it's not only this image, it could be many other images. Something that can maybe be customized to the Coral Gables image, which is what we're thinking about. I think that's what you were.
Right. So I appreciate you bringing it here today because it's one of many examples. The other example we have is with the plastic bags over at the youth center. It's made a bench. And I think we're close to what, a second bench soon?
We've already received the second bench, which the commission has voted on. We will be tribute to Mark Trowbridge. So we're going to be ordering that plaque and putting it on and finding a location, working with the chamber.
Okay. So appreciate you bringing this today because I think it puts a real face on what can be done with plastic as well as the benches and other useful materials that we can make in the future. And hopefully instead of throwing stuff in trash pits, people will put them more in a recycle bin where they can be made into productive pieces of artwork or benches or furniture of other nature. So appreciate you doing this presentation. It is Earth Month. There's lots of different things that we worked on. I mean, in fact, we received messages before that we could take our campaign signs and even have those recycled. But that's another specialized pickup that we've had in the past.
Yes.
So thank you. Appreciate it.
Through the
Thank
mayor.
you for the opportunity, and thank you, everyone.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I want to say that I look at that and I feel like, I mean, that's just garbage, right? Because it's what it is, but it's beautiful. It's amazing. It's gorgeous. And I'm sitting here in awe that that's made out of plastic, harvested from the ocean, right? Is that what you're saying? All right, so Vice Mayor, that was a good move on your part, among many, to bring this in, because it caught me pleasantly by surprise. Like, I almost think I want one, you know, that kind of thing.
I know, I surprised the mayor too, so you're not alone. He was like, what? This is not on the agenda. Yes,
But
it
it's
is.
wonderful.
Yes, it is.
It tells you what you can do when you care about the environment, when you think outside the box, right? And when you aspire, you know, to spin and turn on its head, a problem can become a solution. And garbage, you know, is something that everybody just always gives such a negative connotation to it, but you're turning it into something amazing. So are you the artist?
No, I am actually the artist representative. My name is Juan Carlos Garcia. I am the managing director of his gallery here in Miami, the local gallery that I helped start up a number of years ago. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you guys to this because as a child of Miami, someone who grew up here in Coral Gables, I was always inspired by our ecology here. I was one of the first classes in university here at FIU that I fell in love with. And how do we attack these things from a very Miami perspective? We are a beautifying city. We are a city that donates its time and its efforts to making it more beautiful for everyone who lives here. And what a perfect example this is, to be able to upcycle something like trash, like plastics that are polluting our beaches and making it more difficult for our families to enjoy their time at rest, then turning it into art where they can enjoy it forever. But thank you so much for the time. And This is also the Fragment series. The Fragment series in gold dust. This is gold dust that's layered onto plastics that have been gathered from the ocean alongside the Blue Ocean Research Project. They specialize in sending out boats across the world to plastic patches, and we purchase their recycled material that is then cleaned up. We put it into our process, and we come out with art that looks like this.
The best part is that it gets wet. and nothing happens.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Is there a way to get some of the product that's collected in Coral Gables and create an art piece that maybe we can place at a location where we're currently doing recycling to showcase what can be done? I think that
100%.
might be something that we can do to expand on the vice mayor's bringing this to us, but maybe it's something that we can incorporate to what it's currently in our art, public art, but it's different. It also promotes our recycling program, and maybe it can be taken from the products that are being recycled from Coral Gables.
100%. We'd love to be able to facilitate that here in Miami.
And I'll add, I've been talking with Catherine to see where we can find opportunities to have environmental art and art similar to that. So we've already been kind of exploring that. So
Perfect. Let's work on it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We're
Mayor.
gonna take a 5-minute break because
Thank you.
we have to discuss E6 and E9 that are the next items that we'll be talking about. I need to meet with the manager, city attorney, and anyone else that needs to meet in regards to that matter. 5 minutes, we'll be right back.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I know.
Recording stopped.
You ready, Mr. Clerk?
Recording in progress.
Now we're ready, sir.
All right, perfect. Now items E6 and E9, the final items before we move on to city commission items.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2024-11, which approved a planned area development for a proposed Publix grocery store and liquor store on the property legally described as lots 1 through 48, Block 8, Coral Gables Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, modifying certain conditions of approval due to revisions necessitated by flood zone requirements and to remove or modify certain off-site traffic improvements and bicycle lane requirements. E9 is related. It's a resolution regarding the site plan, but that will not be voted on today, so it's just on for your information, but it will be considered at the time of second reading of the ordinance.
Counselor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue and also now 901 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, representing Publix Supermarkets, Inc., the owner of the site located at 2551 Lejeune Road. There has been a Publix store at this location for many decades, and in 2024, the City Commission approved a new state-of-the-art store, which would include an enclosed garage, a liquor store, and very importantly, a 20,000 square foot public park on the east side of the block. All of these components remain the same in the project. What we are requesting today is a modification of certain conditions of approval, which we cannot comply with because in one case, we are located in a flood zone, and in the other, the county has provided certain comments, requests for information, and denials regarding certain off-site roadway improvements. If we could bring up the presentation, please. Here are some images of the design right now. You see the park on the right-hand side on the east end of the block. Here, we'll refer back to these as necessary, but they are proposed red lines for the conditions of approval. We're going to have some modifications based on discussions we've had today. There's basically two categories or topics that we should discuss. The first one is base flood elevation and the need to elevate the buildings to a height, both the height to the roof as well as to the top of the architectural feature, and then the off-site traffic improvements. I'll go first into detail on the flood zone and base flood elevation issues. As you can see there before you, that's a flood map zone of this area of the city. And while the vast majority of the central business district is not within a flood zone, there is a sort of flood zone that creeps into the central business district here and covers the block where Publix is located right now. Originally, the project was designed to be at grade, but because the base floor needs to be at a minimum of a 10-foot elevation, that means that the other components of the building need to go higher. So up to the flat roof before was 36 feet, 3 inches. Now it's at 42 feet. And the very top of an architectural feature, which was before at 61 feet, is now at 67 feet. These heights are all well within the 190 feet of height for which the property is zoned. Additionally, the transition from sidewalk into building for the pedestrian also needs to be modified because we are no longer at grade but elevated. Certain stairs and ramps need to be incorporated to comply with FEMA and ADA. You see the stair areas in yellow and the ramp in blue. Again, this is not our whim. This is to comply with FEMA and ADA. The look of the project remains the same, as I'll show you now in some before and after renderings. This is the southwest corner of the property. Take a look at the area where the umbrellas are. That's what goes from grade to elevated with stairs. Here is the northwest corner, the entrance to the liquor store. You can try to look in the corner there of that building, right now at grade, and then there's a stairwell there with the proposed new design, but still the overall design and aesthetics of the building are remaining the same. Here is the Andalusia frontage. before and after, as you can see, there's a ramp at a very low slope that's coming up on each side of the main entrance. The park side of the property remains the same. No modification done here. The only difference between before and after is that we incorporated more green space, consistent with a recent amendment to the code. The use of stairs and ramps for this purpose is common in Coral Gables, both within and outside the flood zone. It is really the only practical way to get a pedestrian from a sidewalk to the elevated floor. Here, we're just pointing out various buildings within that same flood zone as you go west, including buildings very familiar to you, like City Hall, Development Services Department, Sanctuary of the Arts, et cetera, all of which have stairs taking you from ground to base floor. Here are some more as you go further west, and then even outside of the flood zone, you have certain circumstances where the buildings also have stairs just for the sake of resiliency and sustainability to be at a higher elevation. For those of you who were in the commission at the time of approval, you remember there was a lot of incorporating bike lanes. We ended up submitting the proposed bike lanes as well as certain other off-site traffic improvements to the county. The county responded with some comments which made compliance problematic, such as the fact that a city master plan for the bicycle lanes was required, and that is not ready yet. We are pledged to continue working with the city on that. We have talked about preserving and leaving enough sort of pavement in an area for future bike installation. We are also, based on discussions today, going to include the city in the continuing discussions with the county. As we said at the original approval, we're saying today, what the county approves, we will cooperate with and implement. But there is still considerable disconnect between county and city. And the same goes for what was proposed as a sort of road diet, limiting or narrowing Valencia Avenue and reducing the lanes of traffic and trying to incorporate a left-hand turn lane at the intersection of Salzedo and Valencia. Feedback from the county has not been positive on that, but we will continue to work with them on that. The most important thing is that we cannot have building permit held up based on those discussions. All these conditions were premised on county review and approval, and that's where we are right now, but we're experiencing some roadblocks with the county, not to use a pun on words. And I would just conclude by saying thank you for your patience. This project has had a lot of perhaps technical challenges, but we've been working through them, including today in discussions we've had with mayor, manager, vice mayor. Importantly, as part of the project and trying to address a concern that's been coming through when we've been talking about conveyance of the park, we are proffering today a 35,000 square feet of development rights that correspond to the park will be conveyed to the city so that the city could ultimately sell and monetize those development rights, but on the condition that they be used for the advancement of historic preservation, that publics be recognized as part of that effort of historic preservation, and that, as I mentioned before, that the issuance of the building permit not be tied to finalization on the agreement for the conveyance of the park, and that issuance of TCO not be tied to the completion of the park. Similar to the previous project you had today, we're expecting that will probably be a CO deliverable, the completed park. And lastly, the park would be conveyed in fee simple. There's an old condition that caused concern on the part of the city that perhaps the park wouldn't be conveyed in fee simple, that we would give an easement. We are agreeing that it's definitely going to be a fee simple conveyance. And the city has agreed and reiterated what was discussed before, that that land will always be a park and perpetually be a park subject to a restriction agreed upon. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you for your patience today, especially considering that it took more discussions. But this is a very promising project, and we're confident that it's still going to be the great project that we've always envisioned. And importantly, we're going to have an oasis of green space in the middle of the Central Business District now.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia Serra. So if I may just add a few points. If you notice, we had multiple breaks during this commission meeting where myself and the manager and Mario and his team from Publix held two separate meetings to finalize some final points to this negotiation. As I said before, in the project that we dealt with Armando Godina and Manny Cadre, where we're getting a 10,000 square foot park about 2 blocks away, this has been a vision of mine to deliver with Publix hand in hand to bring a 20,000 square foot park to the city of Coral Gables. This is one of the 6 parks that is already approved and now will be fee simple given to the city. This is what defines a world-class park. And this is accomplished with a partnership of Publix. And the gentleman and the young lady who I'm sorry I said gentleman, I didn't see you there, who are here with us from Publix today. Thank you. Thank you. This has been, Mario, if I may, 4 years that I've been working on this.
In the making, yep.
So Mario will tell you, I was at my cousin's wedding in North Carolina, sitting at a restaurant with my father at a sandwich shop. And we were on a Zoom call with Mario and the Publix brass, trying to get to consensus in regards to a design for this project. There has been many, many iterations, many, many meetings to the point we had 2 final meetings today. I want to thank you for indulging my final request. My final request that you indulged was I requested 35,000 square feet of TDRs. What is the value of that? Just a rough number. What do you think, Mario?
Well, $35 a square foot, so let's figure it out. It's close to
It's about $40 a foot.
1.4 million.
So that request, and thank you for Publix for indulging my request, is going to be done the following way, with the support of my colleagues, of course. We're going to put it into a bank account. The bank account will only be used for historic preservation. Case in point, if we're short on the water tower, if we're short on the building in the Billmore Golf Course that we're hopefully going to move, if we're short on some areas of historic preservation, we will add this money. Publix will play a major role. They will get credit for it. We'll add a plaque with Publix's name on it, along with all the elected officials and staff, the architect, the engineer, whoever was involved. I also want to make sure, please, this is for staff to make sure that it's memorialized. I don't want to later find out it's not. That Publix receives all the credit, that they get public relations. They're giving $1.4 million worth of funds that will only be used for historic preservation. I want to make sure that at the ribbon cutting, at the historic preservation, whatever money that's used for, if a little portion of it's used for City Hall, let's say $500,000, which is something that I would like to do, and I will tell you what it is today, and hopefully my colleagues will agree with me. If you go to City Hall today and you walk in and you see the stairs that go up to the 2nd and 3rd floor, that is not real stone. That is not real stone. Correct, Mr. Manager? What is that?
It's actually white concrete.
Microphone.
Sorry. It's cast white concrete.
What I would like to do, and I asked the manager about a year ago, and the DCM, is to get a price to do that in natural stone. Maybe a portion of that can be paid for by this monies, and we can put a small plaque thanking Publix for that donation. Publix is a community partner that is involved from Key West all the way to Tallahassee on multiple different fronts, really engaging in charity, giving back in philanthropy. They're a community partner. They have 4 stores in the city of Coral Gables. 5 stores. 4 or 5? 4. 4, and he thinks he's going to get maybe 5. 4 stores in the city of Coral Gables, so this is beyond a partnership. We're family. So I want to thank you for stepping up, fee simple on the park, stepping up in regards to the design, stacking the parking, because remember, this was, when we started talking about this, we were going to build another Publix on Lejeune and then demolish the existing building and move seamlessly. What we did was we decided to build a Publix in the middle of the lot and have the parking stacked on top of it. What did that open up? That opened up a 20,000 square foot park that I requested Publix to do. So Publix has stepped up to the tune of millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. This will be transformational, along with what you just saw right now from Armando Codina and Manny Cadre. It took leadership, it took patience, but I'm proud to say that this is part of not only my legacy, but our legacy. This is what real leadership is. This is what leading by example is, and pushing to push this city to the next level and protecting our city. So I want to congratulate you, Mario. I know that it was not easy in that conference room right now.
Took some effort.
It took a lot of effort. I want to thank the manager for holding firm and always, making sure that the integrity of the city is always upheld. I want to thank my colleagues on the commission, especially the vice mayor, who's also been played. I don't want to say hardball, but she's played hardball in regards to landscaping, infrastructure, sidewalks, bicycle lanes, and if I forget, I apologize. Thank you for our city attorney's office, our DCM, our ACM, our public works team, and especially Publix. So I don't know if I have left anything out. You're gonna get credit on the buildings as the donations are made with a small plaque. You're gonna be part of the public relations campaign and marketing as we announced that we're, let's say, cutting a ribbon for the water tower. If we use money for that project for City Hall, you will be invited and we will give you the necessary recognition for your hard work. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for putting up with our requests, and thank you for delivering on something that is going to be way beyond Publix. This is not about groceries. There's a reason why you have 4 stores in the city of Coral Gables. This is going to be transformational, and the reason why it's transformational is because of your commitment to deliver a 20,000 square foot park. Mario, thank you, my brother. I appreciate you.
And the park always stays a park, which is important to both
The park
sides.
always stays the park, which is to me, to me that is going to be no words. Imagine taking this. When I took office 13 years ago, and I hate to reiterate this again, we had 1 park in the downtown. Now we're going to have 7 parks in the downtown. Think about that. That is truly, truly transformational. That's why people want to live in our downtown. That's why companies want to move here. That's why people want to open businesses here. Thank you.
It's also why I prematurely grade, but it's
Yes. That's why my dad was involved in a Zoom call with the Publix board in the middle.
I was on vacation too at the time.
We were on vacation. We were both, so it got done. Madam Vice Mayor.
So might explain why I'm getting more gray hair too. So, we spoke about a few things, and I'm hoping that Publix will continue to take the lead and set the example for sustainability and safety for pedestrians going forward. And I know we have a second reading, so we can have some more discussion about this. And I provided you the example of the number of months and years, quite frankly, that I've been working with, FDOT, and now we're going to be taking even a bigger step with the county on trying to get some of these things done. For instance, with the FDOT, been having discussions, and we'll continue to have more discussions because I just had discussions yesterday about improving safety along US 1, guardrails, speed radar detection signs, and so forth, going forward on very difficult intersections, much more difficult than we have here, to deliver pedestrian safety for individuals that are riding bicycles or disabled or otherwise. So my ask from you was not to go this alone with the county, because it takes a conversation and it takes a village to get things done. Just because, you get a no from the county doesn't mean you give up there and just move forward. Because our boards, our committees, we had a bike master plan, but it needed updated because Valencia was not a good corridor for putting a bicycle lane. It needs to move to Andalusia on the side that was requested. City manager has consultant moving forward on that, and we'll have a bow on it. But yes, there is a plan, and one of our other projects down the street on Salzedo has cooperated by putting in the wider sidewalk that will eventually be both pedestrian and bicycle lane, moving those bicycles in an area that is much safer than what they're doing right now, which is taking the lane and blocking traffic and it's going to be better for the future. So let's work together on all these projects because it is a synergy that will help us move forward. And Publix will have the opportunity to be setting the example for everybody, from everything from recycling, okay, on down to being able to get to the Publix in a safe fashion. Because as I shared with you, a resident right in my neighborhood was hit at the corner of Valencia and Lejeune Road because we don't have proper safety measures there. We can deliver this together. So I applaud the fact that we have the green space in the back, which is desperately needed, and we have set this building back at a distance from Lejeune Road that makes it a comfortable place to walk now, a safer place to walk. And then we'll have a two-way cycle track, as they call it, or a bike lane, for people to be able to safely transect our downtown community and to be able to go to Publix and go to the Adult Activity Center and be able to enjoy the amenities that we have downtown, including the beautiful park that you're going to have behind the Publix. So thank you for your efforts there, and I'll continue to work with you.
Understood.
Before we entertain a
Keep on
motion.
working with the county.
Before we entertain a motion, I just want to memorialize your comments. So the park is going to be used during construction, just like we had right now, which is perfectly fine. Our downtown is tight. I want to make sure, especially now that we're going to have construction at the mobility hub, which may parallel or, interwrap. That's number one. Number two, we had talked about the TCO or CO for the park. Obviously, we have to obviously get TCO for the public,
store.
and then
Mhm.
obviously we can move forward on that. Is there anything else that's pending that I missed? I mentioned
No.
the fund, I mentioned Publix, I mentioned marketing, advertisement, I mentioned the 35,000. I mentioned.
Right, the issuance of building permit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that we're not gonna have any hindrances, we're moving forward right now, that's not a problem. I also, Madam ACM and DCM, please, let's make sure through the manager that we hold everyone to the same standard on trees. Let's not plant 6-foot trees on this 20,000 square foot park, it's gonna take 30 years for it to be shade. Let's do this the right way, okay?
Through the manager, through the mayor,
Yes,
please.
sir.
And also the issue on the dedication of the.
Yes.
Of the park on that verb.
Correct. Conveyed in fee simple to the city,
Okay.
period.
With all that being said, yes.
So I have one more that would be bad for me to forget. And I asked for our landscape director to look at trees that are reusable on the lot. For instance, the gumbo limbos there. If our city staff makes a determination that we can reuse those trees somewhere else in the city, Publix be committed to doing their part on having those trees mowed. City manager, I don't know if your team has had a chance to do that evaluation on what is reusable.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, we will have landscape,
Arbors.
Excuse me, no, our landscape department take a look at that and we will have our assistant director, Dina Bell, take a look at those trees.
Okay.
If you have any use for the trees, they're yours.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a motion? No? Can we have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any public comment? We're good? All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll see you back at second reading.
Mario, thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right, we don't need E9. We're going to move on to item F1. Can we start moving to F1? All right, no, I want to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Item F1. What? Golf? Yeah, if you want to do golf, it's fine. Which item do you want to hear first? I think we have item H4, along with, they want to do golf. Okay, so H4 along with items F11 through
F12.
F12.
through 15.
Oh, excuse me, F12, F13, F14,
And 15.
and F15. All right.
Could we have the presentation up, please?
Yes.
Through the mayor, I have a statement I just want to clarify concerning golf. This discussion before the commission today is ultimately about how we responsibly manage a public asset so that it remains accessible, sustainable for the entire community. Granada Golf Course is a historic 9-hole municipal course. Our responsibility is to preserve it and ensure fair and consistent access. The current model is out of balance. A small group of account for a disproportionate share of use. At the same time, the broader public pays more and has less access to tee times. This is an equity issue. It's also a management issue. The course is operating beyond sustainable levels. That increases wear, raises maintenance costs, and impacts overall conditions. At the same time, operating costs are increasing faster than revenues. That creates ongoing pressure on the general fund that is not sustainable. The Commission has adopted changes that address these issues directly. The annual round cap improves access and reduces overuse. It maintains member benefits, including priority booking and discount to play. It also aligns with standard practices for municipal courses. Retaining the existing memberships would maintain the current imbalance. It would limit access for the users and conflict with the policy direction already established. There is also a need to formalize how outside groups use the course. Use of public asset should be structured, consistent, and tied to clear public benefit. In closing, these changes are necessary to correct the current imbalance and ensure the course is managed responsibly. Staff recommends moving forward as adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam ACM?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, manager, city attorney, and city clerk. This item was brought at the last commission meeting in the form of restructuring of the memberships and the fees, and we're going to provide some additional background and analysis on the position of the city and the policy direction of the city.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fred Cusero, Community Recreation Director. So today's presentation, just an overview. We're going to present a comprehensive operational reset to protect the city asset. Our goals are to balance the access, the sustainability, and the financial performance of the course. What we are trying to do is we're trying to align with our market benchmarks. We're looking at cost recovery. We want to enhance the user experience, and we want to ensure long-term sustainability. So back on March 10th, when we presented the fee structure, you see on the slide there, we increased the fees. The main ones to look at that are discussed are our previous fee was $22 for tea time, and it was increased to $30. And the non-resident tea time was $28 to $39. We tried to, when we did our funds, we looked at the increases and we looked at keeping that 30% non-resident premium for that. We do maintain a 5-year schedule, but we did change this based on what we were looking at for our maintenance operation change. So part of that fee proposal and what was adopted is we looked at the club membership. So breaking it down a little bit, what we did is we had a golf membership that was just golf. What we looked at is we looked at tying it in as we wanted to do with our phase 2 development when we presented our country club management proposal a few years back to start to combine those memberships. The country club, it would be, the membership would have all the country club benefits, and then in terms of golf benefits, you'd have a maximum of 30 complimentary rounds per year. That was with cart, and then an additional $5 discount each additional round played, and you would also have a 7-day priority tee time. With the current fees that were, when we presented, it was $921. The new adopted fee went to $2,100 for residents, $2,730 for non-residents. When you take out the country club value, you can see what the net golf fee was, which was $1,050 and $1,380 for the non-residents, and then the couples ones you can see there as well. That $1,050, if you look at the 30 complimentary rounds of what it's cost for a ride and save, which is including the cart, it kind of gets you there, and then you have the $5 discount, and you have the priority tee time as well, and you have all of the different amenities of the country club, including the discounts that are part of that with La Park and everything else. When we were looking at this, we also looked at our round usage. So in our round usage, you can see there's a lot of categories that are tied in with our fees, which is our normal resident, non-resident tea time. There's our twilight, our ride and save, which includes the cart during the weekdays, our junior rounds, then there's our member rounds, and then there's our board and employee rounds. So if you look at what the average was of the last 2 fiscal years, 24 and 25, our resident tea times made up 21,000 rounds. The non-resident was 4,000 rounds, and then you're looking at resident. Twilight was 8,900. The ride and save resident was 9,900. So the majority of our rounds were the resident variety of the different categories. Our member rounds, which is of the 86 members, average over the 2 years approximately 16,278 rounds, and our board and employee comp rounds were 1,037. So if you look at it, the chart to my left is looking at all the different categories, and the resident tea time was the highest percentage of use, which was 31%. But then the next level was our member rounds, which were 23.6 of all the rounds were played by members. So if you look at the chart to the right, all of the paid tea times, twilight, junior, everything, comprised about 74.9%. The member rounds were 23.6, and then you look at the final category, board employees, 1.5%. So 86 members accounted for 16,278 rounds, which is close to 24% of the total course usage. So if you look at the revenue breakdown that we looked at, our average of the last 2 fiscal years of revenue that we got from the memberships was 88,000, whereas the tea times and the different categories was 1.155 million. Our revenue from our carts was 120,000. So there's our total. So you can see, the annual, in comparing that to the annual expenses, the expenses for just taking care of the grass, the maintenance part, was 926. When we factor in all of the other operating expenses, which is the pro shop, the maintenance shop, all the different costs that we have, and then the increase in costs that we have for Brightview, and also the tea renovation projects. So you're looking at a significant increase where that 1.364 is not going to meet it. Now, if you look at the sales revenue impact, which is what we're looking at, 84% is all the tea times. The golf memberships make up 6.5% of the revenue, which compares to 24% of the total rounds that are played. So you get 24% of the total rounds are played versus 6.5% of the revenue. Our cart rentals are 8.9% of the revenue. So the memberships have the lowest contributor on the chart of the city revenue, but it does have 1/4 of the total course usage. So it's something that we had to look at. So when you look at breaking that down further, the city golf membership cost per round, the average of the 2 years, approximately $5.41 per round when you factor in the total amount of rounds versus the members that we had. So the members were averaging about $5.41 per round to play a round of golf.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Director?
Yes, sir.
Because I want to memorialize that $5.41. Can you give me one example of a golf course where people pay $5 a round?
No, I'm not aware. I can't say one off.
How about $10?
Not in South Florida that I know of.
Yeah, but see, that's you took my point. You took my point.
Sorry, my apologies.
How much are we losing a year?
Well, this coming year, we'll lose close to $600,000 with all of our new improvements and our new maintenance.
So they're clamoring, rightfully so. It's a very important golf course. It's an important facility. They're clamoring for increased maintenance, increased quality.
Yep.
But we have
Absolutely.
an issue, obviously, with revenue.
Yep.
We had the same situation at Venetian Pool.
Jim Pool, yes.
We spent millions of dollars on renovations. What did? We raised the rates. We still continue to prioritize the residents with lower rates, but we had to raise the rates.
Yep.
We had the same situation at the Coral Gables Country Club, where certain members that I'm not going to mention, who are Coral Gables residents, came here and said, you know, save the Ditonados, save the Ditonados. Let them stay. How much are we making a year on the gym memberships from the Coral Gables Country Club?
$50,000, Mayor.
Once we caught the Ditonados stealing the computers out the back door, I received that phone call. I was in New York in a meeting. And our then city attorney, Miriam Ramos, called us and said, or Christina was there, says, we just caught them stealing the computers out the back door along with some wine. Remember? Am I correct or no?
You are correct, Mayor.
Okay. They left. What were the Ditonados doing in regards to the gym so that it could make it seem as if they were only making $50,000 to pay the city of Coral Gables? What were they doing?
Mayor, what they were doing is they were leasing it to the nephew for $50,000, and they had 1,200 to 1,300 members.
How much were they making a year?
1.2 to 1.3 million.
How long was this going on for?
4 years, Mayor.
We lost easily over $10 million there. Okay. We had a long conversation. Some members here in the commission fought tooth and nail, said there was no way that the little shop could afford to pay a reasonable rent. Remember we talked about that? Members of this commission.
Yep.
How much are we making a month now on the little shop after the renovations that we paid for, the city, the taxpayers who were here, they paid for it?
For Le Parc Cafe, we do
Yes.
about 22 to 24,000 a month.
Who makes that?
The city does as a revenue share.
So when you add the 20, let's say 25,000 a month, that's $300,000 a year, plus the 1.4 from the gym. We're at $1.7 million of money that belongs to the residents. How much deferred maintenance was in the Coral Gables Country Club? How many millions would you say?
Save that for our last slide. We'll go into
Sorry,
our,
I'm jumping the gun, I apologize.
We have that information.
So my point is this, trust me, I'm all for it. I don't golf. I have family members that golf that are part of this group, by the way. So I've heard it at family dinner when they've told me, you know, can I have a conversation with you about this? Trust me. I hear it, I understand it, but at the end of the day, we have to be fiduciaries on behalf of this community. We have to, especially now. You saw me do it right now with the insurance. Let's not just take that insurance and spend it on something else. Let's put it away. Why? Because we're gonna see a significant tax revenue reduction over the next 2 years because everybody's gonna vote potentially in favor of a tax reduction, homestead. So we'll be impacted. We don't know if it's gonna be 5 million or it could be, how much? 30 million, 40 million. We don't know yet. We're waiting for the governor. So I wanna be clear because this has gone from a financial decision to an emotional decision. And I understand this is important to everybody, and I don't wanna take golf away from anybody. But we have to also understand that we're losing millions of dollars here in this golf course. And we have to be very careful what we're doing. This is a decision that the commission has to make together, cannot be politicized like the RTZ and like all the things that we politicize here. We have to be very careful what we do here because the decisions that we do here, like the COLA, affects the city for the next 10 years. Okay? Yes, sir.
if we can have the slide back.
Thank you. So as we were discussing, so the average cost per round for the membership over the last 2 fiscal years is approximately $5.41 per round, in comparison to the publicly accessible tee time cost per round, which was approximately $22.30.
Let me put it into context for you. Go to your app and ask to order a Starbucks coffee right now, to have it delivered here. It's $7. Just think about that. $7 to order a Starbucks coffee. And you drink that coffee in 30 minutes. How long does it take you to play around the golf?
2 hours for 9 holes. So there's also been discussion about the non-city memberships. There are a few independent associations that are at the Granada Golf Course. There's 3 of them that we found. It's the Granada Golf Association, the Greenway Women's Golf Association, and the Women's Golf and Bridge Club. These are associations that have had relationships with Granada Golf Course well beyond all of our service time here, 1960, 1964, 1936. And they do have a varying number of members, between 35 to 60. The member benefits, they are priority access to certain tee times. They do pay their greens fees. A couple of the associations do use a conference room there. They collect dues, and the dues are used for various expenses. In some cases, handicap fees. We did ask all the associations, I did ask for all the information to look at what all the associations entail. The Granada Golf Association did tell us that they had, over the years of collecting their money, that they had donated over $500,000 to different charitable organizations. So we did get that. We tried to look at and see if there was a formal agreement or a documented arrangement. We went through the city clerk, we did record searches. I asked all the associations to see if they had anything, maybe because this was long ago, but we really couldn't find anything formal. Maybe there is something out there, but we couldn't find it.
So let me ask you a question, okay? You just saw me negotiate right now with Publix to the tune of a last-minute negotiation to the tune of $1.4 million. And that money is earmarked for a trust for historic preservation. I know for a fact that if I brought here to this commission and I said, I'd like to earmark that money for a charity outside of the city of Coral Gables, I don't think I will get the support of the commission. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. I don't think I will get one vote here. And that's okay, and I expect that. Do we have any financials? Do we have any audited financials? Do we have any checks? So this organization runs a non-for-profit golf tournament or a non-for-profit event on a facility that's owned by the city that we maintained, that we're losing $600,000 a year, and then the money is diverted to charities outside the city of Coral Gables. I just want to understand and put that on the record to make sure that I'm correct, because I'm concerned about that. Yes or no?
We do not have any financial records at this time. We had asked for any records that they could provide us, so we haven't gotten any at this point.
Okay.
So, through the mayor.
Yes.
We had a similar situation with the Coral Gables Garden Club. Back of the napkin or someone's conversation for use of a room at the Biltmore Hotel. We finally memorialized it in writing. And it didn't give you a right to have a room. It's if a room is available type of an arrangement. You have to find some other space. But now it's in writing, and there's an insurance requirement which never existed before. Okay, and like a golf association that does good things for the community, so does the garden club. And predominantly the things that it does is in the city of Coral Gables, but it also does some things outside the city of Coral Gables that are beneficial for the environment, for the schools, et cetera. I am going to have some questions for you regarding reserving time. I'm having a little fun here with the website, just to give you a heads up on how to reserve time and the phone number to call and how far in advance you can reserve some time. So I'll reserve those questions for later.
Okay. So as we looked at the memberships and we tried to benchmark with comparable municipal courses, we came up with a few. Winter Park is one that is a 9-hole course, and we were looking at that as a comparison. In speaking with the director there, they have a total rounds played of 50,000, which is significantly less than Granada, which is 68,000. They have 300 active members. And those 300 active members, they play 12,000 rounds. So they do have 24% of the rounds, but it's 300 members, so it's 300 membership rates, and their charge is a little higher than what we had before the new adoption, so it's about 1,300. So you have 300 of them take up 12,000 rounds. So the rounds per member are significantly less. Briar Bay and Miami Beach, their models are more of a they use the patron card, so there's different models. It's not an unlimited round model that we looked at. So the unlimited round model seems to be a little bit of an outlier unless you go into country club, different setups that are more private courses. So I'm looking at the model scenario Granada right now for the members. It has a high capacity share and a high consumption. High amount of rounds per member, and also it's a pretty high percentage. Whereas, for instance, Briar Bay has a high percentage, but it's a low number of rounds per member. The same with Winter Park. And Miami Beach is kind of low on both sides, and that's using the patron card. So what we're trying to do with the 30-round cap is trying to eliminate some of that use, reclaim some of that member-held capacity, increase the public access, because it's not all member unlimited rounds. We can expand the membership base, and we can also look at its reduced wear. We can lower those rounds down from that 68,000. Our current usage with 86 members, it's 189 rounds per member, that with that 24.6 capacity impact. With the existing member count of 86 and 30 rounds per member, it would be 2580 total member rounds. And then if you do a balance model with 300 members at the 30 rounds per member, that's 9,000 rounds, so that's 13.6% capacity, it lowers the capacity some. If you go to a full capacity model of 500 members and you do the 30 rounds per member, that brings you back up to 15,000 rounds, which is 22.6. So the members accounts for almost a quarter of the usage. So those 86 members do use the course at a much higher rate. When we were looking at recommended rounds, we were looking at that 50,000 annual rounds. We did speak with a consultant from the National Golf Foundation who had done some work on Granada previously, and we came back to him to look at, are we on the right track here? We did get a letter from him after we looked at all the information. For a 9-hole course, especially of our size, anything over 50,000 rounds would signify overuse and would really result in deterioration of the course. When we shared those findings with Brightview, who is our new maintenance provider, they confirmed the recommendation, and they hold National Golf Foundation in the highest regard as the authority, and that's what they're going to follow. So that's where we are with that number. That's where we got to that number. So based on that and the industry standards, we're exceeding those standards by about 36%. And that comes into a lot of things. Declining turf conditions. Our last major renovation was 12 years ago. It results in higher maintenance costs. It's obviously reduced player experience if the course is not in the condition that we can. And deterioration accelerates. As we hit that 67, 68, 70,000 rounds, it does accumulate. The discussion is, well, everything was going well, but it accumulates. Time after time after time, when you start hitting that number, you start looking at the conditions. And then our last thing, as we've talked about, is the equity. We have a small group that makes up almost 25% of course usage. So our financial reality, approximately 1.33 million was our total revenue in FY25. What we're looking at for our costs, which is not only the maintenance, but it's the whole grounds, the operation of it all, and our improvements that we're trying to do with the T renovations, we're looking at approximately 1.95 million. That's not going to cover. We're not going to cover what we have, and we have to look at how we move forward with the revenue generation. And if we have the majority of our rounds are not unlimited or $5 a round, then we have the ability to have further revenue generation. So what we were talking about earlier, this is the capital picture of what we're looking at now and into the future for that whole area, which is the country club facility, the golf course facility, and the tennis facility, which makes up that entire campus. Up to date, we have already had $5,896,572.06. Those are, that's already invested in what we have to date in those different projects. We have a bunch of investments in queue, both at the country club facility, the golf course, and the tennis facility. That's an additional $7.4 million. And then in looking at future capital investment needs, we're looking at, in the future, up to $15.5 million. So total capital city investment, when it's all said and done, will be $28.8 million. And that includes a lot of different things, whether it's the country club, you're looking at the pool, the windows, you're gonna have to do future air conditioning issues. The tennis facility is gonna need most likely a new building eventually. And you know, the stuff at the golf course where we're looking at, which we have to fix the entire maintenance barn. We're still working on the shelters. We got some other grounds and we're gonna have some other projects. So that is a complete picture of what we presented in terms of the golf course. Thank you.
We got you another 1.4 today. Every little bit counts.
Through the mayor, before
Yes, ma'am.
I sit down, because I reserved some questions. But of course, it has to be a historic facility that you're doing maintenance on.
And it is, yes.
It is. It is. Regarding reserving time, I see that there is a phone number that can be called. I haven't tried to call it, so I'd ask staff to test it. So folks that don't know how to use these fancy phones or have it programmed on their flip phone to call to reserve tee times. My real question goes into how far in advance you can reserve the time and pay for the time, because if I wanted to reserve a time for Monday right now, next Monday, I can't. You can't. And that makes it difficult for people to plan.
So we have a 5-day priority. So it's a 5-day advance tee time is what you can do. Now, with the new membership proposal for those members, they would get 7-day priority. So you
Press it again. Fred, press it again. Yours is working.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So yeah, the new membership would give you the 7 days priority. So the members could get those extra 2 days. That's what we tied in to add value to that membership.
Alex.
What kind of members are we talking about?
The members that the membership that was adopted at the last, which was the new golf course membership, that was the 30 rounds, and it had a 7-day priority.
Okay, so if we're talking about, you know, the historic individuals that have been part of the 86 or the women's club, the 2 different women's clubs, you know, how can they reserve in advance to be able to have, if they want Monday's tees times? We have 4 people together, or we have 2 people together, and we want to reserve this time. How far in advance can they reserve a time?
Well, currently, those tee times are reserved for them. The Monday, the Friday, and the Saturday and Sunday for those 3 associations we discussed, they're always set. So they have those tee times. They don't have to. Yeah, so those are set.
So I'm trying to understand why we have a disagreement here. If they're set, why do we have a disagreement?
No, so they serve almost like a room block, right? These associations, if we're correctly speaking about the 3 associations, they have a room block that's exclusive to the members of that association. So a patron that might want to call in advance or reserve in advance, they never have the ability to hit any of those times because they have a permanent room block.
Okay, so if I'm a member and I don't play golf, nor do I have the time if I wanted to right now to play golf or pickleball or any of those things, and I want to plan for next week, and I'm a member, okay, I can reserve the time, correct?
With the new restructured membership, one of the benefits was the 7 days in advance priority. So they can actually be almost like a priority bracket before a general public could go and play.
Okay. And if these groups right now wanted to reserve the time, what would they have to do?
If they do not get the room block or from the association benefit, you're saying?
Currently, they have it set. It's already in the books. If that was different, then they would have to wait for the 5 days. But right now, those days are, those tee times are already attributed to those associations, and they're in place. They're always in place.
I'll give you an example from the Biltmore. When we spoke to the Biltmore staff, they had at one point a couple of associations, and part of the benefit of having those associations was to garner a certain demographic player, like a women's group, when there was not many female players. Their business model has also changed, and what they have done is for those members, they've had the option to fold in to become an actual member, right? So not an association member, but a golf member, so that they can have access to some of those benefits.
Okay, so is that what the staff is proposing, that they be, that these groups be folded into membership?
Well, the restructuring that was presented at the last commission was basically there was no more associations, as there's, what we have found, staff, there is no documentation of a relationship, a formal relationship. So if the commission wishes to look at a formal relationship, staff can explore that. But right now, there is no formal relationship. With essence, we're no longer honoring those past benefits.
Okay, and the past benefits were what, the block time?
A block time for different brackets for different associations, but basically Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday mornings, no general member of the public ever had the opportunity to play. And that's something I want to voice, because there's two sides of every coin. And I've had residents reach out and say, hey, what is going on here? Why can I never play in the mornings?
Okay.
So that's a comment that came up.
All right, so also the planning aspect of it, you're not able to do it on the website? Are you able to do it telephonically?
You can make a reservation over the phone, reach the pro shop. Right now, the reservations that right now, just to set clear, the staff that manages the pro shop is not community recreation or city staff. That is part of an agreement with the Biltmore, so that is, the pro shop staff is staffed by the Biltmore, and they have their software, both POS and reservation software. Their reservation software does not require payment, so you can go and online and reserve without making a payment, or you can call the pro shop and make a reservation within the allowable time, and then you pay when you arrive at the pro shop. Unless you are paying, previously paid membership user, you didn't pay for the greens fee or the tee time.
So to block a time, I don't have to pay?
Nope, not right now.
Not right now? I don't know if that's equitable, though, for individuals. I think you should have to pay, because there's going to be times when people cannot show up. Real concerned about the wear and tear on the course.
Absolutely.
Because of the overusage. I'm very concerned about the amount of deficit that we're running, because it's not equitable to residents in general. But I also would like to see, for seniors, et cetera, that we offer something, especially those that have issues with affordability. Has staff looked at that?
What was presented at the last meeting was, we looked at both the military, active military and veterans as a discount, because that was proposed. Generally, the demographic is older. We have older players on the golf course. So typically, you don't have a senior discount. We can explore if you want to benchmark other facilities, so we could do that. Primarily, we looked at having the resident, non-resident rate. And of course, what was added at the last meeting was the military and veterans discount.
All right. Go ahead.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I had a lengthy conversation yesterday with the ACM and the city manager. I wanted to see if we could find a middle ground that still allows for us to cover our expenses as a city, but offers a package or a membership for the people who have been part of these groups for an extended period of time. And what I explained to staff was, and it was just a numbers game. If you're getting 30 rounds for the $2,100 and you're getting the additional rounds of $25, in essence, 100 rounds is going to cost you $38.75 a round, which is much more than you just go and pay the $30 for a regular round of golf. So in talking to the manager and the ACM, we came up with a potential solution, which would be a golf membership, like is offered at Revere. Revere has golf-only memberships for their club. This would be a golf-only membership that would give you 100 rounds of golf. So it's not the 189, it's 100 rounds of golf. In essence, you're probably playing 2 rounds a week because people travel. And it would be a $2,500 membership. So you're paying $2,500 for the 100 rounds. You're in essence paying $25 a round. So you are getting a benefit for being a member. We're reducing the number of rounds that are being played. And this would be specifically for the people that are being affected by these rate hikes, the ones who are members of these organizations at the current moment. I think if we're forcing people to join the country club in order to get a membership, the 30 rounds of golf really doesn't make sense for them to join because a lot of them will not use the benefits of the country club. Whereas members of the country club might see an advantage to the 30 rounds of golf, which they're currently not playing, and getting the discount going forward. In this case, it would be the $2,500 for your 100 rounds. Additional rounds would be at the regular rate. So, and we would give you, for those first 100 rounds, your ability for pre-booking on those first 100 rounds. So that was kind of a solution. It would be subject to continued increases on potential fees going forward. Because if we do have these increased costs year over year, not knowing where we'll be in 2 years or in a year with the property taxes, we may have to find a way to cover 100% of the cost. The city can no longer continue to subsidize the cost of the golf course. So I wanted to put that out there as a potential, I guess, bridging the gap solution that'll kind of alleviate some of the burden that we're placing on our regular golfers, which are using the golf course. Because we are saying that they're using the golf course 24% of the time, but there also are regular golfers. And I think we need to take that into account. This would also only be applicable to Coral Gables residents.
Okay. If I may, just 1 second. Mr. Clerk, how many individuals do we have in the public comment?
At this time, we believe we only have 3, Mr. Mayor.
Let's listen to public comment. They've been waiting long enough. I want to make sure they get heard.
Okay, so first speaker I have here is Steve Elmore.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us this time to speak to you about this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Steve Elmore. I reside at 621 Navarre now for the past 43 years. 42 of those years I've played golf at Granada Golf Course. My wife grew up on the Granada Golf Course. Her father was a golf pro there. I ran the golf tournament at Doral for the PGA Tour for 30 years. I'm very familiar with golf and what it entails. There's several issues that are in front of you today, and you've chosen to group them all together and talk about this. So what I want to do first is I want to distance ourselves from some of the conversations that have gone forward, that have carried a great deal of angst. I'm here representing the Granada Golf Association. You've heard all about us. If you want qualifications of what we do, if you want proof of what we are, we'll be happy to provide that to you. But we really didn't think that was necessary. We've been an organization that operated at Granada Golf Course and in this city now since the 60s. We've done numerous things to benefit residents of this city as well as organizations that are in the city. For those years, we have stood strong supporting the Granada Golf Course through good times and bad. The past 2 years have been very difficult, and for that, there's no blame. There's only a way to move forward, and I would like to thank the commission for taking the time at the last meeting to take the first steps in this direction. Since Troy Hall was our superintendent and left, our conditions at the golf course have depreciated significantly. No surprise to anyone. Why? There are a number of reasons why. We could go on for hours and decide this. None of that is germane to what we're here for today. We are here, Pete and I, to talk about the Granada Golf Association and explain to you what we're asking for. During the day at the golf course, you have approximately 8 hours. You have tee times every 9 minutes. So you're talking about 8 tee times per hour. The Granada Golf Association uses 7 tee times on Saturday morning, 4 tee times on Sunday morning. We have adjusted the time of those tee times over the years to accommodate the golf course. We take up times where there hasn't been a desire. We moved from 10 o'clock to now 8:10 on Saturday morning to fill a void, okay? We are not poaching revenue from the city. We have 60 members. Of those 60 members, which are held at 60 because we only have 7 tee times, which means I can only accommodate that many groups during the day, okay? So everybody doesn't get to play and doesn't get the ability to participate every weekend. We have 4 annual members. In the past, we've had quite a few more. They come and they go. I did, with last month's, the last rate change, I went to the membership and I asked them 2 questions. I said, if these rates stay the same, will you continue to participate as much as you do now? The answer was no. So you've made headway there. You're trying to reduce the amount of play on the golf course. You've accomplished that through our organization, at least. The second question I asked them was, if you were presented with a membership for $2,100, which includes a membership to the club, will you become an annual member? They all said no. So again, you have reached a partial goal in what you're trying to accomplish. There is too much play at Granada. That goes without saying. There are many reasons why there's too much play. But before COVID, you had none of these problems, okay? And you need to understand that this will be cyclic. It will happen again. The Granada Golf Course is not going to make you money. It's never going to be where you don't pay anything for it, okay? The people that play are going to pay. There's no doubt about that. Are they paying too much? Are they not paying enough? I don't know. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm trying to preserve an organization that has been here since the 60s, doing things for this city and the groups in this city. All we're asking for is 7 tee times on Saturday morning, 4 on Sunday. In the summer, we may not even use those. On Monday morning, I send out a notice to our membership and I say, do you want to play Saturday or Sunday or both? They answer me back. By Tuesday afternoon, I have everyone slotted for the weekend. By Thursday, if I don't use the times that are given to our organization, I give them back. So we're not costing you any money in any way, shape, or form. We're paying for the use of the golf course. We want to do that. Yes, we use the banquet room once a month. We can do that outside. We do that for Rita. Rita at the old Burger Bob's, now the Bistro, takes care of all our lunches. All of our monies, and our monies are it costs $75 to join our group for a year. $40 of that goes to the Biltmore for your golf handicap. The rest of it is what we use for operating funds so that we can have events, so that we can raise more money to give away to charity. So I ask you to be careful as you move forward and understand that we're residents here for the most part that have been doing this in the city for years. We're not looking for a handout. We're not looking for anybody to pat us on the back. We're just looking to be an organization that stays together, that is a community organization that enjoys living in the city of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Piri Seguirre. I am the president of the Granada Golf Association for the past 24 years. There's only 2 points that I want to make that came up before, which were not necessarily wrong, but they weren't presented the right way. To Vice Mayor Anderson's question about how these groups, including the ladies, the senior citizens that were presented before, how did they get their group to play on Friday, I believe it was Friday and Monday, if these tee times are taken away? They cannot call the golf course. They can only do it online. The golf course does not take tee times on the telephone. Number two, it's been said that people call it, they say we can never play in the morning. It's a little bit of an exaggeration. We only use 42 minutes of tee times on Saturday and half that on Sunday. So it's not like we're taking the morning, we're taking 42 minutes on Sunday and about 24 minutes on Saturday and 24 minutes on Sunday. The second point is based on what Commissioner Fernandez said about the membership for golf only. I have a little bit. I'm a member at the gym, okay, and I have a little bit of a problem the way this was put together. It's been discrimination against golfers, because if you move here from Nebraska yesterday and you want to join the gym at the country club for the country club atmosphere, it'll cost you $900. But if you move here from Nebraska and you just want to play golf, you don't want to go to the gym, you have to join the gym. You have no choice. You have to join the gym even though you're not going to use the gym. I use the gym 3 times a week. I go Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I don't know of any golfers. I have never seen a golfer from Granada in the gym. I'm not saying there isn't. It's possible they're using different times than I am. But I would venture to say that maybe 10% of the golfers are going to the gym. So again, I don't have a problem with the membership. I will join the membership. I don't have a problem with what they're charging. I understand. I was a businessman for 45 years. I just retired a year ago. But I have documentation here as to when Granada was established, which was August 31st, the GGA, August 31st, 1960. Not in the 60s, 1960. As I've sent some emails to some of, or all of the commissioners recently, I keep hearing that we donated, the money that we donated was donated outside Coral Gables. Charlie Homes for Children was disbanded 30 years ago. So I don't know if I can find those records. But we donated over $500,000 to Charlie. And they were a Coral Gables organization. They were headquarters in Coral Gables. I was on the board of Charlie, and we used to meet in the building behind the Little Flower. So this is not something I'm making up. I'd be crazy to do that. in this venue here. We donate to the Coral Gables Community Foundation every year for the past 15 or 20 years. If you go to the gala that the Coral Gables Community Foundation does at the Billboard every year, the wine that you drank came from us. I was in the liquor business for 45 years, and in the auspice of the GGA and the foundation that I had, we donated the wine for the gala every year for the past 10 or 15 years. There are other things that the organization does, and again, if those tea times goes away, all of this is going to go away because the organization cannot exist without those tea times. We do a lunch for the greenkeepers, the city employees. Every year in December, we buy them all lunch. It's done by Rita at the bistro. We did do a few charitable donations to Belen High School. We sponsor their golf team. These are things that we've done over the years. We don't stick with one charity, and we don't do the same charity every year, but we sponsor the Belen golf team. We sponsor the FIU ladies team for 2 years. And we've done the Coral Gables Fire Department toy drive a few times in the past few years. So again, as Steve stated before, our only concern is the tea times, very minimal if you think about it, and I think that the overall contribution that the Granada Golf Association does, it's far higher than the results otherwise. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is going to be on Zoom. I have Amy Grinham. Okay. Ma'am, you're up.
Ms. Ingram, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
She is unmuted, but she's not coming through.
All right, well, we'll come back to her.
I have one more on Zoom. It's going to be Donna Fales. See if this one works. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're unmuted.
Okay.
I can see her microphone is moving, which means she's speaking, but the sound is not coming through.
All right, we'll try to come back. Try to come back after. Ready? Okay.
Okay.
Just for the
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm being told that she can be heard on Zoom. However, she's not coming into the room.
just for the record, I want to make sure we put it on the record. The first speaker spoke for 7 minutes, and the second speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Then we'll close the public comment until somebody, I guess, is available to be able to join us. Any other comments from the commission?
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. There's still, are we going to go through every item so we can address each item separately, or is this part of the update?
Well, I think what's the best is to have a conversation amongst the commission. You have put 4 or 5 items on the agenda that are completely different. And I think that the commission should speak about what we think is appropriate before we start passing any resolutions or changes to the proposal that the staff has put forward.
Okay. Well, that being said, then I'll go ahead and I'll make a comment about Commissioner Ariel Fernandez, what he was proposing. And what I'm going to ask him is to hear me out when that item does come about, because I did keep those things into consideration, and really what I was presenting was a pilot program just for a year because since there has been a significant increase in 40%, and I did increase the non-residents significantly, still makes sense, they're still getting a discount, and I put guardrails, so that right now it's 156 rounds that they're actually playing per member, according to the data that the city is giving me. They don't have specific data. If you read the resolution, it'll be more detailed. And I presume that with the guardrails that I'm putting for that membership, each member should be playing around 100 to 120. And then after that, the city can go ahead and evaluate the data, not assume, not on assumptions, especially when we're going to make something so permanent and change policy from one day to another. I think it's prudent to actually make policy changes with accurate numbers, not just assumptions.
Through the mayor.
If I may, I just want to address that. Madam ACM, we heard from Commissioner Castro that we're making assumptions, that we're not using actual data. Is that correct?
Everything that was presented was on actual data collected from the last 2 years.
And who collected that data?
That is reporting from the POS system that was given to us by the Biltmore and put together by myself and the director of the department.
We have to, but if I may, we have to be very careful of the things that we say here, because I know you worked on that for the last 3 weeks very diligently, because we went over it multiple times, you and I, along with the manager. Thank you for that. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Manager, would you like to make a point?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. What we have is a golf course that cannot pay for itself, at best. If we look at 50,000 rounds at $30, that's $1.5 million. And that's what at $30, that's the maximum that this golf course can generate from the rounds played. We've got almost $2 million in costs to run the golf course. So as a minimum, it'll be a general fund hit for $500,000. So the more money that we remove, the more money we must take from the general fund. But even 50,000 rounds, that's what this golf course can sustain, because it's a 9-hole golf course, and that's been shown in the presentation that that's the capacity of this 9-hole course at $30, which is what we're charging now for residents. That's $1.5 million. So those are the real numbers. Those are the real numbers.
Through the mayor.
Let the manager just finish 1 second. Are you done, sir?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me go ahead and correct the record when I was talking about data. Yes, you have accurate data, but it's not specific data, as I am asking in this resolution, according to the actual pattern of behavior of how golf members are playing. Now, when I say there's not accurate data and assumptions, is because there's an increase of 40%, which is a significant increase in 1 year. And there's also another difference, that we canceled the membership for golfing. So that being said, and with what I'm proposing, which is a pilot program, there's a lot of different variables that come into play, right? So when I say we're making assumptions, it's because it hasn't happened yet. It's because we're not following the same procedures as we were following before, so we cannot use that data accurately to predict the future, okay? Now,
We did present several modeled scenarios.
now, with a 40% increase, we're gonna have a change in behavior, okay? Because not everybody is going to play at the same rate, because 40% is a very big increase. We need to take that into account. Not only that, with the pilot program I'm proposing maximum 3 rounds per week with no rollovers. Now, the reality of life is that nobody is going to play 3 rounds per week every single day. Days that are raining, days that you're on vacation, days that you're sick. So automatically, those 156 rounds are gonna go down. That's why I put guardrails. There's no rollovers per week on those rounds. So I'm asking for the opportunity to give it a chance to evaluate the real numbers, the real data of these members for a year. We owe it to them, okay? Not to stop a membership abruptly. After we have that, you guys can bring the data back to the commission, and if we can tweak it or discontinue it, depending on the feasibility or viability of that data, then we can do that, and it'll be up to the commission.
but I really don't think it's going to make a big impact. I think it's going to work out. That's my hypothesis. However, the numbers will speak the truth.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
We currently, the current use is 189 rounds
I know, I was gonna tell
per
her
year
that, but she doesn't.
versus 150. There will be a reduction of 39, automatic reduction of 39 rounds a year. So
Can you repeat that? Because we're talking about hypothesis and we're talking about, all type of, can you repeat that? These are
Oh, yes,
factual
Mayor.
numbers. These are
The actual number
factual-
of usage for the average for the past 2 years has been 189 rounds.
That's the average.
The average per year. And if we are going to reduce it to an average of 150, it's not even going to go lower. It's very difficult because it's 3 rounds per year, per week. And most of the golfers are averaging more than 3 rounds.
So those are the facts. Those are the numbers. It's not a hypothesis or testing ideas and a scientific experiment. These are the actual numbers. We have data here. Am I wrong? I mean, we have Pete says it's not. Tell me where it's not the numbers.
As I explained in an email previously to the commissioner, the only data we were not able to provide was specifically to each specific member, their usage patterns. We do have data which was presented on usage, and like the manager said, they're averaging close to 4 to 5 rounds a week. So I understand what the commissioner is saying, that if you consider like a membership to a gym, maybe not everybody goes to the gym, right? But we're talking about these specific members. We already understand what their trends are. These are not new members coming in that might have a different demographic. They might not be retired, they might be working, and they might not have the ability to go 3 times a week, 4 times a week. We already know the habits of our current members.
Again, listen, let me be very clear 1 second. This is no skin off my back. I don't play golf, okay? And I have people in my family that are members of your organization. I'm only upsetting people by making the right decision, the tough decision here. I know it's tough, I know. But the idea is this. When you go in a gym, for example, the gym that I go to, you pay a flat rate, and the flat rate gives you access to the CrossFit gym, and it gives you access to the gym. I don't use the gym that often. I do a lot of CrossFit. But they won't sell me just a gym membership if I want a CrossFit membership. It's a bundle. That's the way it comes. It's a flat rate. $200 and something a month. I've told them, but I don't want to use the gym membership. Can you reduce it by $50? Can you reduce it by no, Vince, that's the way it is. So you have to make a choice. If you want to be involved in that organization, you have to pay for the bundle rate to use the CrossFit gym and to use the gym. That's the way it is. And I choose to do that because I want to be part of that facility, because I like that facility. I like the people who are there. I like the quality, I like the location, and it's a good opportunity for me. But look, I want to be very clear about what we're discussing today. This is not about golf for me, okay? And I have the utmost respect for the golfers and everyone who decides to do that, okay? This is about fairness. Right now, we have a situation where 86 individuals are using nearly 1/4 of all the rounds played at Granada Golf Course. 76 are residents, 10 are non-residents, while contributing only about 6.5% of the revenue. Meanwhile, the rest of our residents, families, seniors, young individuals are paying significantly more and getting significantly less access. That is not equitable. And frankly, it's undefensible. What that means in plain terms is that the entire city is subsidizing a very small group of high-frequency users. Every resident who pays taxes, every family who wants a weekend tea time, every young person trying to learn the game, they're all effectively paying the price for an outdated system that no longer works. And now let's not lose sight of the bigger picture. Granada is a historic public golf course envisioned by George Merrick as a community asset. Let me repeat that, a community asset. The current model has allowed overuse, limited access, and created a structural imbalance that is impacting the condition of the course and the city's finances. We are operating far beyond recommended capacity, as you can saw by the presentation. It's not my recommendation, it's the professionals' recommendations. And we're headed towards higher costs and declining quality if we do nothing. The changes that this commission already approved are about restoring balance, fair access, responsible use, and financial sustainability. The idea of grandfathering this inequity by continuing to allow unlimited use for a select few simply locks in a system that is unfair to everyone else. We were not elected to preserve special privileges. We were elected to serve the entire community. This is a public asset. It should be accessible, fair, and sustainable for everyone, not just for those who have benefited the most for a system that is clearly out of alignment. I have never played golf. I've never played tennis. I've never used pickleball. I've never had any of those benefits while I've had the privilege and honor to serve for 13 years. Sometimes I've never used the gym. Again, I use my own resources. At the end of the day, we have to make tough decisions as elected officials here. And I would love nothing more to make 76 individuals 6 months, God willing, if elections are changed in November, 6 months before an election. I'll be a hero and I'll be supported. But that's not why I was brought here, and that's why I was not elected. We're here to make tough decisions and do what's financially correct. So I stand by the adopted changes, and I urge this commission to do the same. Am I willing to tweak things a little bit here and there? Not a problem. But the idea that we're going to continue in the same path and we're going to continue putting this amount of pressure and subsidizing this golf course to the tune of $600,000 a year, there's no way of doing it. It doesn't make sense. If you told me that we had an 18-hole golf course and that we had other amenities that we could figure out some way to get more people on the golf course and spread the use across it or bring in more revenue, we can't bring more revenue. We can't charge more than, what, $30 for people to use the golf course?
Currently, for residents, it's $30. Right?
Yeah, we can't. There's really no way. No one's going to use it. So we have to find that balance to make sure we give preferential treatment to residents, whether it be maybe with preferred tee times to a certain extent, but all the residents should be able to use the tee times. What if you're a doctor, for example, like my father, and he likes to play golf, and the only time that he can play golf is on a Saturday in the morning before he has to go to the hospital? My father can't play golf. And that's, people have times that they can do things. So I understand, and I would protect this also if I was a member here. But we have to be equitable, and we have to understand that there's a community that we represent. And it's not a personal vendetta against 86 people. It's that financially we have to address these issues, just like we addressed them at the Venetian Pool, just like we addressed them at the Coral Gables Country Club, just like we addressed them at Burger Bob's, just like we addressed them at the little restaurant. Over and over and over, we've had to tackle these issues. And this is one that needs to be addressed one way or another.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the record a little when you were talking about numbers, so maybe I could get a better, clearer understanding from my colleagues what I referred to. Number one, each player plays at different ways, in different ways. They have different, once a week, maybe there's a player that a golfer that plays 5 times a week, okay? But when I went ahead, and the number that the city is giving me, 189, is an average, okay? It's an average.
The average is over the actual usage over 2 years. It's not like a estimated average. It's a mathematical average.
Right, but let me go ahead and explain something, okay? That means every golfer plays different, but the average you're giving me is in conjunction of the whole membership, right? Because when I asked you for data, and I asked the city manager for data, and Fred for data, telling me exactly how every member is playing so that I can evaluate that data and the pattern of behaviors in which they are playing so I can I can come up with better policy, you guys told me that you couldn't do that. So the average came exactly from all the members, the 86 members together. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you guys told me.
What I explained to you in an email was I don't have specific data on each individual member, right? So I don't have usage patterns on member A versus member B. I can tell you based on the total number of members and the actual amount played over 2 fiscal years and averaged out to give you one number over a period of 2 years of data collected, I have given you an accurate number.
Right,
of
but
play.
that.
Through the mayor.
Right. I'm so sorry, City Manager, let me go ahead and finish my point. Okay, the 189 is an average, basically divided by the 86 is what you're trying to tell me, correct? Now, what I'm telling you is that that information is not sufficient for me. That's why the resolution said we need to evaluate this data in a more pattern way of behavior of these golfers so that we can see the trend and so that we can find a balance between what's profitable for the city and what is also a balance for the golfers. Right now, we don't have that data. We just have an average. And every golfer does not play at the same days and the same amounts. There's golfers that play one day, and there might be golfers that, who knows, plays 7 days, okay? But we're averaging that number. It's not a very accurate number to come up with good policy, okay? Now, what I'm asking is not to reverse policy. This is just a 1-year pilot to evaluate the policy that was just passed. We need real numbers moving forward. I understand we have accurate data for what we have, not detailed according to the membership from the past. I'm not discussing that, but moving forward, we just made multiple major changes at once. The 40%, we eliminated memberships, we changed operations. We have zero real data on the impact. I think we need to measure first and decide later. Okay? That's, excuse me, Mayor, I'm still not done. About fiscal responsibility, and I know that's really where we are headed right now, that it's not sufficient, the money that we're getting for the golf course. I have to defer to that. I think the city could give the golfers a year to determine if what I'm putting in place. And I'm even willing to, compromise if Commissioner Fernandez wants to come up with something that maybe you think is a little more equitable. I'm willing to do something to move forward, but to take a balanced approach. Just getting rid of the golf membership from one day to another without transitioning is very unfair, especially since our mission statement is the health and priority of our senior citizens. So we need to test, measure, and adjust.
You done?
Through the mayor.
But before, Mr. Manager, okay. Everything she said right now is completely and utterly wrong. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. This is on the record, okay? How many members are part of this organization?
Which organization?
The organization, 86, correct?
Right, so the paying Granada golf memberships, and I just want to make sure again, so we differentiate the two, right? So we have 3 associations that pay an association fee, and then we have a group of members. And just for the record, I want to clear out, the city did not eliminate the golf membership.
Of course not.
I want to make that very, very clear. There's still a golf membership. It was restructured, which was always presented as part of the acquisition of the operational plan for the country club 4 years ago to this, some of the changing commission, but the mayor was here, and we presented
It's
them.
called being responsible. You have to be responsible. You have to address issues. You cannot continue to hand out bundles of money here and expect the city to be solvent, okay? It doesn't work that way. That's what they did before I got here, and we got ourselves into significant financial issues with the benefits and a lot of things that were given out here, to the point that they had to go back and take it from the police and firefighters here, and all hell broke loose. I'd like to address her comments because they're completely and utterly off basis, and we went in like 50 circles, and you confused half of the planet, okay? Madam ACM, please explain the numbers that you worked on for over a month. Please explain that we do have accurate numbers, that we do have all the information to make a decision, please.
Yes, so
Through the mayor, may
Yes,
I-
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor,
Go ahead.
but I have a little experience in statistical analysis.
I know you do. I know you do.
When you have a 2-year sample of 86, and you have the fact that it's used almost over 34,000 times in the 2-year sample size, you have 86, such a low number, and you have an average of 189. That's a hugely accurate statistical sample.
Of course it is.
I wish I had something like that for hurricanes. I really do. It would be fantastic, but we don't. And
And that's why you sense of frustration in me where there's someone to my right trying to justify that we don't have numbers when what you're saying right now, we have incredibly accurate numbers.
It's very accurate because our statistical sample is very low. Our average is over 2 years, and our average is 16,500 rounds per year, and an average of 189 rounds. So that statistical sample is very accurate. And to go back and look at each statistical member would be just an anomaly. And that's really you really rarely have anything like that in science. So this is a strong sample size. It's a very good average. It's based on 2 years, huge numbers, and 86 players. It tells you that those 86 players play a lot. And that's because that sample size generates that much data. So it's very accurate sample that you can look at this from an individual member and peek things out is not statistically correct, and it just wouldn't yield any statistical
And by the way,
issues.
And by the way, even if you did look at individuals in that 86 sample size, even if you did one individual and you had one person's playing 500 times, another person's 300 times, and you had the numbers, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's all the rounds combined because there's a subsample of 86 people that cannot grow. Those individuals have preferred tee times, pay $920, and they have unlimited golf. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if one person's playing 1,000 times or another person's playing 300 times. The entire sample of 86 people are playing this amount of golf. You can't. Okay, so, excuse me, sir. With all due respect, if you'd like to say something, everyone's more entitled to speak, but let's not scream from the grandstands. Now let's address, I'm sorry, sir? I said my apologies. No worries at all. Please, I'll be more willing to bring you up if you'd like. Let me address this statement. I think it's appropriate. Since you did make that statement. Are there preferred tee times for these individuals?
For the associations. The membership, as it was previous, did not.
Okay.
As adopted, we were including that as a benefit.
Okay, so we do have preferred tee times.
As adopted, it was
Yes.
with 7 days' notice, they would have preferred or priority access.
Yes, sir.
Would the commission indulge in giving me 5 minutes to there's something I want to look into, and then I have a few comments. Can we take a 5-minute break?
5-minute break? No problem.
Can we take a 5-minute break? Okay, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Check. 2.
Yes, I'll defer. Thank you, sir. Even though I don't want to defer, and you know why I don't want to defer.
I know.
You know why I don't want to defer. I've been working. Commissioner Alabak.
Can we get?
No, I referred it. I deferred it. Yeah, I deferred it. Yep, deferred it. Deferred it. I don't want to defer it, but I'm. Okay, defer. I deferred it. Thank you. Sorry about making it late.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we're back. So basically, we all know we're having a lot of technical difficulties today. We're not going to be able to bring audio back from Zoom.
Can we do something? We can share. Can we do something? Let's just do something here. Let's do this right. Okay. This is not gonna work out. I have a lot of items that I want to talk about. So it's a lot of. Let me deal with this 1 second. I'm asking you. I know that we have a lot of. I'm willing to defer the rest of the agenda and bring this back in May because we can't. We have so many technical difficulties, and we're just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
I'll second that.
I don't want to, trust me, I have a lot of items that I've been working on with staff, major items, but if it's not the microphones that are back on right now, it's a TV, we can't get people who want to give public comment on. You know, there's a lot of things that are going on. I just don't want later to say, we rushed through something, and then people say I wasn't able to get public comment. What do my colleagues think about that?
Mr. Mayor, actually, what I was coming back to ask is that we defer these items so that we can really figure out what all these different groups are, how many members they actually have, because I think our number of 86 isn't even the actual number. I think we're off on that number. There may be more members. So what I was going to ask for was to defer this item to the May meeting so that I would like to sit down with each of these groups and see what each of their expectations have been and see if there is a potential for something that we can come up with. And if it's not something we can come up with, then, you know, we'll figure it out at that point. But what I was going to ask for is that we defer this item to the May Commission meeting so that we can properly have more conversations with the folks who are the stakeholders on this item.
Are we back? Is this back? Are we back now?
Yes.
So this is back.
Yes.
Because we've been dealing with this for the last 4 hours, and I want people to know on the record that we've been battling with this, and it's not staff's fault, it's just we have a glitch in the matrix. I mean, I'm fine to move forward, but if this continues, it's gonna be a problem. Okay, can we get, excuse me 1 second. Let me just address the issues. Okay. Now, can we, right now that we have a moment, can we get the 2 individuals that we're trying to get on the phone, can we get them on the phone?
No, sir. We cannot bring audio from Zoom.
You told me you wanted to get somebody on a cell phone
Here.
call.
Correct, yes. Commissioner Castro was going to call someone on the phone and basically hold the
Yeah,
phone.
that's fine.
next
That's
to
what
them.
I'm talking about. Okay.
Hi, John, you are on the microphone and they are hearing you right now. This is public comments. State your name and address.
Yeah, I have about 3 members of the GWGA that want to speak. They think that y'all are very confused.
She already spoke. Don Fine already
I
spoke
know,
in the
I'm not
beginning of
going
the
to
meeting.
speak. I was trying to patch in someone, but it's not going to work. I think deferring this because you guys are talking apples and oranges.
Okay,
I mean,
okay, Commissioner,
you're
can you,
confusing the 3 associations with the 86 membership.
we're not,
And just for your information, I and about 2 other women are a member of that 86 group. We play twice a week. But do whatever you want to do. But I think deferring this and meeting.
but let's do the right thing, Madam City Attorney. You know, we talk about the not speaking in both issues, not speaking on an issue twice. So Commissioner, will you please hang up the phone?
Thank you very much, Don. Yeah, there's a lot of different items that you can.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to say, I did have 2 people on Zoom who were not able to speak, and they did email me their comments and have them read into the record, if you would allow it.
Yes, please. And then let's close the public comment, and let's move forward. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first speaker was Donna Falls. Says, I want to piggyback on the last 2 speakers. We're only talking about 7 tea times on Monday morning, 1 hour for the GWGA. We pay to play. For many of us, that is the only time we play. The organizations have been in existence for over 60 years. These organizations are what make a community. Please continue to protect these tea times. The second speaker was Amy Hayes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear the number, Mr. Clerk, the number of tea times?
7 tea times on Monday morning.
Thank you.
The second speaker was Amy Hayes. She says, I've been a member since 2021, and I typically play 4 to 8 times a month, and my husband plays even less. How did he get your statistics? The golf course keeps the member records in a notebook, and nothing is computerized. How do you know how many rounds each member plays? Did you audit T-Wire, the only booking system? Also, couples are considered one membership even though there are 2 people. If I book a time for 4 people and I am a member, how do you know who plays with me and if there are also members? Your data is inaccurate. I understand that need for higher green fees, but the course is in horrific shape. I would like to remain a member, but I cannot justify paying double for a course in its current state. Half of the greens are unplayable. I suggest closing down the course for a period of time and also spacing out the tee times to every 15 minutes. The course is an embarrassment in its current state. I would say the worst condition of any course I have ever played. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam ACM, we have to discuss these points because they keep repeating that our facts are not correct. We need to make sure that just because someone says something, that's not the truth. Madam ACM, take it from the top.
So just to explain again, the Pro Shop is managed by the team from the Biltmore. T-Wire, what was mentioned, is the booking software, and then they have a separate POS system. The reporting that we're going off is not on what was reserved or booked, but what was actually paid for. So they gave us the records of 2 fiscal years. That's where the numbers are coming from, on items purchased and paid for, as well as comps.
So we need to stop undermining the data. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. These are the numbers. These are the facts. These are real numbers. We got the real numbers, okay? Let's work together to find an answer, but not undermining what the city's doing, because that doesn't work well. That undermines everyone. That makes us look like we're incompetent. That makes us look that maybe we're taking money. That makes us look that we're being corrupt. Let's do things the right way. Let's address the issue. Let's find a system that works. But let's not say, oh, throw our hands up and say, no, this is bad data, when it's not bad data. Second thing, will you address Commissioner Castro's statement that there's insufficient data based on the fact that we have 86 members and we have X amount of rounds and we divide it, and obviously that gives us an average. If you had half that, amount of members, you're still gonna get the average. If you had 25%, you still would get the average. So it doesn't really matter. The point is that you have the amount of rounds through the work of our ACM and her team, and you have the amount of members, and you divide it, and that's how you get your number. Please tell me if I'm wrong, enlighten us.
I think the manager made it very clear.
But I want to go over again because they repeat it over and over again.
It's a small sample size. It was collected over 2 periods, 2 fiscal years. And let's say in the scenario there were 2 very large inconsistencies, then I would say, okay, maybe we need to look at it in more depth. But they were pretty consistent, the 2 fiscal years. And again, it's an average of the total usage by year and by the amount of members. And I want to reiterate again, these are paying Granada Golf members that we're talking about, not the 3 associations. We are not tracking the usage of the associations because that is not managed by the city of Coral Gables.
Repeat that again, because I think that was something that touched our dear friend Pete over here, because he agrees. Now he sees what we're talking about. Can you repeat that again, please?
All right, so we're talking about a couple of different items. There's Granada Golf members, which is the amount of numbers that we've been talking about. That is an amount that we're tracking through the report provided by the Biltmore staff. Then there's 3 separate associations who are paying green fees. They have a room block, which gives them the priority access to that room block. I call it a room block because that's how I see it simplified. A tea time that's exclusive to them, and they're paying their greens fees. I do not track those. The city does not track those, and we do not have those numbers because they're paying as part of the generic public. And if you see in the presentation we provided earlier, when we did the nice little pie chart, you'll see that their tea times are part of the total tea time that is from public access. They're not what we consider members to the Granada Golf Course.
It cannot be any clearer. So we can try to confuse and jumble and make numbers up and say there's no data. The data is there. It's a fact. You have used statistics. It's there. We don't need to talk about hypothesis and all kinds of things and try to get real scientific. These are very, very simple numbers. It's there. Simple math. Simple math. Let's not get too complicated.
Through the mayor.
I'm not done yet. So, very simple. We have to make a decision here. Do we uphold the current standards? Or do we try to do fuzzy math to accommodate everybody? What I'm trying to tell you is eventually you have to face the reality. You cannot have a golf course where the costs continue to go up like they are as a result of Brightview, which is from what I've heard people, I've asked golfers who've told me that they're a very serious outfit and that they do very, well-established landscaping. They have serious contracts in golf courses. These are a serious outfit. You cannot spend the amount of money that we're spending to take this golf course to the level that it deserves and not be able to charge when, as I told you very clearly, you have 86 members. You have 86 members that are almost 30% of the use of this golf course. So at the end of the day, we have to come to terms with what we're facing. I know we want to kick the can down the curb and maybe deal with it a year from now, but that's another $600,000 that the golf course loses. The same situation that we had with the Di Donatos in the Coral Gables Country Club. I remember when we talked about this, and the community came out, people were screaming at us about taking it away from the Di Donatos, remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Remember that? They were screaming, how could you take it away from the Di Donatos? They're a pillar of the community. And guess what? We found out, such a pillar of the community, they were stealing from the city of Coral Gables. But I remember, we had Javi Baños here, screaming here, remember? Screaming here, saying, if you take it away, we're gonna take you away. So, yeah, facts. Remember? You know what was going on. You know very well. So my point is this: we have to face the consequences of the situation that we're in right now. We gotta find. I'm not saying it has to be a profit center, but let's at least break even. Let's be able to pay so that, like I've told you before, 86 people can enjoy the golf course, and they're part of this organization, and they have unlimited use. But there has to be a moment where they give a little bit and we give a little bit. Let's get to the middle.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So again, what I would ask is that we defer this item. I think no changes right now. I want to have a sit down with the different groups and understand how each group is operating before I vote on anything else, because I think there's so many different components to this that work completely differently that there is no one size fits all for the different groups, because they have different expectations and they operate completely differently. Some may be happy with the end solution, some may not. We have to figure out what it is that has been happening with each of these groups, or at least I do. So that's why I asked that we defer this item to the next meeting so that I can really grasp what has been going and see if, even the proposal that I made earlier, if it makes sense or not.
So let me respond to you on that front, okay? Number one, the work that the ACM, the DCM, and the manager did and your entire staff did is a very comprehensive, fact-based, data-driven document. I don't need more time, okay? What we were doing is kicking the can down the curb. I'm ready to address this issue right now, okay? That's number one. Number two, there's not gonna be a solution to make everybody happy. I know it's election season, and I know you wanna make as many people happy as possible so we can get as many votes as we possibly can. But we have to face the consequences. We have to deal with this. We have no other choice. If we kick it the can for another year, yeah, we buy another year, and what happens? Everybody's happy. But at the end of the day, we're gonna have to face it in a year for those who are here, okay? So at the end of the day, I say face the consequences now, deal with the issue, find common ground, The city has already put together a plan of action. When does this program expire?
Mayor, it's expired.
Okay, and that's it, and we move on.
Through the mayor.
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to second your motion, but I'm also going to go ahead and add all the other resolutions that are there so we could take better consideration. Now, with all due respect, Mayor, I really don't think you read my resolution fully.
I read them all.
The grandfathered one.
I read them all,
Okay.
and I'm in opposition to that.
Let me go ahead and finish. It is my opinion. If you did, then maybe you didn't understand them, okay? The math, if you go through it, you would understand how the rounds would go down. Nobody's arguing that your average is 189 for past data. What I'm arguing is that moving forward, we need to collect new data that's more specific to the membership so that it can work for the city and it can work for the members, okay? So when the mayor here is saying that I'm here trying to confuse, I'm not saying your numbers are incorrect. However, I am saying that's the numbers, 189 for the past 2 years. Now, with what I'm proposing, the maximum, which is not gonna happen, if you read my legislation, because it's 3 rounds, no rollovers per week for 365 days. It's gonna go down to 156 if nobody gets sick, if it's never raining, if you don't go on vacation. I mean, I estimate 100 to 110 rounds. Now, if you wanna go ahead and, since I went ahead and I seconded his motion, if you wanna go ahead and take a little more time to evaluate those numbers a little more, you wanna talk to the members, I am all for that. But let's not form any confusion between what the past data is and what the present data, the assumption of what the present data would be. Because we don't know, because there's a lot of variables that have changed. Not the same patterns of golfers are going to play with a 40% increase. Not the 86 members are gonna opt in to this new membership that is not unlimited. The data of 189 was for unlimited golf. We don't have unlimited golf anymore with a new proposal. I think that's something you need to take in consideration. There's a lot of different variables here, and we need time to evaluate the numbers. A year, I think is sufficient to then come back to the commission and say, okay, we lost this much, or we made this much, or we're even.
Very quickly, past data. What is the past data? She keeps harping about past data. What is past data? I would like just an answer because I want to get to the point, and we have a motion, a second, I want to move on. Past data, what is the past data? 2 years, correct?
Correct.
When was the
2
last day?
fiscal years.
When was the last day that you took the data? The last moment?
We did not count this fiscal year, so that was the 2 last fiscal years, because we're in mid-fiscal year.
Perfect. So past data, that's what you do. You count the past data that you have. You got to do it from fiscal year. It's pretty simple stuff.
Through the mayor.
1 second. And then when you talk about unlimited golf, these gentlemen here, the 3 gentlemen that are here, along with the individuals who called, they want to continue with their programs. They don't want to consider anything else. They want to continue with unlimited golf. We have a motion and a second on the floor, along with an adoption of all the things, all the items that Commissioner put on here. Mr. Clerk, after our Vice Mayor, I'd like to take a vote on that.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a couple observations that I've gathered from listening not only to the individuals that were present, but also the individuals that visited me during my office hours or wrote me during on emails. Majority of the folks, the most critical issue here is reserving tee times. And we can work on a system for those groups to have an arrangement with the city, to have an agreement with the city to reserve the tee times, because the organizations and the camaraderie that exists between them goes around the tee times. The monetary aspect of it was not the priority issue. It was the tee times. So I did a little research here, as you can do on the internet these days, and note the following numbers for the record going forward. Other cities, other 9-hole golf courses charge close to twice as much, if not more, for playing 9 holes of golf. So based upon that, it's consistent with what I'm hearing, that it's the tee times that are critical to maintain what the organization is trying to accomplish. So go ahead, we can go ahead with the deferral, but keep that in mind, that the most important issue for the women's groups and for the association that's come forward here to speak today is preserving the tee times. And staff can work on that, just like I had to work on it for the Garden Club to have an agreement with the Biltmore Hotel that never, ever existed in the past. But there was a practice, and that's what happened here. Now we need to memorialize it so it's protected in the future, because it can be pulled away from you if you don't have an arrangement.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Clerk, we have, so again, I'm against the deferral, but we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take a vote. We have a long commission agenda left to do, and I'd like to get moved.
Mayor, just to clarify, my understanding is the motion is to defer items F12, F13, F14, and F15?
Correct.
But before that, through the mayor, Vice Mayor, if I can have your support on the tee times as it is stated, I will amend that motion and take off that item.
What I'd like is I'd like to give staff the opportunity to memorialize this in writing with the groups as to what the tee times are. I know that our staff respects the groups and will do what they can in the interim to make sure that they get the play time that they need, but to have this in writing right now on the fast and loose during the middle of a commission meeting without giving staff the time to memorialize this, I think is something that is just not a wise decision at this time.
Madam Vice Mayor, this is why we should allow staff to handle this. This should not be politicized like it's being here right now. This is not an issue that should be addressed. I know you're upset about it. I'm not.
No one else is.
The only one that's screaming from the grandstands is you.
Not screaming.
Yeah, you are. You're raising your voice. No one else is screaming from the grandstands. It's disrespectful and it's actually immature. So at the end of the day, you should conduct yourself like a professional when you come into this room, because I have to conduct myself the same way with you. So at the end of the day, you have an option. We have a deferral. We have a motion and a second. I think we should move forward, but at the end of the day, let's hear the votes.
Through the mayor, I'll continue with the deferral, and I won't go ahead and amend that just because I feel the probability, if it comes back, is going to be a little better than now. Because as you can see, we're not going to have the votes.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes to deferral.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
No.
Mayor Lago.
No. All right, moving on, deferred. Let's move on to the next item, F1. Okay, this is something, again, in an effort to try to push the city forward. I have a presentation that I'd like to present. So these are some photos that I took myself over the weekend here on our downtown. And I would like to really showcase staff's response. And this is the reason why I think that we need to continue moving forward with the proposal that I'm presenting, which we're working with staff, that hopefully we'll have it in the next month or so, to move forward with something that is holistic and all-encompassing for the downtown, to maintain and beautify the downtown and clean the downtown. Mr. DCM, Belkis, thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mayor.
And by the way, and this is the end result, after calling staff, the manager, the DCM, the ACM came through big. Look how clean it is in comparison to the way it was with a street sweeper. That's the way our city should look every moment of the day. It's investing in our downtown and making sure that we get things done.
So Mayor Belkis Perez with the Economic Development Department, at your request, we are exploring a landscape and maintenance assessment program for the Central Business District to provide consistent, high-quality level cleanliness, maintenance, and landscape enhancements all through this centralized service model. So the proposed boundaries of this assessment district would be the boundaries of the Central Business District. Among the scope of work that we're looking at is, and by the way, this is enhancing the services that are currently provided by the city. So this is above and beyond the services that the city provides. So the scope of work would include routine sidewalk and alley maintenance and scheduled pressure cleanings, which you talked about before. We would have enhanced trash and litter removal, installation and maintenance of landscaping, preferably drought resistant, and some minor alley restorations and aesthetic improvements. There's something that has also, that you have mentioned before, which is having a dedicated supervisor as part of the process, so they are overseeing the work that happens as far as landscape and maintenance, but also elevating any issues that occur when they're out on the street. For example, if there's a sign that needs to be replaced, then they escalate it to the correct department for more service. This is, again, it's supposed to supplement, not replace the property owner's responsibilities, because there is responsibilities right now that the property owner does have to maintain their property. And so where we are right now is that we're trying to finalize that scope of work, and then we'll have to engage with a consultant to come up with an assessment, a methodology for assessing the property owners. If you want to add anything, Joe. No. I think that's it. And that's it from our end.
We're good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what we're working on. And I wanted to use the examples of what you saw there as what the downtown could look like in regards to cleanliness and the ability that we have to really address something. When do you think we'll come back with a plan of action?
We can come back in May with the finalized scope, Mayor.
And a price breakdown and what we're looking at per.
That's gonna take a little more time, Mayor, because
Have to hire somebody,
we
obviously.
have to hire a consultant to kind of come up with the revenue model.
Yeah, I'd like in May to be able to present before the commission about this and have my colleagues work with you on this front, so that we can hopefully take the next step to hire a consultant to then be able to address this issue. Okay?
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So is this a continuation of the last time that we talked about this before, to preserve or enhance continuity, for example, when you're talking about pressure cleaning? This is already an obligation that city storefront owners, commercial property owners have already.
Yes.
And so eventually, we're going to find out what the assessment's going to be looking like, so that in deploying it, they may even save some money, depending on how much it costs to do it ad hoc versus one centralized way to do it. And then the city should look a lot cleaner, and the beautification should be enhanced if you do it on a routine, regular, scheduled basis, right?
Yep, exactly. Mr.
Correct.
Clerk, if, I'd like to, in the next commission meeting, please have an item that brings us in for final consideration, so that an action item, so the commission can take action in regards to this, so we can potentially hire an entity or an outside entity to be able to give us a roadmap to be able to deliver this to the business owners in the downtown. Okay? Thank you. Item F2, thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you, Belkis. Thank you, Mr. DCM. Discussion regarding golf carts, LSV parking study. How are we doing with that? Madam Director, how are we doing?
Good afternoon, Monica Beltran, Director, Parking, Sustainability, and Mobility Services. When the attorneys were studying the potential legislation regarding the LSVs, et cetera, we talked a little bit about what you brought up. How do we charge these folks, right? So there was an understanding that because these vehicles would be operating only in the lower MPH, miles per hour, streets, like 25 miles per hour, that maybe it is not such a big issue. However, Salzedo, for example, is 25 miles per hour, and we do have meters, right? So we do have paid parking. So I reached out to the Pay by Phone and the Park Mobile apps, and indeed, I've worked with PD to come up with a decal that we would place on these vehicles when they register, right? And we would design these to mimic a tag, a license tag, right? So we would record these tags and Pay by Phone and Park Mobile have confirmed that I cannot scan them because when I scan these decals, it'll communicate with the county. And we cannot cite them through the county because these are not tags, right? So we would manually input the information. We would generate a Coral Gables citation, not a county citation, if that's the direction that we want to go. There is a method for doing it.
Okay. So moving forward, what is our next step? What do we need to do?
I've been working with PD about the decal.
Okay.
And then I need to work with my city manager and DCM and determine how we want to schedule the citations. There are different options, including holding these citations against people if they don't pay and then not renewing their permits annually, et cetera. So it would be an in-house or an in-city citation process.
Okay. All right, so do you think in one more meeting, 2 more meetings, 3 more meetings to flush this out and finally bring this to the residents? What do you think? How long do you think it'll take?
So I'll work with the city attorney's office. I've already worked with PD. It's a matter of coming up with a decal that we want to, something that's very specific and that cannot be duplicated. And then, we'll put something in place.
Okay. I also want to commend you, by the way, you and your team. I had a meeting with the tax collector, Dariel Fernandez, this past week. Since we had a conversation and we brought him here to talk about the disability tags, your team has been out there really enforcing. And about, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago, we had a meeting with the tax collector here in your offices, and it was incredible the amount of falsifications and false tags we were able to find. Duplicate tags, printed tags, stickers on top of the sticker. You're doing a great job, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
We're really addressing the issue of these disability tags that are being used for nefarious reasons, so that people understand and saying, Vince, but why does it really matter? Why do you get caught up on doing these things, like addressing disability tags for people who don't have disabilities? Number one, my mother's disabled, and I think it's a shame if you use a disability tag and you're not afflicted with anything. Number two, you have veterans who fought for this great country and for our freedoms who are disabled and they can't find parking. And number three, which is at the bottom of the barrel, but it's still an issue, and I know that I talk about it a lot, but just the financial responsible part of me. Does my colleagues on the commission here know when our staff, our director, did a sweep of Miracle Mile, how many parking spaces by percentage were taken up by disability tags, which, by the way, a disabled tag parking in a regular parking space does not pay for a meter. Do you know what the percentage was? Commissioners, anyone want to guess?
30%.
You hit it right on the head. I can't believe you guessed that. You knew
I
the
didn't,
number.
I didn't.
30% of the parking spaces on the mile were taken up by disability tags. Think about that. And by the way, it's a losing battle because I spoke to the tax collector. He says that over 100,000 people applied for tags this year. So individuals like my mother and individuals who are in wheelchairs, individuals who are truly disabled for one reason or another, pay the consequences of this. And municipalities are going to see less and less revenue. So the work that you're doing, and I want you to show my colleagues, maybe you can send them an email with some photos of the work that you guys are doing, is going above and beyond to not only help us financially, but also to make sure that we address our truly disabled community that is in dire need of finding a parking space. So thank you for that. Great work.
Thank
Through
you.
the mayor?
Yes.
One thing that I wanted clarification on, you mentioned the 25 miles an hour. For a low-speed vehicle, it's up to 35-mile-an-hour roadways. So that would include pretty much our entire downtown. Golf carts would be
But
the 25.
the low-speed vehicles have a tag,
Correct.
so then you can pay for parking with the tag.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure, because this said golf cart / LSV parking study. The LSVs would still take up less parking space because they're smaller, and some golf carts, traditional golf carts, are still considered LSVs if they're able to get to a certain mile per hour threshold. We're only talking about the
We're only talking about
enforcement.
the vehicles that do not have a tag.
Got it.
And that
Understood.
then we have to find a way to
Okay.
penalize,
Understood.
to enforce payment.
But we're not talking about reduced size parking spaces if we need it.
No,
Okay.
no, sir.
So,
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
since you brought up percentage of disabled parking spaces being used by tags, I'm just going to ask for staff, based upon a picture that was sent to us, or at least I sent it through to our parking department, to make an arrangement with the business community that they report people illegally parking in the access aisles, parking where they shouldn't be parking. And these don't even have this disability tag. So maybe we can send out a message to the chamber, to our major vendors such as Publix, to alert the police department and a parking department when they see these things. Because you can't be there 24/7. But in the meantime, the person that really needs that access aisle doesn't have it.
Correct. The access aisle violation, of course, as you know, carries the same penalty as parking in a regular, in a parking space, a disabled parking space without the hang tag.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work. Moving on to item F3, a discussion regarding voter protections. So I'd like to hand this out to my colleagues.
Thank you.
So I want you to follow me on a little journey, okay? So we have some slides for this item that I want to show you. Okay? So we've been working on this in my office for the last few weeks. It's election season. Everything that I send out says Vince Lago on it or Coral Gables first. I don't have to use anything else. I put my name on everything. Everything I send out. We have a lot of individuals right now here in the city, it happened today, that are sending out text messages and are sending out shadow polls and all kinds of things that are against state statute, that are actually against the federal government. What I want is my colleagues here to put their money where their mouth is. I'm going to Tallahassee. I'm working on this. I already hired attorneys. And I want my colleagues to support me on this. Let me give you a little walkthrough. For the last few weeks, Coral Gables residents have received thousands of political survey emails from an entity called Analytics 305. Analytics 305 is not registered in the state of Florida. The survey asked residents how likely they are to cast their mail-in ballot. It was bilingual, professional, and targeted. There is no organization called Analytics 305, registered in Florida. There is no website. There is no sponsoring organization, disclosure, as required by law. The text message that was sent out today did not have a disclosure. It was Commissioner Castro's, and it led you back to a put. It wasn't. It led you.
I cleared the record, that wasn't my text message, okay?
It was another entity on her behalf.
No, it wasn't. I have no
If I may finish,
association with
you
it.
can.
No, do not
but
blame
if
me
I
for
may-
things that are not mine.
If I may,
okay?
let me finish. It was another organization in help of Commissioner Castro that led back to Político Cortadito in an effort to obviously derail and cause as much damage to the referendums as possible. This is the same situation you have here. Forensic Investigations has established that Analytics 305 and People Count USA share common attributes. I have a legal team and a technology team that's working on this. I've been having it for 2 years. And we're going to find out, and we already have found out. And we've already submitted to the Ethics Commission, both at the state and at the local level, Kathy Fernandez-Rondo's office, and a litany of other entities that we're dealing with. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting in 2 weeks with the state to address this issue and my attorneys. More importantly, I received this email at my city government email address. This is where we have a problem. The email contained what appeared to be an inline survey question. But when you click on the bubble, it launches your web browser to a web browser and takes you out of your email system entirely to a SurveyMonkey page on the internet. The bubble is disguised as a link. Your response does not go back through the email chain. It does not enter the city's email archive. It is captured by a private SurveyMonkey account owned by an anonymous actor, and the resident is none the wiser. You are misled, and you are taken advantage of, and your information is used. Now, this is important because when a mayor receives a communication at his official email address about an upcoming city election and responds to it, that response is public record per Florida Statute Chapter 119. This is a deliberate subversion of Florida's public records law, and this is not the first time this has happened. The commission is well aware of the previous survey sent by People Count USA. The operation resulted in a lawsuit, and this is why I want everyone to listen, okay? This is not the first time this has happened. The commission is well aware of the previous survey sent by People Count USA. That operation resulted in a lawsuit, in a court order, and it revealed the persons responsible. I was responsible for that court order. I paid for the lawyers. I know who did that. Forensic analysis has revealed that the Analytics 305 and People Count USA domains were registered within 3 months of each other in 2023 and share many similarities. I have directed that formal legal complaint to be filed with SurveyMonkey to ensure that the records are preserved for investigators, and have referred the issue to the Miami-Dade State Attorney, the Florida Attorney General, and the United States Attorney of the Southern District of Florida. I have been in communication with all of them, and I'm meeting with them next week again. Today, I'm introducing a resolution formally condemning this conduct and announcing a voter protection legislative package that will require anyone targeting Coral Gables voters with political communications to identify themselves fully. I urge my colleagues to carefully consider how they will vote. Anonymous actors should not be permitted to run covert surveillance operations against our residents. This is a piece of legislation that I've sent out there for you. Now, do we have another item on this or no?
I'm sorry?
What was that? Do you know?
If you look at the information, here is the survey that was sent out. When you fill this survey out, it is not a public record because it is not part of the city's. This was received by many people in the city of Coral Gables and employees. This is misleading and subversive and threatens our democracy. What I'd like to see is for my colleagues to support me in the legislation that I have here, which I would like to write with your help. Everyone could join me in this resolution that I'm going to ask our city attorney to put on the next agenda using the resolution that I gave you here. It's an opportunity to address an issue and to stop an issue that I'm currently fighting, and to force entities, unions, shadow PACs, individuals who don't want to use their names, to step out of the shadows and follow the law and protect our democracy. Madam City Attorney, with the help and support of my colleagues in the commission, I would like for you to prepare a resolution in a similar nature that addresses these concerns and urges all legal entities that we have at our disposal to address this type of misconduct. Madam Vice Mayor?
I would support that. Actions like this, what has been happening here with the surveys, are one of the many things that cause people to distrust government. So we need to make sure that we take every action necessary to not allow these type of activities to go on unchecked. So I do support this. And I'll ask the city attorney, do you need a motion from the Commission?
It sounds like the mayor would like this to come back next meeting, so we can work on it. I just saw it now for
Yeah,
the
no,
first
no.
time,
That's,
Mayor.
I'm
so-
giving this information. I don't just spring things on. I give you information, study it for 2 or 3 weeks, and then come back. But I would like all my colleagues to support me on this and be a part of this piece of legislation. Be a part of this. Be a co-sponsor on it.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
you can count on me as a co-sponsor
Perfect.
and
Thank
to
you.
work alongside all of our, I believe and I hope, the rest of my colleagues on the dais, because, what's being proposed and introduced by you with this legislation, no fair-minded and no democracy-loving individual could, in all fairness, be against it. Because what you're alleging has occurred, what you're trying to prevent from happening in the future is otherwise, it has no place in democracy and indefensible otherwise. So count on my support, co-sponsor it, I'd be happy to, and to assist between now and the next commission meeting.
Thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
I would also like to see if we can include in here text message polling that has been done as well, this
100%.
election and last election, which was also not informative of who was conducting the polling. I would, it's the first time I'm looking at it, so I haven't gone in depth into it, but I would also like to co-sponsor.
And I'm happy you're excited to be involved in this because you're very familiar with what People Count USA is. And when you talk about text messages, it should be text messages, it should be all communication. All
Agreed.
communication.
Including
And as I've
the
said
ones
it-
that are being
and
emailed.
And as I've said before, number one, anything that has my name on it is from me. And Coral Gables First, anything that I put always has my name on it. And I'm very clear about that, very clear about that. I don't need to send out articles from, if I do send out articles, they have my name on it. They've always had my name on it. But at the end of the day, just like People Count USA, which you're very familiar with, because you're very familiar with that, you know it like the back of your hand. I'm excited that so far we have 4 out of the 5. Madam Vice Mayor, you'd like to add something?
Oh, yeah, no, 4 out of 5, yes, I will definitely join in
Perfect.
on that.
Okay.
Through the mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so you were referring that maybe I had sent a message or something. I can admit to, in my personal capacity, there's volunteers that are canvassing, and in any documents that I've given, it says it in the bottom, political advertisement, personally by me. So anything that is done by me, even if it's in my personal capacity, I am stating it very bluntly. Now, I haven't gone through this, but with what you're saying, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I cannot tell you right now, because I haven't gone through it, it's brand new, but if it makes sense to me, you would also have my support as a co-sponsor.
To discuss and put a little clarity to what the commissioner's saying. Rip Holmes, a few other individuals are walking door to door and have actually mentioned that they're doing this on behalf of Commissioner Castro, and they provide a document. The document does not have a disclaimer. I have a copy of the document.
I do too.
It does not have a disclaimer.
I have
At
it in
the
the
end-
car.
It does not have a disclaimer.
You're not looking well
So,
then.
Commissioner, please don't interrupt me. I give you the respect that you deserve. It does not have a disclaimer. Today, there was another text message sent out, which tees off, I'm Commissioner so-and-so, and I'm against all the, against the referendums, and it takes you back to a political cortadito article. It does not have a disclaimer. That is against the law. That is against the law. Whether it's the fire union, or it's the commissioner, or it's another entity, nefarious entity that's hiding in the shadows, it's used in an effort to subvert and to put our democracy at risk. This is not a third world country. This is the United States of America. When I'm going to send out information in regards to an election, I'm going to put my name on it, like I always have. So, Madam City Attorney, we have support from the commission. I ask you to please put this on the agenda, and I will work with you, and I will give you other information that I think is pertinent, that should be included in this piece of legislation. And after we're done, I ask that this legislation be submitted to all state entities, both local and state, from Kathy Fernandez-Rundle to the Ethics Council, both at the state and at the county, to make sure that we follow all the rules, that again, that we do not subvert our democracy, because I think that we could do much better than what we're seeing. Good? Thank you very much. Item F4, boater safety. In the last week, we have had 2 fatalities here in South Florida. On March 25th, there was a fatal hit and run boating accident. And on March 28th, there was another fatal, 2 weeks, I apologize, fatal boating accident on Biscayne Bay. As summer is approaching, what can the city do to prevent any more tragedies and keep the boating community safe? I know the Vice Mayor wanted to have this discussion. I'd like for my colleagues to please speak with the manager, the DCM, the ACM, staff, come up with ideas, anything that we can. Police, if we can give more tools to police, I'd like to do what we can. It's pretty interesting as we go into the summer. You know, there's a lot more people on the water. And again, I don't own a boat, but I'm on the water spearfishing a lot. And people are pretty reckless out there. And it just took me by surprise that you had 2 major fatalities in a matter of 2 weeks. And people lost their lives. So think about it, and we'll have a conversation about it. Madam Vice Mayor?
Well, the only thing I'll add is it's a lot like vehicles. You start combining alcohol and marijuana and other illegal substances, the synergy of those substances together is pretty profound. And I know our police department can give us even more information about that, and maybe perhaps come up with some suggestions to when we should start monitoring people more out there on the water. So you want to bring it back for the next meeting?
Yeah, I just want ideas. I don't have any. I'm trying to think outside the box to see what we can do for boater safety and educate people, because you're seeing a lot more people just get reckless out there, and the summer's coming.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Suggestion would be to have our Waterway Advisory Board perhaps workshop this and come up with suggestions on things that we may be able to do. Specifically within our canals. I'm sure there are issues within our canals that might need to be addressed. But they're the advisory board that would really oversee this issue, so it might be good to get some suggestions from them.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor, F6, and we're in the home stretch.
Adopt a Circle and Crosswalk program. There's a photo that I provided the clerk today, just to show you an example of what some of my neighbors have done. And I've talked to our landscape division about coming up with some guidelines. If someone, some residents want to do something similar as to what are acceptable plantings. We also have some passionate residents that have asked about planting plants around the cross boxes and AT&T boxes. But I think it's best that our team provide some guidelines on what can be planted.
By the way, can I tell you something, Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Did you do this? Did you do this?
No, it's my neighbors.
It looks great. I drove by it today. It caught me completely. The
They water
color
it?
completely caught me by surprise.
They planted it, they watered it. You see, they put little reflective things on there to make sure, it's seen better, because this is one of those circles that have stop signs that very few people stop at. It's more like yield or suggesting slowing down. But I do think, and I did give them some suggestions about putting in some white, because that's seen better at night. They have yellow and orange. Yeah, no, that was my neighbors.
I love it. It's great.
So we could use some guidance for residents, because we don't want to be planting bushes that grow 3 to 4 feet tall and create a triangle visibility problem around cross boxes and stuff. And with that, if you're going to adopt a box, you got to maintain the box or the circle. That includes, they go out there every week with a cart, with water, and they water this. And it has to be watered, because otherwise it wouldn't look this pretty.
Yep.
So that was the suggestion, and I'll ask Ms. Dina Bell, who's smiling back there, at another opportunity to make our city look better to suggest when it's time to bring it back for the agenda for a program that you can suggest.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
If we can go back to that photo, those palm trees are not very good in storms. I remember the last hurricane, I picked up about 6 or 7 of them and moved them out of the road because they had all fallen. So I don't, going forward, maybe we can find something else that we can plant in it, because those are not the best ones for hurricane season.
So by the way, those 2 palms have been there for decades.
Yeah. The ones in the next block over, I had to pick up.
Well, no, the ones in the next block over were hit by a vehicle.
During the storm?
No.
No, I picked them up during the storm, during the last hurricane.
It depends on the variety of palm. Again, I defer to our landscape division, who have the most knowledge on what should be planted there.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
the reason those are they look at, the traffic people like those is exactly because of that, because they're frangible. So you have something you can go through and not wrap your car around.
Or your neck,
Yep.
That's
or your neck.
All right. Next
So-
one up.
Next one is F7, compost program. And while you're coming up, Matt, and you're going to have the signage, which we're hoping to have a link on it, I just wanted to highlight just how far we've come as a city, because this is Earth Month. Okay, we've done septic to sewer, we've got our basins studied. I have people contacting me wanting to move forward on basins, so we can possibly do that. We're eliminating poop in the trash piles. City manager, we're going to be reusing our yard waste. And we've also done carbon sequestered cement. We have our first building built with it, Firehouse 4. I mean, our city's done a lot of great good. Prior to me joining this commission, the prior commission put in the catch basins for plastics and so forth on certain drains. And now we're going where the city has never gone before, composting.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to add Vice Mayor biochar, where we're looking at.
Yes, that was your segue. Biochar. And what can it be used for?
Concrete, asphalted concrete, asphalt, and we're also looking at the University of Miami for some water reclamation. So there's quite a number of uses for that.
And soil amendment, and fertilization.
Fertilization, yes.
Yeah, instead of Mount Trashmore, and tipping fees.
Yes.
All yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Mayor. Matt Anderson, Assistant Director for Mobility and Sustainability. I have a brief presentation. Some key facts on food waste. In the U.S., 30 to 40% of food supply is wasted, over 133 billion pounds a year. Food is the single largest category of material placed in municipal landfills, nearly 25% of landfill waste. The average household produces about 2 to 3 pounds of edible food wasted per person weekly. 58% of landfill emissions are accounted for food waste, and if this one is staggering, if it were a country, U.S. food waste would be the 3rd largest producer of carbon dioxide. So, what are we doing? We are, and this is something the community's been asking for the city to explore. So it's very exciting for us to be launching this pilot program. We're going to be working with the Coral Gables Library and setting up a drop-off location. And we're looking to launch that on Monday, April 20th, to kick off Earth Week. We are going to be working with Renewal. They've have a big presence here in South Florida. You can see the operations that they work through. Including the Food and Wine Festival, Formula One, Ultra. They have contracts for City of Hollywood, City of Fort Lauderdale, and they've done over 7.7 million pounds of organics since 2020. So this is what we will be looking at. Renewable is going to handle all collection. We're going to have this bin with 2 45-gallon bins located at the library. The pickup will be twice a week. There'll be 2 45-gallon toters that are going to be located there. You can see the cost for the pilot program is $6,000 for the year. We've also applied for 2 grants, so if we can offset that cost. Right now, we've identified city funding to be able to fund that, but our team is always working with finance and the grants team to identify potential grants that we can apply for. We applied for 2. We're waiting to hear on those. Renewable will also provide 1 cubic yard of compost 2 times a year to the city, so we can use it in our green space. And will also help us with educational workshops to teach and correct composting habits. I've already been speaking with the library about doing some potential programming right there. So this is how the site looked before. This is, if you're familiar with the library, where the book drop-offs are. It is right adjacent to that. This is what it looks like as of yesterday. We laid pavers down, and I want to give all credit to the green space management team. I was out there with them. We were laying pavers, planting native plants. What you see in the picture there is wild coffee, lantana, and fakahatchee grass, so all natives. We already see butterflies coming around, and we haven't even put the bin in yet, but it'll be great for the library, and I think a great educational opportunity for anyone that's visiting the library as well. This is just an AI image that we created early on to see how the bin would look there. We're going to be setting that up either tomorrow or Thursday for the launch on Monday, April 20th. This is a close-up of the educational signage that will be placed above the bin, so anyone that goes up to it will know what to do. You can sign up on the Renewables website. You'll get free access under the City of Coral Gables, since the City of Coral Gables is funding the program. They collect their compost at home, they bring it to the bin, they put it in the bin, and again, the bin is serviced twice a week. They will be cleaning out the bins. You can see what we will be accepting. I have a list on the next slide. Coffee grounds, food, meat and dairy, paper napkins, any compostable products, plant materials. What is not compostable, any recyclables, plastic bags, animal waste, glass, the stickers that are on the fruit, we don't want in the composting, and any coated paper. And Renewable will be responding, and so will my team, on any questions that we get, and they will be helping manage that program. And I really want to thank the library for their support in helping us with the location and helping us with the ribbon cutting as well, and the county. So participating is simple. I already covered it. Once they open their account, anyone that wants to participate, they open their account. You don't have to put in any credit card information. Again, it's going to be free access. You will get an access code, which is the lock that's going to be on the bin. It'll be the combination to that, so people can participate, but we don't want to leave it open just for anybody to come by. We want to make sure that they're participating as part of the program. Again, a list of the different things that we can put into the compost bin. What's not accepted. And the invitation that you all should have received from your aides to the launch on Monday, April 20th, to kick off Earth Week.
So I'm just going to ask for staff then to share something that we can repost. Some of us are not as much into the Instagram and posting stuff as others, so we need a little help there. So I appreciate all the hard work you've done in a very short period of time to make this come true, because you did all the pricing comparisons, you came up with the best deal. The QR code for anybody that wonders why we have to do that, so we don't end up with garbage in there. We have to do that and also track usage so we can determine just how much we're using it, and if we want to expand it in the future, at least we have some data to work with.
And Renewable will be providing us with all that data on a regular basis and tracking usage. And this is definitely a team effort. All departments helping us get the contract finalized, which we finalized today. We'll be sending to the vendor. So it is a true team effort to be able to launch this type of program. And we look forward to, again, delivering this type of service to our community. And it's one that really sets our city apart, and another opportunity for our residents to be able to divert material away from the landfill, which is always the goal.
So F7 and F8 were really this one and the same thing. Somehow it ended up on the agenda twice.
Perfect. I think it's the last one, F10, Mr. Clerk. All right, F10, a resolution of City Commission urging Miami-Dade County to re-examine PFAS protections and support coordinated countywide mitigation efforts. We're trying to build a coalition here. We sometimes, like we talked about, the RTZ and the golfing situation that we're in, we have to do what is unpopular. It is impossible to make everyone happy. Some people like PFAS, some people don't like PFAS. But I will tell you one thing, they're an invasive species, and we're receiving a lot of calls and emails from residents who are complaining about PFAS, the aggressive nature, the staining, the cars. Again, we need to do something. Mr. Manager, how much have we spent already in regards to mitigation of PFAS? I think we already blew through our budget, didn't we?
Yes, we are. We've picked up 141 birds so far.
And we spent how much?
Over $25,000.
So over $25,000. I don't want to kill the birds, okay? I grew up, my father, with chickens in the backyard, a finch house, quail, all kinds of birds. My father still has it on Miller 59th. Okay? We love birds. I'm a big fan. But there has to be some common ground. If you have snakes that are being hunted and you have obviously the iguanas that are also being addressed, we need to address this PFAL. While they are beautiful, I'm getting calls, and I know you're getting emails from physicians who work at night and come home at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and they can't fall asleep because the PFAL is on the top of the roof or they're squawking. From people who have been attacked, or that the fecal matter is all over the driveway. So they're trying different measures, but what's happening is if our neighboring communities like the city of Miami do not address this, they just travel through Lejeune and come in to the south side of the city. We're having a major issue. So what I'd like to see, if my colleagues are interested in having the county advocate for us to take a stand on this. They are not native species. They are competing with native species. Our environment is already sensitive enough. We need to do something about this. I know that it's a political hot button and everybody running for office doesn't want to address it at all fronts of government because the PFAL, obviously, some people love them, some people are enamored by them, they're beautiful. But at the end of the day, we have to make a decision and move forward.
Through the mayor.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. Go ahead. Ladies first. Ladies first.
I'm a little older too, so.
Ladies first.
I've had this debate with a few people that say they're beautiful.
It's contentious. It's contentious.
But I also bring to their attention that we're losing a lot of beautiful fauna and flora because of them.
Yep.
And yes, our native birds eat the same fauna and flora, but they don't weigh 40 pounds. A 40-pound bird can wipe out a lot more butterflies and a lot more, little worms that are making very endangered butterflies than our native mockingbirds, cardinals, woodpeckers, et cetera, that are in our trees. So we have to make a choice, and there's nothing controlling the population of these birds other than the coyotes that are coming up from the South Dade to eat them and hunt them, because these are all the way up on the beach, very much so north. I know because I ride my bike up there. It's amazing how far and wide these birds have invaded our county. So something has to be done to control the population, because they're not being controlled by the coyotes. They're not being controlled by anyone else. And there's like 12 eggs that come out of one bird every single season. The only thing that's controlling them a little bit are the cars. But, so yes, I'll join with you that these birds need to be brought under control.
Commissioner?
I was just going to say, I actually passed 3 of them on my way in today. And it wasn't a long drive through Little Gables. They have major territorial gains in Little Gables. And I think we've avoided them crossing into Coral Gables for some reason so far. But they're starting to make their way in. In my block, I had never seen one. I would say over the last 6 months, I've seen 5 or 6. And they are extremely aggressive. The car is coming, they do not move out of the way. You know, they think that road is theirs. And I think we definitely have to take a stand. I know we've discussed this 2 or 3 times already since I've been on the commission. The county, for a long period of time, had no appetite in changing its stance. I think there's more of an opening now because they're seeing the impact it has. We've even heard from the commissioner who originally passed the legislation, sponsored the legislation to protect the PFAL, and she has said that was the biggest mistake of her political career, because she's seen the negative impact that it's had on our flora and fauna in South Florida. So absolutely, I think we definitely need to do something about that.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I think this is a very touchy subject, but I'll go ahead and share what I'm dealing with peacocks. In front of my house, there's probably like 15 peacocks. And either they're on top of my roof, or they're in the front, or they're in the middle of the street. But the problem is when I go walk my dog, that is a Yorkie, they're vicious. And they go and attack the little dog. And I think that's something we need to keep into consideration as well. I think we need to do something about them, but in a very humane way.
Okay. So what I was saying was, we need to take action. So the intent here is very simple. It's to pass this resolution, send this out to the 34 municipalities, to the League of Cities, and then move this up the chain to our state representatives and our senators and the governor, asking for action, asking for us to take action and to help us address this issue. They're everywhere. If you go to the University of Miami, where I live, they're everywhere in that area already. So if you're a professional, you can see the emails. If you're a person who lives in this community and you want to rest on a Saturday and you want to maybe wake up a little bit later and they're screaming, and waking you up, we've gotten contacts. What did we do here as a city? I passed legislation a few years ago that did not allow exterior construction on Saturdays. Why? To increase the quality of life in our community. If you want to do construction, you can do interiors. These are animals that are not native to our community. So politically, it's a hot potato, but I really don't think it's that much of a hot potato. As this becomes more and more of a worse issue, we're going to have to face this issue. And we cannot handle the issue for other communities. For example, the city of Miami, we need to work with other cities and we need to work in conjunction to say, they're going to address their issues, we're going to address our issues, not allow them to migrate into the city of Coral Gables or be addressed in one form or another, because people are getting frustrated. And I've talked to residents and say, listen, I don't want to take measures into my own hands. But if you see that area on Lejeune that runs all the way from US 1 to Coco Plum Circle, that area is overrun with peacocks. They're coming from the Grove. So I'd like to get support on this and send this over to all elected officials asking for action, along with our state legislators and senators, to please assist us in one form or another. We're going to have to take action at one point or another.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'll move it.
Okay.
I'll second.
Prepare to receive a lot of hate mail. But we got to do something. Something's got to be
If I
done.
could add one thing, it's not just PFAS that we're having issues with. We have a large coyote issue in the North Gables area as well, that needs to be addressed. And obviously, that's not something for a municipality to address. It should be something for the county or the state to address. Residents are concerned about having their children playing outdoors. It's a growing issue for residents in the North Gables east of Granada over the last, I would say, 3 or 4 months.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So picking up on Commissioner Fernandez's comment regarding the coyotes, if you allow me just 1 minute, because I think it dovetails very well with the PFAL resolution that we're talking about right now. So interestingly, I was just about to say that if the residents go to myfwc.com, that is the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission webpage, under coyotes. If you just indulge me for a moment, I think this is something we discussed before, and I think it's apropos of the conversation we're having regarding the peacocks. So briefly, this is just important for because a lot of the residents have talked to me about the same thing that all of you have heard. Coyotes help maintain balanced ecosystems by controlling the populations of rodents and smaller predators, such as foxes, opossums, and raccoons, which naturally occur in higher densities and can quickly overpopulate areas of habitat. Coyotes are native to North America, have been in Florida for many years, and will continue to make their homes around the state. Removing coyotes for the purpose of eradication is an inefficient and ineffective method to control populations. New coyotes move into areas where others have been removed. Removal activities such as hunting and trapping place pressure on coyote populations, and the species responds by producing at a younger age and producing more pups per litter. Populations can quickly return to their original size. So if you would go to the webpage that I just referenced, right? So that's myfwc.com. You'll see 2 incredibly interesting videos, and they're very informative. One is how to haze coyotes, right? It's a short educational video that discusses how to effectively haze or deter coyotes. The coyotes in urban areas such as Coral Gables, which has been increasing, may learn to tolerate human presence instead of fleeing. So hazing is a process of disturbing an animal's sense of security so it can leave an area, otherwise change its behavior. So coyotes react to 2 things very well and very humanely, right? They react to deterrents such as motion-activated sprinklers or audible alarms. Those are the two most effective ways to help haze and scare away coyotes and other wildlife from our properties. So if you go to the website, you'll see the two videos that at least can begin educating our residents. Typically, coyotes would not be dangerous, but the longer that they hang around, let's say, humans, the more that we leave outside small dogs to run free, or you leave food outside, then you're going to invite them to be more acclimatized, more comfortable around humans, which would only increase the problem rather than deter from it. So perhaps on the next commission meeting, I'll provide an update regarding feedback. I hope that I'll be getting from the residents, and all of you will be getting from the residents, but it's an increasing issue, but I also want to deter people from feeling that these are dangerous animals by nature. They are not. They're more afraid of us than not, but we should take steps, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is advocating hazing or deterrence factors over things like eradication through hunting or removal. So thank you for that opportunity.
So we have a motion, and thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
We did. I second.
He already seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we make sure we send it to all the elected officials in the county, and, you know, pass it along to the state, obviously League of Cities, and I'd like to see if we can potentially maybe work together in this effort.
Mr. Mayor, was that, I can't remember, did the resolution have it included in our legislative priorities?
We can do that.
Can we re-vote and amend it to include it in our legislative priorities?
Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
We'll move it into the legislative priorities.
With an
And
amendment.
second, yeah.
So the motion is,
To reconsider and add the language to include it in our legislative priorities.
so there's a motion and a second.
Yeah. I moved it, she seconded.
Okay.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right.
So,
Madam Vice Mayor,
so,
anything good for the order?
yeah, I was going to follow up on that coyote issue, and a couple other things. They can become used to humans, okay, just like any other animal. They're down at Matheson Hammock, they're down at the Girl Scout camp. They have snatched small dogs while people were walking in other places. My daughter lives in an area where, you know, wildlife exists. I think there's a lot that needs to be looked at. I mean, I'd like to see more education, more information from the Florida Fish and Wildlife group, because they never existed in the North Gables before. They're expanding, just like the wild cat population. We need to look at this more, and City Manager, I'd ask for you to look into this further to see what we can do to control the population, because on these golf courses and stuff, when people go walking at night, they're not looking for a coyote. We're not used to this here. We're not walking with bear spray like my daughter has to walk with bear spray in certain areas. You know, when you're going hiking, and the animals are smart enough that they understand, and you know, the clicking sound at the top of the bear spray going off, and they scat because they learn that sound and are running away from it. So I think you're better equipped than anybody here, Mr. Manager, to bring some information back for us on that issue.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So,
Vice Mayor, the Florida Game Commission does not have a season on them. They can, with a hunting license, they can be hunted year-round. They are considered vermin from that perspective, and that's certainly the way that they're kept in check and throughout a lot of the counties. If you look at the population throughout the counties that are more rural don't seem to have as much of a problem because they have more of a pronounced hunting season. But it's very difficult to do that in an urban setting, and trapping them is very difficult. So we will look into it and see. We're currently looking at a couple of trappers who may be able to assist us in that.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Real briefly, so, because it's time sensitive, if you go to the My Florida Wildlife Commission webpage, right now, there's a link that you can click for a live presentation regarding Cody control that's being put on right now. So you can watch it live and participate. It's interactive. Of course, I'm sure afterwards it'll be available for review. But if anybody listening right now via Zoom, you can click right there and watch that in a live format right now.
Madam Vice Mayor, anything else?
So we have our annual recycling event coming up. And Mr. Anderson, would you like to give us a list of everything that people can bring now? Because the list is growing on the number of items that we can address.
Yes, we will be in the City Hall parking lot April 25th, 9 to 12. Disclaimer, there will be the Chambers 5K going on kind of at the same time at the beginning of our event, so there will be a little bit of additional traffic in the area. But you can bring your electronics, anything with a plug or that takes batteries, any clothing that can be donated to Camilla's house. We have paper shredding, sensitive documents, household hazardous waste you can bring to the event, and we'll also be accepting plastic film like we do in our 3 city facilities.
Old shoes, old sneakers.
You can bring you can bring those as to donate to
donate.
Camilla's house that are still in good condition, yeah.
Yeah, because you have the clothing that can be reused.
Yes.
Which I've seen also being reused down at the carrying place. So yes, we do a lot of wonderful things there. Oversized cardboard as
Yes.
well.
Yes, we will be taking oversized cardboard. Our recycling team will be there with the recycling truck to accept those items as well.
So I'll see you out there. And then we have Arbor Day coming up as well.
Yes, I will let Dina talk on that one.
What time do people need to be out there to cheer on the planting of our native/pines?
Yes, 5th time up today. Okay, Arbor Day is Friday, the 24th at 9:30 at Fuel Park. And Coral Gables Garden Club and the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board, we're going to be out there set up with a tent. We're going to be outdoors. We're going to have a small program, and we're going to have Dalton Goolsby from the County Extension Office speak about native plants. And the character of Fuel Park is natives, so that's our theme there. And we're going to plant pines.
So,
like 5 small pines in containers.
Perfect.
okay, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner.
Yeah, so the prior dog walk that I had was extremely successful, and I just want to go ahead and share that we got 5 dogs adopted just from that event. So that I'm super, super happy about that. And then I just wanted to go ahead and mention one more time the Matheson Hammocks. It happens from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. I was there last weekend. I won't be able to be there next weekend, but I'll be there the following weekend. It's really nice if you want to spend some family time there with your family and get a little blanket or get some food and support. I think it's a great cause. And that's it.
Commissioner.
Right, so I just want to remind everybody, or let them know that we have our dear friend and our esteemed former mayor, Dorothy Thompson, will be the keynote speaker on Saturday, April 25 at Pioneer Day at Pinewood Cemetery in Coral Gables. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning is when the festivities start. She'll be speaking at 11 o'clock. So I'll be there. I hope to see you all there as well. She's a treasure, and she'll be speaking from the heart regarding a historic location that is just teeming with history, and teeming with history of the oldest cemetery that we have in the county. And by way of just congratulations to the recent National College Men's Basketball Champions. If anybody doesn't know, it was Michigan. That water tastes sweeter than ever. And that's all I have to say by way of update.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Commissioner.
So go do your recycling and then come listen to Mayor Thompson.
There you go, right back
Commissioner?
at you.
I have nothing today.
Okay.
I was going to mention Dorothy Thompson, but you took it from me, so.
I have a slideshow I'd like to show you. We had some distinguished individuals here in the city last week. We had the vice mayor for Sevilla, and we had a good turnout. I want to thank our sister cities, and Belkis and all the museum employees. We had a conversation about Sevilla. They gave us some great gifts, really representative of our sister city relationship, which all those statues of the Virgin Mary and of Christ with the cross, and some beautiful prints are going to be in the sister cities room at the museum. But that is the mayor to the left from Sevilla, and then you have our consul general of Spain to the left of her. My daughter is going to be in Sevilla and in Salamanca, so next month as a trip with her school. So it's exciting. It was exciting to really understand a lot more about Sevilla, the history of Sevilla. It's a beautiful, beautiful city in Spain, as all of you are aware. I've been there before. I highly recommend that if you get a chance to really go there, and they'll roll the red carpet out for you, and they'll show you some of the most beautiful historic buildings and culture that you've ever seen. We have this presentation, so I'm going to ask Laura and Nicole to send it to all the commissioners so you can see it. It's an amazingly well done presentation on Sevilla, and it highlights, all the great things to do in Sevilla and in Spain, and they're very proud to be our sister city. So I'm going to send it to you, and we're going to send it out to the residents, just giving a little bit of a background on Sevilla. Number two, I'm actually really impressed so far in regards to the ballot count. As of yesterday, we're should be around 8,000 as of today. Those are big numbers. When you think that there's 30,000 ballots that went out, a little over 30,000 ballots, we get to 10,000, which I think is more than doable. The deadline is April 21st. If you submit your ballots within the next 3 or 4 days, you're for sure, even potentially 5 days, but I wouldn't wait till 5. I would submit in the next 3 or 4. You're pretty much sure that your ballot is going to count. I've been receiving so many phone calls and emails from residents just asking for information, contacting us with pride. I mean, I don't know if you've gotten some commissioners, but I've gotten a lot of people who are very excited about the fact that the proof is in the pudding. You have over 8,000 ballots that have been submitted. To give you an idea, if you look at not the last race, because I was on the ballot and over 10,000 people voted, but if you look at the previous race in 2024, when I was not on the ballot, and Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Castro were on the ballot, 6,000 plus people voted. This is already more than that. And we don't even have a week long of early voting. We don't even have an election day. This is just with absentee ballots. This goes to show you that there's trust in our democracy. There's trust in our democracy, that things have worked out well, that Alina Garcia, our election supervisor, has done a very good job, very transparent, always available. She's been in constant communication with the manager staff, ensuring that everything's done. I've sent her many people who have questions. I didn't receive my ballot. I signed my ballot wrong. What do I do? I want to track my ballot. She's been amazing. She's been complimentary. She's worked very, very hard. So I think, God willing, between 9,000 to 10,000 people voting would be significant. So I ask anybody, if you have any questions in regards to the ballots, in regards to the ballot and the referendums, please feel free to reach out to me at 786-397-3957. Again, that's 786-397-3957, or you can write me an email at vlogo@coralgables.com, and I will provide you with as much information if you haven't received it already. We've sent out text messages, we've sent out mail, we've been engaged in the magazine. We've really focused to try to get out as many people to make sure that they return their ballots. And I think the fact that almost 8,000, probably over 8,000 ballots have been returned is a testament to the fact that people got the message, and we've been effective in targeting individuals to come out.
Town halls, right?
Oh, we've had town halls. Martha Martinez has done a great job, really getting the message out there. So everywhere I go, people are talking to me, look, I voted, getting pictures constantly of people who are going out there and really, excited about the democracy at the end of the day. So get out there, fill out your ballots. The deadline is April 21st. I would not wait till April 21st because it's going to probably take about 2 days in the mail. So please try to submit your ballots by the 18th or 19th at the latest to make sure that it gets there and it counts.
Through the mayor, real quick, it has to be received by April 21, so you cannot wait
Yep.
until April
If it
21.
gets there late, it will not count. And as you know, there's 8 items on the referendums, eight referendums. So if you have any questions, please feel free and reach out to my office, reach out to the manager's office, and we'll give you all the information so you can make the best decision on behalf of your family in the city of Coral Gables.
So I'm going to add to the urgency because I mailed a box to Colorado to my brother-in-law, priority mail. Took over a week.
Yep.
Should have been 2 to 3 days. Over a week.
So we're tracking, and we're seeing a lot of ballots coming in here at the last minute. We always procrastinate, wait till the last minute, wait till the last minute. Thank all of you. Today's been a very long day, 7:30. We're finishing the commission meeting. I'd like to thank staff, everyone that was here. We tackled a lot of issues. Today you saw a great example of 2 parks that my office has been working on for over 5-6 years come to fruition. And I'm very excited about that, and hopefully it will be transformational for our downtown. Thank you, and God bless.